I take the Earth to wander. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Encountering the Immortal Ship Again, Patrolling the 5 Great River Systems. The 11,569th year of the sailing calendar. 2 years have passed since I learned about the cosmic tremor from Wang Jian's shadow. 2 years ago, with the completion of the relocation of the human ruins by the autonomous mechanical aggregate, even the high-dimensional space where Wang Jian was located was moved away. The empty human ruins were closed again by Lin Xu. If nothing unexpected happens, this place will be closed forever. Then Lin Xu returned to the 3-star system and continued to supervise the construction of the planetary warships in the 45 docks. At the same time, he also applied the various new technologies that had just been obtained from the ruins and the upgrade of the original technology as much as possible. In the next 2 years, in addition to waiting for the completion of the construction of the planetary warships in the docks, Lin Xu was also waiting for the results of the extermination of the Zerg by Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Liu, and Arisa. Until now, 2 years later, the 11,569th year of the sailing calendar, the construction of the planetary warships in the 45 docks has been completed. At the same time, Lin Xu and his men finally completed the Zerg extermination operation in the entire galaxy and returned to the 3-star system. Lin Xu, the first one to rush back, was Lin Xu. This time, Lin Xu finally remembered and cleaned up all the graffiti related to Lin Xu on the outside of the planetary battleship before returning. That's right, even after being taught a lesson by Lin Xu and expressing regret in front of Lin Xu, Lin Xu still didn't change her ways. She was a typical person who only regretted being caught by Lin Xu, not regretting what she had done. Lin Xu also had some guesses about this, but after all, he didn't catch the evidence in person, so although he looked at the paint on Lin Xu's mothership, it was obvious that it had just been changed recently. Facing Lin Xu, who threw herself into his arms and pushed her head against him, he could only shake his head in the end. "You came back early enough." Lin Xu reached out and touched Lin Xu's hair and said, "Of course, I rushed back at the fastest speed. The others were all left behind by me. It should take several hours to arrive. Let's hurry up," Lin Xu said, and was about to strip Lin Xu's clothes. Then he was hit on the forehead by Lin Xu. "Honestly, don't you see a large number of spaceships outside?" "Oh, I saw them, but I really missed you. By the way, where did those spaceships come from?" Lin Xu turned his head and looked around. There were various detectors lingering around the 3-star system, not daring to cross the line at all. Some of these detectors were manned and some were unmanned. The targets of monitoring were undoubtedly the 45 huge planetary warship docks in the 3-star system. Who knows, there should be in each civilization. The Zerg has been almost wiped out, so they are active. Lin Xu didn't care about these detectors. Anyway, he would leave soon, and this galaxy would belong to them after all. It seems that those false humans created by the Zerg are also here. "Are you going to drive them away, Lord Lin Xu?" Lin Xu asked. "Forget it." Lin Xu shook his head. He still had some complicated emotions towards the false humans, a race created by the Zerg. Although these fake humans were created, they have a history similar to that of humans. Even if this history was given by the Zerg, Lin Xu felt mixed emotions when he thought of these fake humans who had read Tang and Song poems, knew Einstein, and even believed that there were Li Bai and Du Fu in their own history. So, the Zerg really deserved to die. And the Apocalypse clan who was behind the scenes directing the Zerg. Not long after, Miss Qiu, Liu, and Elisa also rushed back. At the same time, the planetary warships in the 45 docks were also built. Miss Qiu stepped forward and put her 15 into her personal space. Lin Xu also put his 30 into his personal space. Then the docks composed of 45 autonomous mechanical aggregates began to disintegrate instantly, surging back to Lin Xu's personal space like a tsunami. For a time, only Lin Xu and his companions standing in the void and a familiar skylark were left in the 3-star system. Warning, the monitoring target has disappeared. Warning, the monitoring target has disappeared. Outside the 3-star system, on a certain reconnaissance ship responsible for checking all abnormalities in the 3-star system, the intelligent computer kept sending out alarms. But soon, the alarm was cut off manually. "It's incredible," Such a huge planetary battleship disappeared in the blink of an eye, and those docks were directly disintegrated? What kind of technology is this? And what was opened in the universe just now? Is it a space jump channel? But why does it look different from the interdomain space channel of the 15 planetary battleships that returned before? The reconnaissance data also shows that these should be two different technologies, but these technologies are too far away from us, and we can't tell what they are specifically. Who are these people? Suddenly they came to this galaxy and suddenly began to wipe out the Zerg. They wiped out the Zerg in such a short time, but we don't even know their origins. Even if we wanted to try to communicate with them, we were rejected. The only information we can know at present is that when the Zerg attacked the human capital galaxy 10 years ago, they had eliminated the Zerg that invaded the human capital galaxy, and soon after that they began to wipe out the Zerg. Looking at their appearance, they are extremely similar to humans. Do they have any relationship with humans? How is this possible? If humans had such strength, they wouldn't have been at a disadvantage after confronting the Zerg for 5,000 years. They have now successfully wiped out the Zerg. I don't know whether they will bring war or peace next. If their target is only the Zerg, they will definitely bring peace. But in the process of wiping out the Zerg, they also exterminated the Daka people, so no one knows what they will bring now. All the people observing the three-star system are waiting anxiously. At this moment, the focus of the entire galaxy is here. Countless reconnaissance spacecraft are constantly sending intelligence here back to the base camp of their own race. Those big figures in various races who are so powerful that the whole planet will shake with a stomp of their feet are all uneasy at this time, discussing the next move of these unknown existences that have wiped out the Zerg. Then Lin Xu and his companions boarded the Skylark. As a space jump channel appeared in front of the Skylark disappeared into it and never appeared again. They left. Impossible. Mobilize the power of all races in the entire galaxy immediately to find out where they went. 3-star system, are we going in? What if they come back? No, there are already spaceships from other civilizations, let's go in too, quickly. In this way, spaceships from countless races and civilizations rushed into the empty 3-star system, trying to find some clues about Lin Xu and others. But they found nothing. On the contrary, because of the departure of Lin Xu and others, the 3-star system lost the power to maintain the stable operation of the 3 stars, and soon the operation of the 3 stars began to become chaotic. In the end, the spaceships of various races, which had nothing to gain, had to withdraw. Then they unwillingly explored this chaotic 3-star area for a long time, but still found nothing. At the same time, Lin Xu and others were never seen in this galaxy. At this time, Lin Xu and others had already left this galaxy and headed towards the crack zone where the universe was shaking 5 billion light-years away. What would another universe look like? Lin Xu stood in front of the porthole of the Skylark, looking at the ever-changing extragalactic space outside the window in the space jumps. The distance of each space jump of the Skylark is about tens of thousands of light-years. Even in the universe, this distance is extremely far. At least, it is enough to see the size of the nearest river system outside the window after each space jump. For example, the river system that was originally only the size of a broad bean became close at hand after several jumps. After several more jumps, it was left behind and became the size of a broad bean again. The Skylark was moving rapidly in the universe, heading towards 5 billion light-years away. By the way, Arisa, do you know what another universe would look like? Lin Xu suddenly thought of Arisa, who might be the most knowledgeable among these people, so he asked immediately. After all, neither Lin Xu nor Miss Qiu had been to another universe. Even the primitive universe created by humans before has not yet become a real universe, and cannot be regarded as another universe. Each universe has different rules. Some may be different in the form of the universe, and some may be different in the underlying physical rules. Arisa thought for a moment and replied, "Come on, I know these theories too. I just want to know what it would feel like to actually go to another universe." Lin Xu looked at Arisa as if she was not a 3-year-old child. "How do I know what it feels like? I haven't been to another universe." Arisa put her hands on her hips and said confidently, "You haven't been there either? That's impossible. After all, you were a high-dimensional creature before." Lin Xu looked unconvinced. "Well, maybe I went there at that time, but my memory of the high dimension is almost completely blurred now, so it's not wrong to say that I haven't been there." Arisa thought for a moment and continued to say confidently, "Okay, then let's go and see together this time." What would a universe with different forms and different physical rules look like in theory? Lin Xu did not continue to ask, but imagined it. Well, in fact, there are some universes that have the same appearance and even the same physical rules. Such similar universes are very common in the multiverse, but it is not common for similar universes to collide with each other. So, if nothing unexpected happens, we should see a completely different universe. Arisa was also looking forward to it. The multiverse. Lin Xu was puzzled by this term that he had never heard of. Yes, if each universe is regarded as an atom, then the infinite universes will form a vast multiverse. In this ocean, there are not only hydrogen atoms and oxygen atoms, but also various mineral atoms, sodium atoms, iron atoms, and so on. These different atoms are different universes. Universes of the same type have the same form and rules, and universes of different types have different types of forms and rules. So it is called the multiverse. Arisa explained. It's quite appropriate. Lin Xu nodded. While the two were still discussing, Lin Xu had already left the Skylark and returned to the Earth in the portable space. In the center of the Skylark cockpit, the voice of Miss Qiu came from the open entrance to the portable space. The latest novel is published on the 69th book forum. If you don't come, Lord Lin Xu will belong to me. Suddenly, Lin Xu was startled and woke up. What multiverse? How can it be more important than Lord Lin Xu? It's been 10 years. Do you know how I have been through these 10 years? Miss Qiu, I misjudged you. You actually want to eat alone. Wait for me. Shouting, Lin Xu rushed into the entrance of the portable space. Who eats alone? I shouldn't call you. Miss Qiu's exasperated voice came faintly, and finally there was no sound. The voyage started in 11,572, and 3 years passed in a flash. Although the distance of 5 billion light-years is far, with the current space jump ability of the Skylark, it has crossed the distance of 5 billion years in 3 years and arrived near the destination. However, when the Skylark was still tens of thousands of light-years away from the target galaxy, which was the core area of the rift zone caused by the cosmic tremor, it was intercepted while passing through another galaxy. That's right, it was intercepted. And the ship that intercepted the Skylark was a planet-sized ferry ship with carved beams and painted buildings. However, it was not only the Skylark that was intercepted, but also many other spaceships that passed here with the Skylark. Time has to go back to 1 day ago. As the distance to the rift zone caused by the cosmic tremor got closer and closer, the various types of spaceships in this universe gradually increased. These spaceships not only appeared in various galaxies, but also frequently appeared between galaxies. Crossing one galaxy after another was as simple as eating and drinking. And it was obvious that these civilizations that drove spaceships between galaxies did not belong to the native civilization of this cosmic area. No wonder when Jian said before that the Rift Zone would attract not only the Apocalypse Clan, but also powerful civilizations in countless universes. These civilizations may not be as powerful as humans and the Apocalypse Clan, but they are also the strongest civilizations in the universe. If a civilization that has developed curvature navigation technology and has the ability to move freely between galaxies can be called an advanced civilization, then these civilizations that can move freely between galaxies can already be called god-level civilizations. They cross the galaxy as if it were a piece of cake, and most of them have the ability to accelerate their spacecraft to 1,000 times the speed of light. In this way, even if they cross the galaxy, it only takes a few decades, which is very little time compared to the scale of the universe. Even a few civilizations can accelerate to thousands of times the speed of light, and even make short-distance space jumps. Since more and more spacecrafts of various god-level civilizations began to be discovered near the Skylark, Lin Xu has been observing here. At the same time, he was also full of emotion. He had never thought that this universe would be so lively. In the past, in the extremely empty extragalactic space, there were so many spacecrafts from different civilizations moving around. Although their movement speed is indeed much slower than that of the Skylark, they are already the so-called advanced civilizations, which are out of reach. Lin Xu stood in front of the porthole and observed for nearly a day, watching the increasing number of spaceships of different races as they got closer to the Rift Zone. Until they finally reached the edge of the Rift Zone, tens of thousands of light-years away from the core area of the Rift Zone. They were intercepted by the ferry ship. Also intercepted were a large number of various spaceships of all sizes. These spaceships were large and small, but when faced with the interception of the ferry ship, they all stopped in place honestly, and under the guidance of the guide flying boat sent by the ferry ship, they gathered together, waiting for some kind of inspection. Is this a ferry ship? Isn't it another fake ferry ship? Lin Xu looked at the ferry ship in the distance that looked almost the same, and said instinctively as if he had post-traumatic stress disorder. Miss Qiu even had a handle of Penglei's sword appearing in his palm, and he was just about to cut it with a sword. Obviously, after experiencing the previous Zerg incident, Miss Qiu no longer had a good impression of the guy who might be driving a fake ferry ship and rushing around in the universe. After all, the fake ferry ships of those fake humans were obtained from the Zerg. Now these people are also driving fake ferry ships. I'm afraid they are another Zerg. Calm down first, although it is indeed likely to be a fake, but let's confirm it first. Moreover, it is not necessarily that just because it looks like a ferry ship, it is an enemy like the Zerg. Lin Xu persuaded. Miss Qiu then slowly put away the external high-dimensional force organ in her hand, the handle of Penglei. Master, do you need to make a space jump to disengage? Chenzing asked. No, let's go over and see what's going on. Lin Xu shook his head and decided. With the speed and distance of the Skylark's space jump, if you want to leave, this ferry ship, which is most likely a fake, can't be stopped at all. But if you encounter it without investigating it clearly, how can Lin Xu leave? In this way, the Skylark also pretended to be an ordinary spaceship under inspection, and honestly docked under the guidance of the guide flying boat. It arrived at the place where countless spaceships docked. At the same time, it also received a broadcast notification from the ferry ship. The ferry ship has been ordered to patrol the 5 major river systems and eliminate all dangerous factors. Thank you for your cooperation. Miss Qiu was stunned. Back then, the ferry ships and the Milky Way were also ordered to patrol the Milky Way and conquer the rebellious. And now this ferry ship is also ordered to patrol the 5 major river systems. Miss Qiu looked at Lin Xu. Lin Xu's expression also became serious. I didn't notice any nanorbit reaction on the ferry ship ahead. Chenzing reported in time. Should we send the Elder to carry nanorbits? Lin Xu asked. The best way to detect is to use nanorbits. But waiting for the nanorbits to arrive at the ferry ship some distance ahead silently is still too slow. No, the Elder will make too much noise when they act, we will go by ourselves. Lin Xu shook his head and decided. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 227, Immortal Fleet Alliance and Outer Space Invasion. Outside the huge ferry ship, there are a large number of flying boats of different sizes patrolling everywhere and handling different tasks. Some of them command the intercepted spacecrafts of various civilizations and guide them to a unified location for inspection. Some form a kind of network in a farther location to monitor events that may cause danger to the ferry ship. Some are just transporting materials or passengers between various parts of the ferry ship. Because the ferry ship is so big, compared to moving inside the ferry ship, it is sometimes faster to use flying boats outside to operate. Just like on Earth, the fastest way to get to the other side of the Earth is not to run wildly on the ground, nor to fly in the sky by plane, but to launch missiles from the ground to space, and then to the other side of the Earth. Of course, the transportation method inside the ferry ship is still different from that of the Earth in the 21st century. There are also ways to move quickly inside, but moving through the outside has not been eliminated. Especially when the ferry ship is docked somewhere, there will be a large number of various flying boats, traveling back and forth through the space outside the ferry ship. On one of the 10,000-meter-long flying boats, which set sail from one area of the ferry ship and headed for another area, a space passage opened out of thin air, and Lin Xu walked out of it. Following him were Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Lu Yao and Elisa. This is a cargo and passenger flying boat, and the place where the few people appeared was in the cargo hold. However, not long after walking out, they left the cargo area and entered the passenger area. A large number of cosmic races of various forms gathered on the deck, and there were even tour guides holding loudspeakers, explaining the different areas of the ferry ship to the tourists. Even the natives of the ferry ship have not been to all places on the ferry ship. After all, the ferry ship is really too big, as big as a planet. Just like the natives of the Earth, they have not been to every place on the Earth. Look at the area we passed below. That is the East 33rd District, which is famous for growing fruits. 80% of the fruits we eat on our ferry ship are produced here. Look at the huge building in the shape of a fighting corner that just flew over on the right. That is the largest flying boat production area on the ferry ship. The flying boat we are riding now is produced here. The tour guide kept introducing the area to the tourists behind him. Lin Xu and his friends gathered beside them and listened together. They also learned a lot about this ferry ship. Until the flying boat arrived at the destination soon, it landed on a helipad on the ferry ship below. With a stable landing of the flying boat, the passengers on the flying boat began to get off the flying boat in an orderly manner. Lin Xu and his friends had already opened the space channel and entered the area inside the ferry ship not far away. There was an artificial sun in the sky, and there were spacious streets on the ground. Various Chinese-style buildings, whether they were a few stories high or hundreds of stories high, were scattered everywhere. There were pedestrians on the road, wearing various clothing styles that were also very Han style. Everything made Lin Xu quite emotional. He was like being in a future society where the classical Chinese style had been developed to the extreme. Well, this was indeed a future society. If possible, Lin Xu hoped that this ferry ship was indeed owned by the clan, and the passengers on it were indeed human clans. However, a large number of nanorbits had been spread out. The feedback was not optimistic. The nanorbits did not find any signs of nanorbits on the ferry ship. At the same time, a preliminary judgment was made on the construction material of the ferry ship. It was not as good as the material formed by the aggregation of nanorbits. It was even worse than the material used by Lin Xu when he built a fleet for Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao. So it can be basically confirmed that this ferry ship is not a real ferry ship. And the passengers on it are also not human clans. In fact, as early as when Lin Xu just boarded the flying boat, it was confirmed that those passengers were not clans. But Lin Xu still held some hope. After all, the ferry ship was so big, and there might be more than just clans living on it. Maybe the clans also favored many ordinary races. But now it is certain that the ferry ship is not a real ferry ship, and there is no family. Sure enough, it is another fake ferry ship. Miss Qiu's eyes flickered with fire, as if it would burst out at the next moment. Xiao, look over there, is it the model of Penglai? Nanzhu next to him widened his eyes, patted Miss Qiu's arm, and pointed to a huge ferry ship model in a nearby store, which was placed in the center of the store like a treasure of the town. This is, yes, Penglai. Miss Qiu was stunned for a moment, turned around and recognized her hometown at a glance. Although the architectural styles of ferry ships are similar, there are always some subtle differences between them. And the huge ferry ship model in front of him is the model of Penglai, the ferry ship far away in the Milky Way, Miss Qiu's hometown. Oh, the two girls can recognize the ferry ship Penglai? It's really unexpected. It's not ordinary. It's not ordinary. Looking at your appearance, you must be top students studying history, right? Otherwise, ordinary people can't recognize this ferry ship Penglai. The shop owner was a little surprised that Nanzhu and Miss Qiu, two fashionable and beautiful girls, could have such eyesight, and he immediately praised. It felt like a hot girl dressed up in a fancy way, standing at the door of an antique shop, and seeing at a glance which of the antiques placed at the door by the boss was real and which was fake. Let's not talk about anything else, this painting style is different. Is it really the ferry ship Penglai? But why do you have the ferry ship Penglai here? Nanzhu said in surprise. Your words are really fresh. Nowadays, although there are few models of the ferry ship Penglai in the world, there are still some. What's so strange about me having one here? The shop owner looked Nanzhu up and down and said with a smile. No, that's not what I mean. I want to say that there are still people on this ferry ship who know the ferry ship Penglai. Nanzhu waved his hand and said. I don't understand what you said even more. We are in the territory of the Immortal Ship Alliance after all. How could we not even recognize our ancestors? Well, although most of the young people nowadays don't know them, there are still young talents like you two who know them, right? The shop owner said with a smile. Immortal Ship Alliance. Miss Qiu muttered the term in a low voice. Thinking back to the clans that followed humans, there were more than one immortal ships, but there was really no such term as the Immortal Ship Alliance. Lin Xu and Lu Yao next to them were also thinking about something. It was just that Arisa was not very interested in the history of immortal ships, but was studying various models in the store. Then do you know the origin of this immortal ship Penglai? Nanzhu asked again. Little girl, are you trying to test me? There are so many immortal ships in the Immortal Ship Alliance. If you ask me to tell you one by one, I may not be able to explain it clearly, but this immortal ship Penglai, you can still confuse me. As if Nanzhu's question had touched his itch, The shop owner suddenly became energetic and spoke eloquently. Legend has it that this ferry ship Penglai is the first ferry ship born in the world. All the ferry ships that followed were determined based on the shape of the ferry ship Penglai. It is said that the original ferry ship was not very big, but was gradually expanded later to become a giant ship like a planet. This is different from the current ferry ships. The current ferry ships are all roughly determined before they are built, and they are not expanded little by little. This undoubtedly makes the current ferry ships less beautiful. The owner shook his head and sighed. It's like those people who always like to say that the present is not as good as the past, always thinking that the ancient ones are good and the modern ones are rubbish. Don't think about it, the first ferry ship Penglai had to be expanded little by little, wasn't it, because the ferry ship Penglai at that time did not have the ability to directly build planetary-sized giant ships. At that time, humans had just left the Earth not long ago, and they did not have the ability to build planetary giant ships in a short period of time. It was not like Lin Xu now, who could build them as soon as he said. You said the ferry ship alliance? Are there many ferry ships now? Lin Xu asked on the side. What you said, of course there is more than one ferry ship. You are not from the ferry ship. The shopkeeper looked at Lin Xu as if he had heard something new and asked back. Yes, we are here to travel. Lin Xu smiled and nodded. Travel? These two girls even know the ferry ship Penglai. It really doesn't look like they are here to travel, but you asked such a question. As far as I know, there are some people from remote planets who don't know much about the ferry ship alliance, and they often ask some ridiculous questions, but I can't tell who you are now. The shopkeeper looked at Lin Xu, then at Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and others, shook his head, and looked like he couldn't guess. Lin Xu didn't know whether to continue asking. After thinking about it, he decided to pass the message to Nanzhu through the nanorbit, so Nanzhu asked the questions. Well, we are indeed here for tourism, but I am more interested in the history of the ferry ships. However, we don't know much about the current ferry ship alliance. Since we are talking about history, can I ask a question? Do you know humans? Nanzhu looked at the shop owner seriously and asked. Although I don't know why, this ferry ship that has no family and was not built by the family actually has more than one, and even formed a ferry ship alliance. But since this so-called ferry ship alliance reveres the ferry ship Penglai as the first ferry ship in the world, then they must know something about humans. But no one expected that as soon as Nanzhu asked a question, the shop owner, who was originally smiling, changed his face in an instant. If it weren't for Nanzhu being a girl, he would probably have covered her mouth directly. Human? Hush, don't talk. The shop owner looked around carefully and found that he didn't seem to be noticed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he carefully reminded Nanzhu. It's taboo to mention humans on this ferry ship. To be honest, I'm not an old ferry ship person, so it's good that you told me. Listen to my advice, don't ask others about it in the future. If you find out about the old ferry ship people, it will be troublesome. They will definitely think you are going to laugh at them. After the owner finished speaking, he waved his hand and made a gesture to drive people out. So Lin Xu and others who had just been chatting were directly driven out by the owner. What's the situation? Why did you change your face when you mentioned humans? After Nanzhu came out, his face was still full of confusion. Yes, the ferry ship Penglai is recognized as the ancestor of the ferry ship, but humans cannot be discussed. This is too strange. Lu Yao was also confused. I said, we should cut it here. Miss Qiu's eyes flashed with flames again. It looked like she was going to cut the entire ferry ship. Calm down, at least let's figure out what happened first. Lin Xu quickly stopped Miss Qiu in person. You can't really let her do it. But it's not that you can't do it, but you can't do it before you investigate it clearly. Otherwise, if it was really a friendly force, and you just shot the immortal ship without saying anything, wouldn't it be embarrassing when you look back? And at this moment, with a bang, the entire immortal ship suddenly shook. Some people on the street were unsteady and even staggered. What's wrong? What happened? Is the immortal ship going to set sail? Did it say that it would stop here for a while and take a good rest? Could it be that there was an emergency? People on the street wearing wide robes and sleeves were talking about it. Some of them had combed hair, some had short hair, and there were girls wearing hairpins, who looked like 21st century Hanfu girls. But these people were of different races and different shapes, and with the various future ancient style buildings around them, there was a unique atmosphere inside. The latest novels are first published on Liu 9 Shu Bar. While everyone was discussing, a broadcast that resounded throughout the entire ferry ship suddenly sounded, answering everyone's doubts. Emergency, the ferry ship is about to set sail. Emergency, the ferry ship is about to set sail. Please return all flying boats to the ferry ship as soon as possible. All flying boats return to the ferry ship as soon as possible, and dock at the nearest port. In an instant, countless flying boats outside the ferry ship that were originally still slowly transporting goods or performing tasks suddenly increased their speed several times. Some flying boats sailing above the ferry ship also landed at the fastest speed and docked at the nearest port on the surface of the ferry ship to prevent the ferry ship from setting sail and leaving them behind. These flying boats were helpless. As for those spaceships that had not been guided to dock at a place to be inspected, they also started to discuss, and they didn't understand what was going on. They just saw that the guiding flying boats had also withdrawn, and at the same time the ferry ship notified that the inspection was cancelled, and everyone could do whatever they wanted. What happened? Who knows, but what can make the ferry ship react so strongly? Could it be that the crack zone somewhere has cracked again? This is the only possibility. Although this is the edge of the 5 major river systems, there are relatively few cracks, but there are some. Maybe the cracks somewhere have deepened, triggering an invasion from outer space. Yes, I hope everything is fine, otherwise once the invasion from outer space spreads, we will also be in trouble. It may not be an invasion from outer space, maybe it is a benign space leak. While the people on these spaceships were discussing, the ferry ship had recovered all the flying boats and started the curvature navigation acceleration. In just a blink of an eye, the huge ferry ship turned into a small dot in the universe, and then the small dot disappeared. At this time, in the cockpit at the core of the ferry ship, various staff members were running around busy. The ferry ship set sail urgently because of the emergency intelligence. Not only the residents on the ferry ship and the passengers on the spaceship who were about to be inspected were caught off guard, but also the senior executives on the ferry ship were in a mess. The destination of this voyage is located in the 5th of the 5 river systems, 70 light-years away from the ferry ship. The hyperspace radar has detected signs of accelerated expansion of space cracks. There is a certain probability that this space leak is a malicious space leak, which may cause an invasion from outer space. The ferry ship has accelerated to 10,000 times the speed of light and started cruising. It is expected to arrive at a destination in 3 days. Very good, all departments continue to pay attention to the signs of expansion of space cracks, and report any changes immediately. Yes, sir. At the same time, the residents on the ferry ship gradually regained their calm. After all, this kind of thing is not the first time that the ferry ship has seen it. In other words, the establishment of the Ferry Ship Alliance was originally to patrol the 5 river systems and deal with possible outer space invasions in various places. Being ready to fight at any time is the norm. That is, the flying boats that were docked in various ports immediately caused a certain degree of chaos, but after sorting it out, this little chaos soon returned to calm. In addition, there were Lin Xu and his companions who were still strolling on the street. They were very interested in the sudden events of the ferry ship. 70 light-years? 3 days? It's not long, just in time to see what the so-called benign space leaks and malignant space leaks, as well as the invasion of outer space, are. Lin Xu repeated the conversation in the cockpit at the core of the ferry ship. At this time, the nanorobots have infiltrated all parts of the ferry ship, and it is not surprising that there are no outer space invasions in the cockpit, so Lin Xu and his friends naturally heard what happened in the cockpit. The Ferry Ship Alliance patrols the 5 major river systems to deal with the invasion of outer space. It is similar to the ferry ship Penglai patrolling the Milky Way. This Ferry Ship Alliance will not really have anything to do with humans. Lu Yao guessed. It's impossible. There is not even a family here, and they still react the same way when it comes to humans. Nanzhu shook his head repeatedly, expressing his disagreement. After all, just after leaving the store, several people immediately asked someone about humans. As a result, some people were puzzled and said they didn't know what humans were. And those who knew were very secretive and ran away in a hurry. It was as if you said one more word to Nanzhu, your house would catch fire. When Nanzhu first approached them, they were all very excited to be approached by a beautiful woman. Disrespectful to humans. Mu Zai looked angry. If Lin Xu hadn't held her hand to comfort her, she would have started to cut the ferry ship into 17 or 18 pieces after several people turned around and ran away after hearing the humans' questions. Don't worry, Wait until the nanorobots invade the ferry ship's database, then maybe we can find some clues. Lin Xu smiled and comforted, while holding Miss Qiu's hand tightly. Miss Qiu's angry face turned even redder, and it was hard to tell whether it was because of anger or something else. In this way, several people found a place to stay on the ferry ship, similar to a hotel inn. The identity certificate was forged by the nanorobot, but the hotel system did not detect it at all. They opened a large room with several bedrooms, and then relaxed and played on the ferry ship for some time. 3 days passed quickly, and as the ferry ship began to slow down, it finally arrived at the target location. Lin Xu and his companions also stopped playing and continued to monitor everything in the cockpit at the core of the ferry ship in the hotel. We are about to arrive at the crack zone. I repeat, we are about to arrive at the crack zone. All combat flying boat drivers are on standby at the nearest port, and the combat flying boats are ready to start at any time. The reconnaissance flying boats have begun to leave the port and conduct preliminary reconnaissance of the crack zone to confirm whether there is any leakage from the cracks. Confirm the suspected crack leakage area. I repeat, confirm the suspected crack leakage area. The first batch of combat flying boats set sail. The first batch of combat flying boats set sail. Once the leakage area is found to be a malicious space leakage, launch an attack immediately. As various orders were constantly issued, Lin Xu, who was in the hotel, stood up and came to the window, looking at the tranquil sky simulated by the artificial sun above his head. The ordinary residents of the ferry ship below are still living leisurely, but in fact a large number of ferry ship warriors have already started to fight. If it is in Penglai, even if they are not participating in the battle directly, they have already begun to prepare to support the front line. Miss Qiu said with some dislike to the ferry ship residents below. Penglai is a place where all the people are immortals. How can these ordinary people compare to it? Nansu said something fair. Should we go out and take a look? Lu Yao suggested. Let's go out and take a look. I also want to see what the so-called space cracks and the invasion of outer space are. Lin Xu nodded. So Arisa, who had been unable to bear it for a long time, was the first to open the space channel and rushed in directly. In this way, several people passed through the space channel and came to the space outside the ferry ship. The optical camouflage simulated by nanorobots and other shielding equipment concealed their figures. At the same time, a large number of combat flying boats were constantly pouring out from the ferry ship, passing by Lin Xu and others, and flying into the starry sky ahead. There was an ordinary galaxy there, running stably. Only through the data analysis of various instruments, it can be known that there are already cracks in the space around this galaxy. That was the crack caused by the cosmic tremor, but the crack was just a crack, just like some glass windows have cracks, but the glass windows did not break, and they can still maintain their original appearance. But now, one of the cracks began to expand for some unknown reason. So the space leak began. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 228 Human rules are higher than the rules of the universe. A large number of flying boats shuttled back and forth in the galaxy, constantly checking the space cracks throughout the galaxy. Finally, it was confirmed that the space coordinates where the leak occurred were located on the third planet in the galaxy. At the same time, the third planet was also a planet with intelligent life. At this time, the level of technological development on this planet has probably reached the level of being able to launch satellites outside the planet and initially explore outer space. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to the 21st century on Earth. After determining the space coordinates of the leak location and observing that there was nothing unusual on the planet, the alert level of the ferry ship began to decrease. A large number of combat flying boats that were originally dispatched also returned to the ferry ship, leaving only some reconnaissance flying boats still orbiting the planet and constantly sending back information. At the same time, in the cockpit of the ferry ship, discussions about the planet were also taking place. The ecological environment on the planet is intact, and there is no sign of invasion from outer space. It is preliminarily judged that this space leak is a benign leak. The staff reported to the senior management. Continue the investigation, and make sure there is no mistake. Yes, sir. At this moment, Lin Xu and his companions had already arrived above the planet, observing the planet below which was functioning normally. At this moment, there was already a flying boat, without any signs of hiding its tracks, landing towards the planet openly. When it approached the planet's atmosphere, it was discovered by the space station in space, and the information was transmitted to the ground. Then, the entire planet began to be visibly alert. Countless missile silos of various types opened their wellheads, and laser weapons were also aimed at the flying boat that was landing on the planet. However, they did not launch, but were just on guard. At the same time, a clear broadcast signal was sent directly to the flying boat from the land of each continent of the planet in various languages. The issues explained in these different languages were basically the same. Welcome to Giant Star, please explain your purpose, friends from outer space. The war has been going on for 10 years. It first occurred on the territory of the Republic of Zhuomen, a famous country on Giant Star. At that time, there had not been a large-scale world war on the entire Giant Star for decades. Even if there is a war, it is just a small fight between small countries. Although there may be instigation from big countries behind the scenes, or it may be a proxy war, big countries will not personally participate. This is all thanks to the successful research of nuclear weapons decades ago, which has provided a protective umbrella for the citizens of all big countries on the entire Giant Star. So the big countries enjoy long-term peace and develop an increasingly prosperous economy. Until 10 years ago, a large city with a population of millions in the Zhuomen Republic of Giant Star was suddenly invaded. It was an invasion of a medieval army equipped with armor, spears, and riding behemoths. At first, the bureaucrats of the Zhuomen Republic who received the news even thought it was a joke, until more and more information spread on the internet, making the whole world boil, and the bureaucrats reacted. So the state machine began to operate, and the medieval army that invaded the city was eliminated in the alleys of the city. The loss caused by this was the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of citizens. After the subsequent investigation, the senior officials of the Zhuomen Republic discovered that these medieval armies had crossed a space crack that suddenly appeared in the center of the city and appeared in this world. Scientists could not confirm whether the world on the other side of the space crack was a corner of the universe in the starry sky, or another universe. However, in order to calm the anger caused by the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of citizens, coupled with the covetousness of a new world, the army of the Zhuomen Republic still crossed the space crack that seemed to have been constant and arrived at the new world on the other side. Then, a war broke out. It was not until then that the people of the Zhuomen Republic discovered that the medieval army equipped with armor and holding spears was not a real medieval army. Dazzling runes can light up on their armor, covering the warriors with solid protection. Their spears can attach powerful energy under the runes and carry out laser strikes on the distant battlefield. It's just that the incredible abilities of these medieval armies became invalid after they arrived at Giant Star. This is why the army was easily destroyed and captured by the modern army. Then, there was a long war that lasted for 10 years. The Zhuomen Republic and many countries on Giant Star formed a coalition to go to the New World for revenge and development. The residents of the New World were naturally unwilling to be ruled by Giant Star, so the fierce war intensified in the New World. But the flames of war never reached Giant Star. Even if a small number of New World spellcasters came to Giant Star to cause damage, they could not use their supernatural powers on Giant Star, so at most they would slash a few people with knives on the street and be subdued by the police. In short, although the war has been going on for 10 years, the people on Giant Star have been living better and better. Because the war has only occurred in the New World and has not spread to Giant Star. At the same time, Giant Star's economy has become more prosperous due to the development of the New World, and various items flowing in from the New World have stimulated the development of Giant Star. Although the New World's greatest treasure, various spellcasting items, cannot be used on Giant Star, Giant Star's harvest in the New World has been greatly reduced. But just the remaining resources obtained are enough for Giant Star to take all aspects to a higher level. It was at this time that scientists finally came to the conclusion, after a long period of research, on the New World. The New World and Giant Star are in different universes. The publication of this scientific research result can be said to be both natural and earth-shattering. Although countless people have speculated that the two worlds belong to different universes, the biggest evidence is that the unique spells of the New World cannot be used on Giant Star. But there has never been a specific theory and data to support it. It was not until 10 years of research that scientists finally discovered that the reason why the spellcasters in the New World can perform all kinds of incredible, spell-like abilities is because the underlying structure of the universe where the New World is located is slightly different from that of the universe where Giant Star is located. This difference will not prevent gunpowder from igniting in the New World. It will not cause nuclear weapons to fail in the New World. After all, the stars in the New World are also continuing nuclear fusion reactions. The universe of the New World also has endless planets and galaxies. However, this subtle difference in the underlying structure of the universe can allow the consciousness of intelligent life to interfere with reality. In other words, in the universe where the New World is located, consciousness can interfere with reality. Unlike the absolutely materialistic universe of Jaya or Star where consciousness can never interfere with reality. The New World is a universe where consciousness can interfere with reality and has this oil for the existence of idealism. Consciousness can interfere with reality? Can it interfere with reality without a medium like nanorobots? Nansu's eyes flashed with disbelief after roughly reading some of the information that the nanorobots had just intercepted from the network of Jaya or Star. Yes, consciousness directly interferes with reality, and this type of universe does exist. Arisa beside him nodded repeatedly, saying as if this was nothing new. Hey, didn't you say you haven't been to other universes? Nansu complained. Yes, I haven't been there after the dimensionality reduction, but I was there before the dimensionality reduction. Although I don't remember it, I still have some impression of it. Arisa shrugged and said. Hey, you didn't say that before. You said confidently at that time that your high-dimensional memory was fuzzy, so you had never been there. Don't pay attention to the details. A good woman can't ask questions. For example, if Lin Xu came back one day with perfume on his body, would you still ask questions? Arisa said confidently. Of course we have to get to the bottom of this. Lord Lin Xu is finally interested in a woman other than us. If he took the initiative, this is big news. Nansu said excitedly. Then Lin Xu slapped him back to reality. Ahem, let's continue talking about consciousness interfering with reality. This kind of universe seems very convenient. If you want something, you can just interfere with it with your consciousness. By the way, why didn't you go to this type of universe when you, the Apocalypse Clan, reduced your dimension? Nansu asked. It seems very convenient, but you have to know that the gift of fate has already been secretly marked with a price. We don't go to such a convenient universe, but choose to reduce our dimension to this absolutely materialistic universe. Naturally, there is a reason. Arisa said, shaking a finger. What's the reason? Nansu asked. Of course it's because in this materialistic universe, the chances of re-upgrading are greater, idiot. What else could it be? In that idealistic universe, everything seems to be very convenient, and it is much easier to gain power. But because of the convenience, there are often many technical black boxes, and these technical black boxes that know the facts but not the reasons are time bombs for dimensional upgrading. Arisa said to Nansu. That makes sense, but I'm not an idiot. Nansu began to fight back. You can't draw inferences from one example, what else is an idiot? Arisa squinted. Only idiots call others idiots. Nansu sneered. Seeing that sparks were about to fly between the two, Lin Xu appeared in time to separate the two, which interrupted the gunpowder smell between them. Otherwise, if the two accidentally fired, the planet in front of them would probably be gone. Lin Xu also wanted to study the universe opposite, which was called the New World. Even Lin Xu was very curious about the idealistic universe that he had never seen before. Although Lin Xu can also use a variety of incredible abilities, those abilities are all used by nanorobots and are used using scientific methods. It is the consciousness that conveys the instructions to the nanorobots, and then the nanorobots interfere with reality. And this kind of direct interference with reality by consciousness out of thin air, without any medium, Lin Xu has never seen it before. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. So several people continued to hide their figures and landed on the ground from space. At the same time, the people on Jaya or Star were also caught in a continuous hot discussion because of the arrival of the flying boat, or the arrival of aliens. The flying boat swaggered towards the ground, and this news could not be blocked at all. After all, in this era, even among the people, there are countless enthusiasts who pay attention to astronomical phenomena at all times. When they found that the flying boat in outer space was descending to the ground without any concealment, they immediately posted the disappearance on the internet, and then it spread quickly. In fact, if this happened 10 years ago, the official came out to refute the rumor and block a wave of news, and the information could still be controlled. Because at that time, people still regarded aliens and people from other worlds as a kind of legend, and did not think that these things would come into reality. But now it is different. The other world has appeared, and even the official has issued development permits to the public, allowing the public to go to the other world to develop on their own. At this time, will everyone still regard the news of aliens as false news? Of course not. So after weighing the pros and cons, the official also felt that it was better to block than to open up, so he simply opened up the news. Suddenly, the news of the arrival of aliens became popular all over the world in a short time. Even people who were still dreaming in bed on the back of Jaya or Star were called up by relatives and friends, telling them that aliens had come to the opposite side of the planet during the day. And the place where the flying boat chose to land this time was still this Huoman Republic. This is not a coincidence. It is because the ferry ship people came for the space leak. This space leak is obviously here in this Huoman Republic, so the flying boat naturally chose to land here. Then there was contact and talks between the two sides. And then the Xianjian people proposed to formally conduct a detailed investigation of the space leak point to confirm that it was indeed a benign leak point, not a malignant leak point. Lin Xu and his companions did not pay attention to these, because they had already arrived at the leak point and were ready to enter the new world of another universe to see what this so-called idealistic universe looked like. I have to say one thing before going in. Looking at the space crack below, which was surrounded and protected by 3 layers of troops inside and outside, Arisa said to Lin Xu. What's wrong? Lin Xu looked at Arisa. Since it is another universe, the basic physical rules are likely to be different from this universe, so no one can say what will happen after entering that universe. Especially for me, so you have to pay attention to my situation at all times. Arisa looked at Lin Xu and said. What will happen to you? Lin Xu frowned. Who knows? The basic physical rules of the 2 universes are different. Maybe my body will collapse as soon as I enter that universe. However, this possibility is not high. However, the portable space will collapse, and a lot of mess will run out. Or the apocalypse element will collapse. Although the possibility of the apocalypse element collapsing is not high, after all, the apocalypse element was created by us in the high dimension. Arisa thought for a while and said. You said that, I am starting to worry about myself. Will my portable space also collapse? Nanzhu thought of the various love action movies and various interesting auxiliary costumes that he had filled in his portable space. When he thought of the tragic scene after being discovered by Lin Xu, he was immediately horrified. Don't worry, you are different from me. Arisa glanced at Nanzhu, and there was even some envy and jealousy in her eyes. What's different? Nanzhu asked puzzled. You are a human family. Humans have already ascended to a higher dimension, and their existence itself is naturally higher than the multiverse. In layman's terms, the rules set by humans are higher than the rules of the multiverse. So even if the rules of humans conflict with the rules of a certain universe, at most that universe will exclude humans. It won't happen that after humans enter, the human body will collapse and disintegrate because the rules of the universe do not support the existence of humans. Arisa explained. But I'm not a human. Nanzhu listened to Arisa's explanation and suddenly felt that this multiverse was a bit scary. I've said that you are a human family. Although you are not as good as humans in this regard, you will not disintegrate directly because you are not tolerated by the rules of the universe. At most, when you are excluded, it will be more intense, and it may be a bit painful. Arisa thought for a while and said, what if we really encounter a universe that does not support human rules, and we insist on entering? Nanzhu thought about it and suddenly wanted to get to the bottom of it. If we insist on entering, it's probably because the rules of humans will burst the rules of that universe. Arisa said after thinking seriously. Blast? Blast the universe. Nanzhu confirmed with eyes wide open. Yes. Arisa nodded. So Nanzhu secretly looked at Lin Xu, and for the first time thought, is Lord Lin Xu so terrifying? At this time, several people had passed the military inspection and came to the interior of a building that covered the huge space cracks, and saw the space cracks with their own eyes. Of course, the certificates presented during the military inspection were temporarily made by nanorbits and directly entered into the database of this Huoman Republic, so although the certificates were fake, they were completely real in the official data. And the current identities of several people are civilian pioneers who have just successfully applied for pioneering certificates. In this way, several people entered the huge building unimpeded. Compared with the other pioneers around them who were carrying large and small bags and were extremely excited, several people can be said to be extremely calm. Some pioneers have even secretly laughed at several people for being cannon fodder. Without any preparation, and even without firearms and other weapons, they are going to enter the new world to explore. Isn't this looking for death? So when everyone formed teams freely, they naturally ignored Lin Xu and his companions. Since Lin Xu was completely unaware of this, they just boarded the train next to them after the soldiers signaled that they could set off, and took the train directly, passing through the space crack and entering the new world. When the body passed through the crack between universes with the start of the train, ordinary people had no feeling. But Lin Xu could sense that he disappeared in the original universe in an instant, and his body instantly crossed the distance of the universe and appeared in another universe. At the same time, even his perspective in the high dimension changed. The feeling of the change of high-dimensional perspective was something that Lin Xu had never felt even when he was in space jump. In the past, no matter how far the space jump was, Lin Xu did not feel that the high-dimensional perspective had changed significantly, but this time when he crossed the domain universe, Lin Xu felt it. Sure enough, the rules of this universe are indeed different, but fortunately, they don't reject me very much. After feeling it, Arisa showed a relieved expression on her face. I also felt that the nanorbits seemed to be subject to some kind of restrictions. Lin Xu also said after feeling it. We should be thankful that we are only slightly restricted. Arisa shrugged. What's there to be thankful for about restrictions? Nanzhu said depressedly. She also felt that the nanorbits were no longer active in the original universe. I mean, this universe should feel lucky. If the rules of this universe completely exclude nanorbits, what will happen? You know what the consequences will be, right? Arisa shrugged again. You mean, this universe will explode? Nanzhu's eyes widened instantly. Who knows, maybe it can still survive. After all, although nanorbits are rules set by humans, they are not high-dimensional objects that exist completely in the high-dimensional world. After all, there is still a part of them that belongs to the low-dimensional world. Arisa said thoughtfully. What will happen then? Nanzhu asked. Maybe they will die decently. Arisa thought for a while and said. Decent? What will it look like if the universe dies decently? Nanzhu couldn't imagine that scene. Who knows, I may have seen it often before, but I haven't seen it after the dimensionality reduction, and I don't have any memories before the dimensionality reduction. So I am looking forward to seeing it again. Arisa suddenly showed an interested look. Hey, you don't have to curse the universe to death just because of your curiosity. After all, this is also a universe, and it didn't offend you. Nanzhu felt that he was not feeling well. How could I? Arisa denied. You did, I heard it clearly. Nanzhu said with his head raised. Do you have evidence? Be careful or I will sue you for defamation. Arisa still denied. Seeing that the two were going to continue arguing, Lin Xu directly reached out and flicked Nanzhu's forehead. Okay, it's rare to come to a new universe, so don't quarrel over such a small matter. Let's take a good look at the scenery here. For example, the light here is slightly different from the previous universe. Lin Xu looked at the sun in the sky, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The light is different? Then can the curvature engine of our universe still be used in this universe? Nanzhu was surprised. It's probably not possible. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Why is that? Doesn't that mean that those advanced civilizations that can travel by curvature are equivalent to being half useless in this new world universe? Nanzhu didn't expect this result. It seems that the rules of this universe are not that they have no effect on giant Earth star, but that giant Earth star's technical level is not high enough, so it has no effect. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 229, The Delicate and Fragile Universe in Human Eyes. The war between giant Earth star and the New World is still going on. However, the front line of the war has already advanced to a place thousands of kilometers away from the space crack. Of course, this does not mean that the land occupied by the giant Earth star people is absolutely safe. Because the characteristics of the spellcasters determine that they are extremely suitable for infiltration operations. Therefore, on this land occupied by the giant Earth star people, the waves of resistance have never stopped. And Lin Xu and other civilian pioneers were allowed to enter the New World under this circumstance. Their mission, to put it bluntly, is to better carry out economic colonization in the occupied area by doing business with swords. Of course, the benefits are great, but the dangers are not small. Maybe at some point, they will be killed by the spellcasters hidden among the natives. But as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Of course, these have nothing to do with Lin Xu and others. Riding the train all the way out of the space crack, They soon arrived at a material distribution base built by the giant Earth star people hundreds of kilometers away. It can also be said to be a city. After getting off the train, a varying number of civilian pioneers disappeared into the city under the flattery and reception of the local guides, who rushed forward and wanted to lead the way. Guides exist in any civilization. Especially when this world was pushed all the way by giant Earth star and retreated in a panic, naturally there were a large number of locals who wanted to join. So it is true that the giant Earth star people were attacked from time to time in the occupied area. At the same time, there were also guides who came to join them and wanted to take the opportunity to climb up. For example, in front of Lin Xu and his friends, an extremely enthusiastic local youth bent over and asked Lin Xu and his friends if they needed a guide. "Masters Huoman, I don't want wages. I can take you wherever you want to go. I am familiar with this place. As long as you accept me, I will be yours in the future." The lackey patted his chest to show his loyalty. However, the purpose of Lin Xu and others was not to visit this city or this so-called new world. It was to study how different this universe was from the original universe. Lin Xu was very curious about the so-called idealistic universe and the spellcasters who could interfere with reality with consciousness alone. "Are you familiar with this place? Then can you take me to find the spellcaster?" Lin Xu asked directly. Suddenly, the lackey's expression changed. "This, Masters Huoman, I'm really sorry. I'm just a small person and I really can't get involved in such a big thing. Please forgive me, forgive me." As he said this, he kept nodding and bowing, and ran away. It's true that he wanted to cling to this Huoman people, but he didn't want to get involved in the fight between this Huoman people and the spellcasters. Until now, even in the area occupied by the Huoman masters, you can still hear about the spellcasters causing damage from time to time. With his weak arms and legs, how can he bury it? It seems that even in this universe where consciousness can interfere with reality, not everyone's consciousness can interfere with reality. Lin Xu sighed as he looked at the young man who ran away. Because this young man obviously does not have the ability to interfere with reality with consciousness. In other words, the aboriginals on the street are basically beings who cannot consciously interfere with reality. Only a few people can consciously interfere with reality. What determines that consciousness can interfere with reality? Talent. Nan Xu asked puzzledly. "I don't know. Maybe I will understand it when I see the caster." Lin Xu shook his head and thought for a while. Then, a large number of nanorobots poured out from the portable space beside Lin Xu and spread to the whole city. He believed that there must be hidden casters in this material distribution city of the giant Earth people. However, this universe is not the previous universe after all. The nanorobots are rejected by the different rules of this universe, which limit some of their functions. Although Lin Xu can also use the high-dimensional rules of human beings to cover the rules of this universe within a certain range, such as within the range of this planet. Forcefully distort and change the basic rules of the universe within the range of this planet, so that the nanorobots are completely freed from their shackles. Just like when he used high-dimensional interference in the previous universe to change the physical rules of the universe within a certain range for a short time, in this way to destroy the war star. But the problem is, just like the short-term change of the universe rules before, which caused the collapse of the war star, Lin Xu didn't know whether he would cause the collapse of the matter within this range if he changed the rules within a certain range in this universe, such as the complete destruction of this planet. Don't change the universe rules of this area by yourself, and the nanorobots will completely remove the restrictions of the rules in this area, and the whole planet in this area will be destroyed. What's the point of this investigation? In short, in Lin Xu's eyes now, this world makes him feel like he is in a body of water, his hands and feet are bound by the water flow, and his movements are much slower. But he can't struggle hard, because if he struggles, he may break the whole world. It's like facing a beautiful and delicate but fragile porcelain, so he can only be careful. In this way, the nanorobots began to spread to the whole city, and various kinds of information were constantly fed back to Lin Xu's consciousness. However, due to the different universe rules, the reality in the idealistic universe is easily disturbed by consciousness, resulting in the nanorobots being disturbed by the consciousness of countless people in the whole city. As the nanorobots spread to the outskirts of the city and tried to spread further, the nanorobots on the edge gradually became unable to receive instructions from Lin Xu because of the interference of the consciousness of the entire city. Unless Lin Xu changes the universe rules of this area with high-dimensional consciousness, so that the reality in the idealistic universe is not so easily disturbed by consciousness, But this may lead to some kind of disaster, so Lin Xu did not do so. Anyway, the scope of a city is enough for the time being. Is it only such a small range? This feeling is so unpleasant. Nanzhu also tried to establish contact with the nanorobots at a farther distance, but unfortunately the instructions were sent out but no response was received. It can only be said that the rules of the idealistic universe are indeed not so friendly to nanorobots. There are too many chaotic consciousnesses in this city, and the rules of this universe are too tolerant of consciousness. But it's okay. When we reach an open place, such as space, without so much interference from consciousness, the range of nanorobots that can spread can be restored. Lu Yao comforted Nanzhu. What's the use of that? But you said that after humans upgrade their dimensions, they travel between universes and face this kind of problem from time to time because of different cosmic rules. How do they solve it? Will there be solutions to different universes in the ruins behind? Nanzhu asked. There should be. But I think the most important thing is that humans have upgraded their dimensions and are staying in high dimensions. Who would run to the sea of multiverses? Let's not talk about how difficult it is for high-dimensional creatures to come down from high dimensions. If they come, they may explode the universes one by one. Isn't it good to stay in high dimensions? Lu Yao shrugged and said. Okay, what you said makes sense. I am speechless. Nanzhu said speechlessly. While the two were chatting, the nanorobots that spread throughout the city quickly fed back a huge amount of data. After sorting and analyzing these data, they quickly locked on the existence of more than a dozen suspected spellcasters. Lin Xu and his companions did not know what characteristics a spellcaster would have in this world where consciousness could interfere with reality, but their abnormality and some minor things that violated the normal rules of reality that happened around them from time to time made them suspect. The nearest one is in front, let's go and take a look. Lin Xu looked up at a tavern in front. It was a two-story building built between various tall reinforced concrete buildings, also made of reinforced concrete. But the exterior decoration was very local to the New World. It can be seen that this should be a tavern with a giant or star owner that caters to local natives. It is normal for a spellcaster to hide in it. The entry of Lin Xu and his companions did not attract the attention of the people in the tavern. Although Lin Xu and his companions were now wearing the clothes of Jaya or star people, there were also many Jaya or star people who came to join in the fun in this tavern. Although a large number of local natives and a small number of Jaya or star people were clearly separated, they also talked and laughed and drank without interfering with each other. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Lin Xu and his companions focused their attention on a man who was performing various spells on the small stage in the tavern. Well, this spellcaster was not hiding in the city to cause trouble, but was performing openly. Obviously, even among spellcasters, not every one of them was determined to fight the giant or people to the end. There were always some who were willing to obey and make a living. It can be seen that this spellcaster was well dressed and did not look very poor. It was normal to think about it. Whether before or after the giant or people came, spellcasters were considered high-end talents. It was impossible for them to be poor. So Lin Xu and his companions found a seat close to the spellcaster and sat down to observe the process of the spellcaster casting spells. Looking at the caster, his hands were dancing quickly in front of him like a juggler, and ice flowers, clouds, and rainbows appeared one after another. He even grabbed a glass of wine from the guest's table from time to time and took a sip. The guest was not angry, but laughed and invited him to drink the wine. But what the caster didn't know was that at this moment, there were a large number of nanorobots around him, monitoring every change in his body, and even nanorobots entered his body, monitoring the changes in his brain and various parts of his body. The large number of nanorobots now seemed to transform this tavern into a simple laboratory, recording various data from the caster. At the same time, the data was transmitted to Chengxing for further analysis. Is it really relying solely on consciousness to affect reality? There is no medium like nanorobots in the middle. How is this achieved? Nanzhu said in disbelief, staring at the caster's performance with wide eyes, just like a country girl who just came to the city from the countryside. I thought at first that there was some kind of natural magic factor or aura factor in this universe, like nanorobots. Now it seems that there is no such thing. It is simply consciousness interfering with reality, and consciousness makes reality respond and change. Lu Yao also looked at the caster's performance in disbelief. If she were wearing a pair of glasses now, she would probably hold the temples of the glasses with her hands, just to see more clearly. At the same time, Deep in her heart, the research heart of mathematics and physics has begun to burn. Is there such a possibility that in this idealistic universe, consciousness itself is a medium similar to nanorobots? Arisa thought about it and said after observing for a long time. Before the dimensionality reduction, she might have a better understanding of the idealistic universe, but now she also has a little knowledge of the idealistic universe and is also very curious to explore. Consciousness itself is a medium? If you look at it this way, then everyone's consciousness is a group of nanorobots? Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder that nanorobots will be affected and disturbed by these consciousnesses, and lose contact when they spread too far. Lin Xu slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, how can consciousness be a nanorobot? This is a metaphor, just a metaphor. What I want to say is that when you interfere with reality, you give instructions to the nanorobots, and then the nanorobots execute them, such as pushing the atoms and molecules in the air to move, so as to achieve the purpose of interfering with reality. In this world, consciousness directly pushes the atoms and molecules in the air to move, so as to achieve the purpose of interfering with reality. Arisa explained. Consciousness directly pushes? Can consciousness push it? Lin Xu couldn't understand. In the materialistic universe, of course it can't push it, but this is the idealistic universe, a universe with completely different laws of the universe. This universe stipulates that consciousness can directly push the atoms and molecules to move. Is it your business? Arisa rolled her eyes at Lin Xu and said. Why can't you control it? I asked Lord Lin Xu to ban this rule. Lin Xu glared back, obviously unhappy. Then the universe exploded? If you could do this, you wouldn't be yourself. Arisa said lazily, obviously not believing it. You look down on me? I tell you, when I get ruthless, even I'm afraid of myself. Lin Xu said something fierce, and then there was no follow-up. Soon, Changxing's data analysis report was also delivered. Several people read Changxing's report in their consciousness, and the report confirmed Arisa's guess. The so-called spellcaster actually used consciousness to directly drive atoms, molecules and other tiny existences to act, so as to achieve the purpose of casting spells. Just as Arisa guessed, the laws of the idealistic universe are different from those of the materialistic universe. In the idealistic universe, consciousness itself can be used as a driving force to drive atoms and molecules to do work. This is too incredible. Thoughts can drive matter? No wonder it is an idealistic universe. Lin Xu sighed. Then can we do it too? Can our consciousness directly drive matter without going through nanorobots? Lu Yao asked with a gleam in her eyes. I don't know, but it can be studied. Arisa was also very interested in this. But where does the energy come from when using consciousness to push atoms and molecules? It's impossible for consciousness to generate energy out of thin air, right? Mu Zhi discovered a blind spot. According to the measurement of the nanorobot, the heat accumulated in the body of this caster is rapidly consumed during the casting process. Lu Yao had already read the report to the back, so she answered. Consume heat? Isn't it said that these casters can even release powerful attacks on the battlefield? It's impossible to do it by simply consuming heat as energy, right? Lin Xu asked curiously. So, Changxing speculates that higher-level casters should have a way to store a lot of energy in their bodies, and it's probably not just about storing heat. After all, casters can completely interfere with reality through consciousness, establish a complete energy network in their bodies, store a lot of various energies, and even store nuclear energy. Lu Yao read it the fastest and continued to answer. In fact, the few people didn't think much of these. After all, the nanorobots can also create fission golden elixir, fusion primordial infant, and even antimatter celestial infant in the body. Compared with the way of storing energy in the body, the direct interference of consciousness with real matter made a few people more interested. It's no wonder that those spellcasters are completely useless after going to the materialistic universe. Their power is based entirely on the ability of consciousness to interfere with reality. Once they can't interfere with reality, no matter how high the level of the spellcaster is, they will instantly become an ordinary person. Lin Xu sighed. But there is still one question that I haven't figured out. Since consciousness can interfere with reality, why can't everyone become a spellcaster, and only a few people can become a spellcaster? Lu Yao, who had read all the reports, wondered. While several people were studying the underlying logic of spellcasters in this world, and exploring the differences between the idealistic universe and the materialistic universe. In the original universe, outside the galaxy full of spacecrafts, The ferry ship was confronting a war star that had just come from afar. Ferry ship people, any space leaks must be eliminated. I think you should also be aware of the harmfulness of space leaks. Benign space leaks should not be confused with malignant space leaks, and the civilization here should not be simply and brutally eliminated. Benign space leaks may also worsen. The best way is to destroy them in the cradle before they worsen. The civilization here is innocent, and we do not agree with your ideas. Humph, I call you a ferry ship person, and you really think you are a human clan. It's nothing more than luck that you got the production line left behind by humans. I call you a human clan, do you dare to agree? P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 The God of the New World and the Stars Stuffed into the Body. 10,000 years ago, not long after humans appeared in the crack zone formed by the cosmic tremor, they first came to the 5 major river systems. Later, more and more races arrived here one after another and began to study the crack zone. This confirmed the speculations of many civilizations. The crack zone formed by the cosmic tremor does intersect with the alien universe. This caused some parts of the local universe to overlap with a nearby universe. Therefore, many civilizations that can be called God-level civilizations in the local universe opened space cracks above the crack zone and planned to go to the nearby universe to study the multiverse. Then, these God-level civilizations discovered that the universe opposite was actually an idealistic universe. It is a universe where consciousness can interfere with reality. In that universe, there are also many different civilizations. Some of them have a very low level of development, but some have a very high level of development, which is not weaker than the God-level civilization of the local universe. Even in their own idealistic universe, they have developed consciousness to interfere with reality to the extreme, and they have become godlike existences. The entire universe is the playground. Through consciousness interfering with reality, they can easily shuttle between universes and create all kinds of incredible wonders. Then, the God-level civilization of the native universe met the gods of the idealistic universe. Then, there was a war as expected. However, in the early stage of this war, the gods of the idealistic universe were at a disadvantage. The gods of the idealistic universe are extremely powerful, but their powerful pillar is the interference of consciousness in reality, so when they want to come to the materialistic universe, they find that they have completely lost their godlike power. This makes the battlefield only take place in the idealistic universe. In the early stage of this war, countless god-level civilizations of the materialistic universe drive war stars or planetary warships to invade the idealistic universe and fight with the gods in the idealistic universe. At the same time, various experiments are carried out in the idealistic universe to verify various theories of the multiverse. Although the warships of the materialistic universe will lose some of their functions after entering the idealistic universe due to different rules, and even the curvature engine cannot be used, but after a lot of experimental verification, the god-level civilization of the materialistic universe finally figured out the difference in the rules, so the curvature engine that adapts to the new rules of the new universe was developed. However, even for the god-level civilization, it takes a lot of time to thoroughly study and understand a curvature engine based on new rules. During this time, the god-level civilization had no way to expand in the idealistic universe. This gave the gods of the idealistic universe an opportunity. They used this time and various methods to obtain a large amount of technology from the materialistic universe, and then apply these technologies more conveniently in the idealistic universe by interfering with reality through consciousness. The god-level civilization learned from the materialistic universe and built a large number of warships. Although these warships were built in the idealistic universe by interfering with reality through consciousness, they were fully able to adapt to the rules of the materialistic universe. So, the counterattack of the gods of the idealistic universe began. The materialistic universe has mastered the method of sailing in the curvature of the idealistic universe, and the idealistic universe has also mastered the method of entering the materialistic universe to fight. The two sides went back and forth, and the war became more and more intense. On the rift zone, more and more space cracks were opened by both sides. The two universes invaded each other's universe through these increasing number of space cracks. until a certain God-level civilization wanted to open a new space crack on a newly discovered rift zone and tried to invade the idealistic universe from a place where the idealistic universe had no defense. An accident happened. This time, the space crack is completely different from the previous ones. It does not lead to the idealistic universe next door, but to the absolute vacuum zone between universes. It is a completely empty space between universes. So, just like the vacuum outside the universe, it is going to extract the matter in the universe. Starting from the space leak point, everything in the universe is rapidly flowing outward. At the same time, as the matter flows out of the universe, the first of the 5 major river systems where the incident occurred is also gradually shrinking. According to the calculations of the God-level civilization at that time, it is estimated that it will only take 1,000 years for the entire river system to be completely vacuumed and lost to the outside of the universe. Then the space leak point will continue to extract the matter and mass belonging to this universe until the entire universe is emptied. Although the time required to empty the entire universe may be extremely long, the matter of the universe is indeed constantly lost. This is different from the disorder and filth turning order into disorder. It can be said to be another kind of cosmic disaster. It can only be said that the universe is really facing various dangers and disasters. And this is the origin of the vicious space leak. At this time, humans, who had always been watching the war between the idealistic universe and the materialistic universe and had never taken action, finally took action. The location where the space leak occurred was completely bridged and the space leak was controlled. From then on, space leaks were divided into benign space leaks and malignant space leaks. From then on, the God-level civilization would no longer open space gaps on the rift zone casually. However, even so, with the passage of time, there would be space cracks that would open automatically. It was just that humans had already left by then. What the God-level civilization could do was to control the space leak according to the method learned from humans. However, different God-level civilizations obviously had different ways of dealing with things and different codes of conduct. Some God-level civilizations would regard low-level civilizations as members of civilization, and would not regard them as ants and destroy them at will just because of their low technological level. However, some God-level civilizations have really been high and mighty for too long, and they are no longer the survival of ordinary low-level civilizations. This is the reason for today's conflict. Facing the newly discovered space gap, the Immortal Ship Alliance and the Gelreman, who arrived a step later in the War Star, obviously have different ideas. The Gelreman want to completely eliminate this space gap, even if it has been confirmed that it is a benign space gap. But as the Gelreman said, even a benign space gap may develop into a malignant one in the future, so it is better to eliminate the hidden danger in advance. As for whether the aftermath caused by the elimination of the space gap will destroy the civilization of Jaya Star, or even the entire Jaya Star, the Gelreman do not care. For them, this is a necessary price. But the Immortal Ship people do not think so. For the Immortal Ship people who respect humans and follow human ideas to form the Immortal Ship Alliance, it is unacceptable to completely erase the right of a civilization to survive just because of a little possibility. Even if humans may not even know the existence of the Immortal Ship Alliance. Even if they follow the human ideals, they have always been just a joke in the God-level civilization of the entire 5 major river systems. People often use humans to tease them. Just like now, the Gelreman people questioned them directly. Even insulting words like "I call you a human family, do you dare to agree?" This is already a naked provocation. Gelreman, please leave our space identification zone, otherwise we will not guarantee whether we will open fire first. The ferry ship, which was provoked by the questioning of the Gelreman, was no longer as polite as it was at the beginning. Open fire? Okay, then try it and see whether your ferry ship is stronger or a war star is stronger. In the universe, 2 huge planetary-level existences are facing each other from a distance. They are on the verge of a fight and their mouths are constantly firing, but no one opens fire first. The conflict between the ferry ship people and the Gelreman people has a long history. The disagreement between the 2 sides did not appear today. In the past, there have been countless times when the ferry ship prevented the Gelreman people from blocking the benign space gap. There are also countless times when the ferry ship arrived, the Gelreman people had already blocked the benign space cracks, leaving only several galaxies with disabilities and destroyed civilizations. It's just that both sides have their own concerns, so although they hate each other, they still keep restraint and don't really fight. After all, The conflict between two God-level civilizations is not a fight between street thugs, where a fight starts after a few words. There must be countless pros and cons, as well as games of all parties during this period. At this time, Lin Xu, who was far away in the idealistic universe of the New World, was still continuing to study how spellcasters interfere with reality with consciousness, and he didn't know what happened here. Or, Chenzing didn't think this was a big deal that would disturb Lin Xu's interest, so he didn't report it to him. Compared with Lin Xu's mood, the rest were trivial matters. Lin Xu is now happy to study spellcasters, so naturally he can't be disturbed. However, even Chenzing didn't know that there was a place 10 light-years away from Lin Xu's planet in the idealistic universe. A figure who interferes with reality with consciousness, compresses the space around him, drags his body to fly in the universe at a speed 10,000 times the speed of light. At this time, he is flying while reading a slightly old e-book in his hand, and he is reading it with relish. I have to say that the guys in the universe opposite are indeed better than us in exploring the nature of the universe. We are used to controlling everything with a thought, and we have long lost the heart to explore the subtleties and the nature of the universe. So is this the reason why the existence of the materialistic universe is more likely to be upgraded? Putting away the e-book in his hand, the man talked with some emotion. As his speed gradually decreased, a prosperous planet in front of him gradually appeared in his sight. This is it. It seems to be a brand new space crack, but it seems to have existed for a long time. What are the people who patrolled it for? They found it so late. Fortunately, it looks benign. His figure quickly landed on the planet, and at the same time his eyes swept everything on the planet. Soon, the fighting method that was obviously belonging to the army of the materialistic universe in a corner of the planet came into his eyes. It was a war of great momentum for the civilization on a planet. A large number of chariots driven by the Gar people from the materialistic universe were charging towards the night phalanx led by the caster. Halfway through, the rocket launchers in the back had already sounded. The overwhelming rocket launchers fired at the caster's night phalanx. In just a blink of an eye, the knights wearing rune armor in the night phalanx were blown to pieces. This can be said to be the last elite force in the entire caster civilization. General Anna raised the spear in his hand in grief and anger, and launched a desperate charge towards the chariot in front. Following him were the remaining dozen knights. More knights had already been divided on the battlefield by the rocket launcher's coverage design. Anna no longer cared about organizing the surviving knights. The only thing he could do now was to make a final struggle. Then, he suddenly found that the rockets that kept falling around him and the shrapnel formed by the explosions were easily bounced off by the rune armor on his body. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. This surprised him a little, because in the past, even if the rune armor could block the shrapnel, it would consume a lot of energy, and after a few rounds, a set of armor would be completely useless. But he didn't have time to think too much now, just rushed forward. Until the dazzling light formed on the tip of the spear in his hand directly lifted up the chariots in front of him. Even the knights who followed him suddenly became extremely brave, and destroyed countless chariots by themselves. The knights who were originally separated gathered together. The rockets that kept falling from the sky could no longer hurt them, and even their continuous charge soon destroyed thousands of chariots on the battlefield. At the same time, they continued to charge towards the rocket launcher base. Everything seemed so abnormal, but Anna had no way to tell it all. He could only attribute it all to the will of God. Praise God, Quill, great God, please give us strength to destroy the despicable Gar people. Anna prayed loudly to the sky. He attributed all these miracles to the gods they believed in. Until he suddenly found that there was a man in a gorgeous robe beside him. Just one look made him bow his head in fear. The man's age was hard to tell. He looked young, but his eyes were deep, and he didn't look like a young man at all. Which god is Quill? He asked lightly. Such blasphemous remarks, if it were an ordinary person, Anna would have been furious. But when this person said it, Anna felt it was natural. It was as if it was natural for him to evaluate a god. God Quill is omnipotent. Arner said, suppressing his fear. Really? Then why didn't he give you power, but I lent you power? It seems that your gods don't like you very much? The man smiled faintly and looked at Arner. He liked this feeling very much. He knew that the gods believed in by the life on this civilized planet were probably fabricated and non-existent pseudo-gods, but he still liked to see these weak lives break down because he despised their gods. You. Arner heard something from the man's words and wanted to refute, but was shocked by the information in the words and couldn't say a complete sentence. The man laughed happily because of Arthur's reaction. Although he just helped the weak creature in front of him, it doesn't mean that he likes these weak guys. It's just that compared to these weak guys, he hates those lives from another universe more. And it's more fun to let the weak side suddenly gain powerful power. Great being, how should I address you? In the end, Anner finally bowed his head to the man in front of him, not caring about his slander of his own god. This made the man who originally just wanted to make fun of Anner look at him with a little more respect. You can actually hold back from cursing me? This is rare in indigenous civilizations. Yes, you are a smart man. I like smart people. You can call me Mr. Astra. Astra told Anner his name. Thank you for your help to the Sonoda Empire. I promise that once I win, I will convince His Majesty the Emperor to make you the patron saint of the Empire and let everyone believe in you. Anner said to the mysterious man in front of him. Did you make a mistake? You don't really think that I care whether anyone believes in me. Astra praised Anner's wit, but still laughed. Don't you need faith? Anner's eyes widened, and suddenly felt that his worldview was somewhat impacted. So-called faith is nothing but a trick of mortals to deceive themselves. God doesn't need it. Astra admired Anner's collapsed expression and laughed even happier. He liked this kind of fun and never tired of it. Okay, hurry up and attack. While I'm still interested, I'm willing to bless you. Astra reminded. So Anner woke up instantly. Now is not the time to think about other things. The main thing is to take the opportunity to expand the results of the war. In this way, the knights and spellcasters of the Sonoda Empire gain powerful power out of thin air as if assisted by God. Well, it was indeed the help of God. During Astra's tour of the universe, countless civilizations had revered him as a god. If he was interested, he would accept the title of God. If he was not interested, he would turn around and leave. When he was interested, he would destroy one or two worlds, just as easy as pouring out a few ant nests. He had been a god and a demon king. As long as it was fun, he didn't mind doing anything. After all, his life was too long. So, under the blessing of Astra, Anner led the knights and the spellcasters to charge towards the rear positions of the Gar people. The Gar people's positions, which were once indestructible, were now like paper under their impact. The dense rockets hit the body, which was just a tickle. The solid and heavy steel plate was easily torn apart by the spear in his hand. Even the mushroom cloud raised by the Gar people's nuclear weapons, the killer weapon, bloomed above his head, and Anner was not afraid. In this way, under the counterattack of the Sonoda Empire, the Gar people retreated step by step and soon lost a large area of conquered land. Even the material distribution bases that had already been in the rear under the advancement of the front line were exposed to the troops of the Sonoda Empire again. And the knights' marching speed was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as the Gar people retreated, the knights followed closely. They followed all the way to the material distribution base that had developed into a city. When Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Liu and Alicia were in the tavern discussing why not everyone could become a spellcaster, chaos suddenly broke out outside the window. The streets were filled with people running in panic. Even in the tavern, some people changed their expressions and left in a hurry after receiving the text message. Until the caster on the small stage could no longer perform, everyone was talking about what happened outside. What happened? Lin Xu finally temporarily shifted his attention from studying the caster to the chaos outside the window. Who knows? Why is it so chaotic at this time? It's really not the right time for chaos. Liu said, a little unhappy. Or it can be said that several people basically had this idea, exploring the relationship between the caster and the idealistic universe, and suddenly an accident happened at this time. Why not at this time? It seems that the people in this world have pushed the front line back in the counterattack, and this city will soon be the front line. Miss Qiu's consciousness connected to the nanorobots, and through the nanorobots that spread throughout the city, he had already discovered the traces of the knights on the edge of the city. At the same time, by collecting various information from the streets and alleys, he extracted the correct information from the gossip. Counterattack? Is the caster so powerful? Lin Xu said in surprise. No, those spellcasters seem to be a little bit wrong. Miss Qiu observed the extremely strong energy values of the knights on the edge of the city. This doesn't seem to be the way local spellcasters use energy. It seems that there are outsiders. Arisa, who also spread the apocalypse element, discovered it more keenly. Foreign spellcasters? Spellcasters from other civilizations in this universe? Why didn't I see them? Lin Xu also connected to the Nun orbit, but found no signs of outsiders. I found it, not on the edge of the city, but in the sky. Lu Yao's eyes lit up and suddenly said. Then, according to Lu Yao's prompt, several people also locked onto the sky above the city. Aster, who was overlooking the city with a playful and interesting expression on his face. In an instant, the expression on Aster's face changed. As if he had discovered something, he turned his head suspiciously and scanned the surroundings. What a keen perception, but where did this guy come from? He has such a strong energy reaction, as if the energy of the entire star has been stuffed into his body. Lin Xu sighed. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 231, Provocation from the Eternal Gods. Above the city, Aster watched Arner lead the knights into the city and wreak havoc in the city. At first he was quite interested, but soon he found it boring. So he slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, the people in the city who were being chased by the knights suddenly found another sun rising above their heads. The blazing light swept towards the earth, and everyone only felt that the temperature around them rose several degrees in an instant. Aster likes interesting things and doesn't like to waste time on boring things. The knights are obsessed with revenge and continue to kill in the city instead of continuing to attack along the railway line. This made Aster feel a little bored. Aster doesn't like killing. Although he has destroyed countless civilizations, he doesn't like to watch life wailing and dissipating in front of his eyes. It's like the master is kind-hearted and can't stand the poor, so he drives away all the poor people at his doorstep. So, under the interference of consciousness with reality, the energy stored in the body surges, and a sun rises above Aster's palm. Then, he threw her down. Arner, who was trying to gather the knights and continue the attack, felt the power of being blessed that suddenly disappeared from his body. At the same time, he was stunned as he looked at the setting sun in the sky. He had realized something, but he could do nothing. God, has he abandoned us again? Arner's face was full of bitterness. He had just decided to change his faith, but the gods obviously didn't care about it. The scene in the city, which was just in chaos, suddenly became strangely quiet at this moment. The knights who were chasing the city residents and the Garstar people who were trying to resist with guns all discovered a sun that was descending in the sky. They didn't know where the sun came from, but they realized that the end of the world was coming. Everyone stared at the sky blankly. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: everything was over. The local gods are too rude. Lord Lin Xu. Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu and was eager to try. However, Lin Xu held her down. Wait, it's not our turn yet. Sure enough, the next moment, the space crack was hundreds of kilometers away. The immortal ship people who were investigating locally to confirm whether the space crack was benign had also noticed the movement here. The next moment, the flying boat on standby had completed the charging. A beam of energy light, in the blink of an eye, crossed hundreds of kilometers and appeared directly above the city, hitting the setting sun. With a loud bang, it was like a sun exploding over the city. The upper parts of countless high-rise buildings in the city were affected by the explosion of the sun. The glass in the upper half was all liquefied, and the reinforced concrete was also burned and fragile. There were countless people living in the high-rise buildings who turned directly into charcoal, but the whole city was saved. Although many people on the ground had their hair set on fire in the aftermath. But at least their lives were safe. Before Astley took action, he had already found the location of the space crack. After planning to destroy the city, he went straight to the space crack, not only to seal the crack, but also to destroy the opposite planet before blocking it. The gods of the idealistic universe and the god-level civilization of the materialistic universe have been at peace for many years. Even Astley would not break the delicate balance between the two sides. He just likes to watch the fun, not to turn himself into the fun. After all, even he cannot afford the big pot that caused a new round of war between the two universes. But destroying a mere giant or star civilization, such a civilization that has not even walked out of the planet, is obviously impossible to cause a war between the two universes. After all, such an insignificant and tiny civilization is not worth a second glance, whether in the eyes of the gods of the idealistic universe or in the eyes of the god-level civilization of the materialistic universe. It can even be said that if the war between Giant Earth Star and the current planet was not because the Giant Earth Star civilization was a civilization from the materialistic universe, Astley would probably not even be interested in taking a look. But even Astley did not expect that this space crack, when they noticed it, also attracted the attention of the opposite universe. It even attracted old rivals. Xianjian people. Astley frowned. This time things are troublesome. If it is just to destroy a few small civilizations in the opposite universe, it is not a big deal. Even erasing a few galaxies is just a small friction. But the conflict with the Xianjian people is different. Once the situation develops out of control, it is possible to trigger a full-scale conflict between the two sides, and then trigger a war. As mentioned earlier, Astley likes to watch fun, but he doesn't like to be the fun himself. Just thinking about it, Astley thought of the usual style of the Xianjian people. This suddenly made his eyes light up again, and he thought of something interesting. Then the next moment, another sun rose in his hand, and threw it towards the city below. At the same time, the flying boat was also flying towards the city, and at the same time, another beam of light was shot out, which once again detonated the sun and hugged the city. In fact, with Astley's ability, if he had the will, he could have 100 ways to destroy the entire city before the flying boat arrived. But he didn't do that, and even deliberately slowed down, because he knew that with the character of the Xianjian people, as long as there was a chance, they would most likely keep the city. Although he didn't understand where the Xianjian people got so much sympathy from, it was really interesting. Long time no see, Xianjian people. You are still the same, so sympathetic. Astley greeted with a smile when the flying boat arrived. In front of the existence of the same level, Astley was still very friendly. Even if this existence came from another universe and was an old rival for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Well, being friendly is being friendly, and it doesn't stop him from making fun of the other party in a friendly way. Eternal God Clan, do you want to provoke a war between the two universes again? A voice came from the flying boat. Provoke a war? I didn't attack you, so how can I provoke a war? Instead, you pointed your weapons at me. Do you want to fire at me and provoke a war? Astley smiled and turned the tables. Then, looking at the silent flying boat, Astley's smile became even brighter. Yes, that's the feeling. It's so interesting. How can teasing those low-level reptiles be as interesting as teasing the immortal ship people? Looking at the flickering weapon system in front of the flying boat, Astley raised a sun in his hand again. Eternal Protus, what are you doing? I didn't attack you, I hope you don't attack me either. Astley finished speaking, he threw the sun in his hand down again, and even accelerated the speed of the sun falling. Then, a beam of light flew out from the flying boat and hit the sun, detonating the sun again. Oh, you seem to be a little slow this time, the aftermath is about to reach the ground, you have to be faster next time, otherwise there will be only a few people left. Astley said with an extremely bad smile. This is Explorer 3368, we have discovered the Eternal Protus, requesting a firing order. Repeat, requesting a firing order. The flying boat driver reported. Explorer 3368, maintain restraint and refrain from firing at the other side. Repeat, refrain from firing at the other side. This bastard has been provoking us. The pilot of the flying boat finally couldn't help it and cursed. He is a lunatic, but we are not. We are the Immortal Ship Alliance. The superior was silent for a moment and finally said, what should we do? Just watch him go on like this. The support is on the way. We can't attack him, but we can capture him. You hold him back first. However, before the reinforcements of the immortal ship arrived, someone in the tavern below couldn't help it. Well, it was not only Nanzhu who wanted to take action just now, but Miss Qiu and Elisa, who had a bad temper, couldn't help it either. Especially when the roof above the tavern was completely burned in the aftermath of the last time, the falling dust formed a circle around the few people, but it didn't fall on them because Nanzhu opened the protective shield. Everyone's eyes were all on Lin Xu. Okay, but leave a survivor. The Eternal God Clan should be able to get a lot of information from them. Lin Xu said lightly. Then, Miss Qiu and Elisa were the first to rush out impatiently. Hey, wait for me, leave some soup for me. Nanzhu chased after them and rushed into the sky. At this time, a sun rose again in Aster's hand, and then he looked at the flying boat in front of him with a bad smile. Xianjian people, haven't you received the order to attack yet? If you ask me, this is the bad thing about your materialistic universe. All power comes from external objects, not from oneself, so it is more subject to others and must obey orders. Unlike us, we are our own masters and can do whatever we want. Although I don't want to provoke a war between the two universes, I have much more freedom than you. Astra said, his palm tilted slightly. It seemed that the sun in his hand would fall down in the next moment. At the same time, a ball of light lit up in front of the flying boat, ready to open fire when the sun fell. But who knows, the sun in Astlay's hand suddenly extinguished its light and disappeared. And a few hundred meters to Astlay's side, a sun appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. Astlay looked at the flying boat with joy, and quickly turned around, wanting to bombard the sun, but unfortunately it was almost too late. Astlay seemed to have imagined the expression on the face of the pilot of the flying boat when the city under his feet was destroyed. That was really wonderful. So, should I come a few more times in the future? There seemed to be many big cities on this planet. Although those cities belonged to the native civilization of this planet, the fairy ship people who were brainwashed by human ideas should not stand by and watch them die. In this way, I should be able to play for a long time and see more of the fairy ship people's collapse. But before Astlay's fantasy ended, the sun next to him that was already falling rapidly and about to explode was suddenly caught on the hand of a beautiful girl who suddenly appeared beside him. Afterwards, the sun was completely sealed off in a small space and exploded, without affecting the outside world at all. At the same time, before Astrale could react, and the expression on his face was still switching between fantasy and astonishment, he was directly stamped on the face by a pair of feet wearing beautiful leather shoes. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. A girl wearing a Transformer sweatshirt, with her hands in her sweatshirt pockets, with twin ponytails and beautiful leather shoes on her feet, put her feet together and stamped the soles of her shoes on Astrale's face. Then the girl put her hands in her pockets, her twin ponytails flying, her knees bent, and her feet pushed down hard, kicking Astrale's face. The whole person flew directly from Astrale's face, drew a beautiful backflip in the air and fell down. Before Astrale could react with the shoe prints on his face, she stamped her feet on his face again. Then she jumped up again, wanting to stamp the shoe prints on Astrale's face for the third time. But this time Astrale finally reacted, and a hot light flashed around him, and a burning flame bombarded towards the girl. Only then did Arisa stop her continuous stepping on the face with a little regret and avoid the flames. And she decided to practice more in the future. When she could step on it 3 times in a row, she would consider the new trick complete. Who are you? Eternal God Clan. Astrale still had shoe prints on his face, and looked at Arisa and Miss Qiu who had just crushed his son with a gloomy face. The reason why he guessed that Arisa and Miss Qiu were from the Eternal God Clan, not from the materialistic universe, was entirely because the way Arisa and Miss Qiu fought at this moment was too much like the way of fighting in the idealistic universe. Even if the materialistic universe is a god-level civilization, it relies more on external objects and uses various war tools to fight. Instead of being like the god-level strongmen in their idealistic universe, who are used to the great power belonging to themselves. Master Lin Xu wants to see you. Will you follow me honestly, or should I capture you? Miss Qiu had no interest in answering his question, but asked directly. Master Lin Xu? Who is that? You are a dignified god clan. Are you still someone's subordinate? Astlay's face was extremely gloomy. He was in a terrible mood now. Especially when another noisy girl flew up from below, and surrounded him in the middle like a triangle with the previous 2. Astlay suddenly felt that he had not checked the almanac before going out today. How could there be 3 eternal gods hidden in such a small city? And what were they hiding here for? And who is the Master Lin Xu they were talking about? He had never heard of any eternal god clan calling others master. Although they seemed to be a clan, they actually came from different civilizations. Each of them is the most powerful person in their own civilization, and then they finally possess the power of gods, are recognized by the eternal gods, and become a member of the eternal gods. Therefore, every eternal god is extremely proud. Maybe he is just an ordinary member of the eternal gods, but in the civilization where he originally lived, he must be the strongest one, and he has overcome countless dangers, killed countless opponents, and destroyed countless hostile civilizations along the way, so that he can become an eternal god. So rather than saying that the eternal gods are a race, it is better to say that it is a union of the top powerhouses of the idealistic universe. The nature of the idealistic universe consciousness that can interfere with reality determines that in this universe, it is normal for individual power to override the collective. You talk too much nonsense, come with me. Miss Qiu finished speaking, and reached out to grab Astra. Astra's face changed, the energy around him compressed the space, and in the form of curvature navigation, His figure instantly accelerated to the extreme, breaking through the speed of light in the blink of an eye, and shot towards the sky. He ran away. After all, he thought he was not afraid of any of the eternal gods, but being besieged by 3 eternal gods was still a bit beyond his ability. Even with his pride, he would run away if he could. Moreover, the eternal gods were actually helping the immortal ship people in disguise, which was a big deal. He didn't know if someone in the eternal gods had other ideas, such as cooperating with a god-level civilization of another universe. If that was the case, and there were a large number of eternal gods involved, then he would run even more. Do you think you can run away? No, how come you are faster than me again? As Nanzu's voice fell, the whole person was wrapped in nanorbits. With the support of the curvature engine formed by the nanorbits, he also chased out in the way of curvature navigation. But before she rushed out, Arisa and Miss Qiu had already rushed forward and chased after Aster faster than her. In this process, the flying boat on the side never showed any sense of existence, as if it didn't exist. Because the flying boat obviously also regarded Miss Qiu, Arisa and Nanzu as the eternal gods. After all, their way of action is indeed too much like the eternal gods. So watching the internal fighting between the 4 eternal gods, just watch. Don't attract their attention, so that they stop fighting and turn to fight themselves. Anyway, the pilot of the flying boat is in a good mood now. Until, the detector on the flying boat suddenly sounded a fierce alarm. Alarm, alarm, nanorobot reaction detected. Repeat, nanorobot reaction detected. Suddenly, the pilot of the flying boat felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Nanorobots? Really? However, after reacting, the pilot of the flying boat immediately reported to the higher-ups. So, the high-level people in the universe who had originally gathered together to discuss how to end the confrontation with the Gurliman People's War Star were suddenly stunned by this news. Then they completely forgot about the Gurliman people and started to discuss this matter instead. Nanorobots? Really? Impossible. The expressions of the high-level people on the ferry ship contained excitement and disbelief. The detection device on board Explorer 3368 is the most advanced. It is impossible for it to be wrong. They must have discovered nanorobots. But since humans left, the clans also left. Except for a few places where nanorobots were originally preserved, there are no more nanorobots in the outside world. And humans also blocked the self-replication of nanorobots before leaving. This is impossible. And why did it appear in the idealistic universe? And at this time? Wait, ferry ship, immediately conduct a self-inspection of the ferry ship to see if there are any signs of nanorobots. As a senior executive thought of a possibility, all the senior executives looked at each other, and then began to issue orders like crazy. The sudden mobilization of the entire ferry ship also triggered a chain reaction on the Gurliman War Star that was confronting the ferry ship in the distance. What are the immortal ship people going to do? Are they really going to start a civil war in the materialistic universe? Order the War Star to be ready. If the immortal ship people really take action, we will not be easy to deal with. As for Explorer 3368, who had just reported the news, it finally received support at this time. A large number of flying boats came at full speed through the space cracks. However, at this moment, these flying boats have received orders and have changed. From the original cooperation to capture the eternal gods, it has become a search for the possible whereabouts of humans or clans. In the tavern, Lin Xu watched Nanzu, Miss Qiu, and Arisa chasing the eternal god and disappearing in the starry sky. He also saw a large number of flying boats gathering above the city, and instead of chasing the eternal gods, they launched a dragnet search in the city, so he guessed something. What is this? We are exposed. But, where are we exposed? Liu Yao thought about it and said with his chin twirled. Nanorobots, with the capabilities of the god-level civilizations of the 5 river systems, as long as they are willing, they can detect nanorobots. Previously, we can only say that those who lived on the ferry ships did not set up detectors that could detect nanorobots everywhere in the ferry ships. Lin Xu sighed as he looked at the nanorobots that gathered and dispersed in a ball on his palm. Nanorobots are everywhere. For ordinary civilizations, they are too small to be detected. But for the 5 river systems that gather god-level civilizations, it is still possible to just observe them. Do you want to see them now? Liu Yao pointed to the flying boat in the sky and said. Forget it, there is nothing to see. Even if you want to see them, let's wait until I figure out what the ferry ship alliance is. Now let's go and see the Eternal God clan first. After Lin Xu finished speaking, His figure had disappeared from the spot and rushed towards the sky. So Miss Qiu and Lu Yao followed closely behind, and the figures of the three people also accelerated to superluminal speed and disappeared into the starry sky. Fei Zhou naturally noticed their disappearance, and faced the starry sky, hesitating for a moment whether to chase them. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 232 Who has not been captured by humans? In the starry sky, dozens of lights and shadows pass through the starry sky at a speed 10 times the speed of light. Each of these lights and shadows has a different form and leaves different traces in the starry sky. Some lights and shadows can be seen, clearly a small boat sailing in the starry sky. The boat is not big, only a dozen meters in size. A strong man stands on the bow, with a straight back, as if he is sailing the boat, but the place where the boat is sailing is a little different, not a river, but the sea of stars in the universe. Another light and shadow is a wide coffin with an open lid. A gloomy figure sits in the coffin, leaving a striking trace in the starry sky. What's more, it is directly a gourd, passing through the starry sky, and there is no sign of people on it. I think it should be inside the gourd. In this way, countless lights and shadows pass through the starry sky. They were obviously fellow travelers, and they were still talking to each other in some way. Until a sudden burst of energy fluctuations swept across, and the conversations between these lights and shadows suddenly became frequent. Is that a supernova? But that's not right. There are no stars with a near lifespan in this area. How come there is such a strong energy reaction all of a sudden? The distance of this energy reaction is too close. This is not a supernova explosion. This is the eternal gods. Run away from this star field. In the starry sky, the powerful and mighty idealists who strayed into the battlefield turned and ran. Although they may have been the top existences in their respective civilizations, and could even cross the starry sky by themselves, or use some tools to cross the starry sky. But when facing the fight between the eternal gods, the only thing they can do is to run quickly. Otherwise, they don't know how they died. So, they saw dozens of lights and shadows, turning rapidly in their own ways, running to where they came from, and didn't even think about taking a detour. After all, turning around and running can be faster, and taking a detour is still not safe enough. In a nearby galaxy where a large group of powerful and mighty people were fleeing, Miss Qiu had already caught up with Aster. Because of the existence of high-dimensional characteristics, the human curvature engine is more compatible and can be compatible with more universes. Maybe the human curvature engine will have some discomfort due to the change of the rules of the universe, just like the nanorbits are not suitable for the rules of this universe, but at least it will not fail completely. As long as the universe does not completely reject certain rules of human beings, it will not be unusable. And if a universe completely rejects human rules, then it is not human beings who should be worried, but the universe. Miss Qiu hit the dazzling blazing sun in Astore's hand with a sword. This time, Astore's full-strength blazing sun is no longer a casual blow like the one used to destroy a mere city before. However, it was still directly shattered by Miss Qiu's sword, and the rapidly erupting energy swept across the starry sky, like a star explosion. Part of the energy aftermath happened to hit a planet passing by, directly overturning the planet's crust, exposing the star's mantle, and then the planet collapsed rapidly, and an originally intact planet was shattered into an asteroid belt. Fortunately, after the pursuit, this is already another galaxy, not the galaxy where the space crack was before. Otherwise, such a fierce battle might affect the space gap, turning the original benign space leak into a malignant space leak. No, you are not right. You are not interfering with reality with your consciousness. You are not from the Eternal God clan. You are not even from the idealistic universe. You are from the opposite materialistic universe? Who are you? Astra asked after smashing a sword of Miss Qiu. Come back with me. Lord Lin Xu wants to see you. Miss Qiu grabbed out with one hand, and in an instant, a huge hand covered with the golden light grabbed Astra in midair. With a bang, the shield around Astra was shattered and Astra's body was directly grasped. In an instant, Astra interfered with reality with consciousness and released the energy stored in his body in the time calculated by 10,000 years. In an instant, a dazzling light like the birth of the universe flashed by, and Astra broke free from the huge golden hand, but the moment he came into contact with the hand, Astra's expression changed. Because in the process of close contact with a palm, he finally felt that familiar power. It was the power he had felt 10,000 years ago, and it was also the nightmare in his heart for 10,000 years. Nanorobot? This is a nanorobot. Astra screamed wildly. Then the next moment, on the other side of his body, Nansu, who arrived a step slower, also took action. And as soon as she came up, Nansu used a killer weapon. With a shaking of fox ears and tail, 9 tails suddenly appeared behind Nansu. That was Nansu's high-dimensional organ, and she used the high-dimensional power as soon as she came up. In fact, she had been preempted by Miss Qiu and Elisa before, and Nansu had turned back this face today. So she was sure to capture this Eternal God clan. With the appearance of the 9 tails, the high-dimensional power began to interfere with reality. In an instant, the rules of reality were rewritten in the area around the Eternal God clan Astra. Nansu temporarily rewrote the rules of this area according to the familiar rules of the materialistic universe. Suddenly, this small area became a materialistic area. Astrale could no longer use his consciousness to interfere with reality, and could no longer use the huge power stored in his body. He even felt that the power in his body was about to get out of control, because after the rules were changed, the rules of the materialistic universe did not allow him to store such a huge power in his body. Fortunately, he had fought in the materialistic universe 10,000 years ago, and he had already known how to deal with this situation, so he did not really explode and die. But for a while, he still lost the ability to fight. Of course, when he noticed that the rules of the surrounding space had been rewritten, Astrale transmitted the command to the portable space through the signal generator implanted in his mind 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, Astrale's portable space was opened. A huge portable space exit as big as a planet appeared in the starry sky next to it. At the same time, in the portable space, a war star was heading out of the portable space. This was the war star that Astrale, together with the other Eternal Gods, had obtained the technology of the materialistic universe through various channels 10,000 years ago and built to fight in the materialistic universe. 10,000 years ago, Astrale and other Eternal Gods used these Eternal Battle Stars or Eternal Battleships to launch a counterattack against the materialistic universe. When they were in the materialistic universe, they lost the ability to consciously interfere with reality. Although they could no longer use the power stored in their bodies, if they used external objects such as battle stars to extract their power, the Eternal Battle Stars would exert a power far beyond that of ordinary battle stars. This was also the greatest reliance of the Eternal Gods to counterattack the materialistic universe. Unfortunately, the Eternal Gods' ambition to rule the materialistic universe was completely shattered by human intervention. Since then, although the Eternal Gods have ceased war with the god-level civilization of the materialistic universe, the Eternal Gods' respective battle stars are still retained, but they are basically useless. Until now, after Astrale realized that the rules of the surrounding space had been rewritten and he could no longer consciously interfere with reality, he immediately subconsciously used the Eternal Battle Stars stored in his portable space, which had not been used for many years. However, before the Eternal Battle Star completely came out of the portable space, countless foxtail shadows had already tied him up layer by layer. At the same time, a large number of nanorobots poured into his body, blocking the orbit of the energy in his body. Then, the 9 tails behind Nansu disappeared, withdrew the high-dimensional organs, and cancelled the high-dimensional interference. The surrounding universe returned to the idealistic universe, but Astrale, whose energy in his body had been controlled, could not mobilize the energy in his body even if he restored the ability of consciousness to interfere with reality. Although he could still use consciousness to mobilize the energy from the outside world, without the support of the huge energy in his body, if he only mobilized the scattered energy from the outside world, Astrale could be said to have completely lost the ability to resist. Is your spaceship quite big? Nansu stood beside Astrale, looking at the huge Eternal Battle Star that had flown out of the portable space with curiosity in his eyes. Do you want to continue watching? If not, I will take it back. Astrale was a little helpless. Although the Eternal Battle Star has been taken out now, he has been controlled by someone. Even if he can still use the signal generator in his brain to issue orders to the Eternal Battle Star, what does it matter? Did he order the Eternal Battle Star to fire at his position? Don't take it back. Lord Lin Xu hasn't seen it yet. Let's wait until Lord Lin Xu has finished watching it. Nansu stopped him. So although Astrale was helpless, he had to obey. Astrale likes to watch fun, but he doesn't like to be the fun himself. But the current situation is that I am the fish at the mercy of others. In order to save his life, he can only watch fun for others. Although he is a high-ranking Eternal God, He had ups and downs before becoming an eternal god and struggling in his own civilization. He was also captured. Although he finally stood at the pinnacle of his own civilization, and even made continuous breakthroughs and became a member of the eternal god. But when he was captured, he could suffer less if he was obedient. He still remembered this. Moreover, after recognizing the nanorbits and even seeing Nans who use high-dimensional power, he now has a guess about the identities of the people in front of him. This also made him feel much more balanced. After all, it is not shameful to lose to humans. Who in the eternal god has not been captured by humans? Even being captured by humans has become a kind of qualification. After all, you have survived the hands of humans. You are the human family, right? Astrale asked, but his tone was certain. You guessed it? How did you guess it? Nansu was surprised. I have dealt with you before, so I can recognize you. It's just that you have been gone for 10,000 years. Many people in the Eternal God clan thought you would never come back. Some people even started to talk about invading the materialistic universe. I don't know what expressions those people would have when they knew you were back. Astrale thought of some guys he hated who were also invading factions, and imagined their expressions after they knew that humans were back. Astrale, who liked to watch the fun, was even a little impatient and wanted to bring humans to them to see. You have dealt with us? You participated in the war 10,000 years ago? I didn't expect you to be so old. Nansu was surprised. Not only Nansu was surprised, but Miss Qiu and Elisa, who also came to Nansu, also looked at Astrale a few more times. A moment later, Lin Xu arrived with Miss Qiu and Lu Yao. The huge eternal battle star was parked in this unknown galaxy. Next to it was a planet that was affected by the battle just now and shattered into an asteroid belt. From time to time, asteroids were attracted by the gravity of the eternal battle star and collided with the eternal battle star. But when approaching the eternal battle star, they would be destroyed by the self-defense artillery on it. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Lin Xu observed this eternal battle star with great interest for a while, which was built with the goal of being able to be used normally in the materialistic universe, and then talked to Astra. You said you experienced the war 10,000 years ago? Then can you tell me what happened 10,000 years ago? Tell me everything you know. Lin Xu asked Astra directly when he saw Astra. Of course, as long as I know. Astra knows very well how to save his life as a prisoner. Lin Xu was also very satisfied with his understanding. So next, the group simply entered the eternal battle star of Astra, releasing a large number of nanorbits while Changxing analyzed the operating mechanism of the entire eternal battle star. While listening to Astra's introduction about what happened 10,000 years ago. However, what Astra knew was more based on the perspective of the eternal gods, so he still couldn't answer many of the information that Lin Xu wanted to know. Astra only knew that everything started 10,000 years ago. At that time, the universe trembled, and a large number of crack zones that were the same as the materialistic universe appeared in the Great Triangle Star region on their side of the idealistic universe. In these crack zones, space cracks occasionally appear, and some eternal gods are curious about the space cracks, but they are just curious and don't realize what is on the other side of the space cracks. In the idealistic universe, everyone is used to the great power belonging to themselves and the consciousness interfering with reality. The understanding and research of the nature of the universe is obviously not as good as that of the materialistic universe. Therefore, when the cosmic tremor occurred, many god-level civilizations in the materialistic universe speculated through various information that there might be a confluence of neighboring universes, forming a space gap that could lead to another universe. Therefore, many god-level civilizations in the materialistic universe were preparing to take the opportunity to open the space gap and go to another universe for research. However, the eternal Proteus in the idealistic universe did not realize what was happening until a large number of god-level civilizations in the materialistic universe began to invade. If the god-level civilization of the materialistic universe had not just arrived in this universe and was affected by the new universe rules, many technologies would not be able to be used, such as the curvature engine. Otherwise, the god-level civilization would have already begun a large expansion in the early stage, and there would be no counterattack by the eternal Proteus. What happened later was that the god-level civilization completed the upgrade of the curvature engine, and the eternal Proteus also found a way to counterattack and enter the materialistic universe. The war between the two sides intensified until humans took action and suppressed everything. After that, because the materialistic universe blocked the news, The eternal Proteus could only learn about the news of human departure from various channels, but the specific information was unknown. After all, the materialistic universe would never reveal such important news to the eternal gods. So Astley didn't know much about what happened later. For example, regarding the Immortal Ship Alliance, an organization that was established in the materialistic universe thousands of years ago, although Astley occasionally dealt with it over the past few thousand years, he really didn't know much about the past and present of the Immortal Ship Alliance. And what happened between humans and the many god-level civilizations in the materialistic universe, Astley also didn't know. These are all top-secret information that can't be known by the eternal gods. After all, you haven't said anything useful. Lin Xu looked at Astley with disgust. Suddenly, Astley's heart skipped a beat. As a person who likes to watch fun, he has looked at others with too many similar eyes before, and he knows too well what will happen to a person who has lost his usefulness. Although he knows the values of human beings, compared to him, they are definitely in the good camp and should not be too cruel, but he dare not gamble, because his life is now in the hands of others. Who said I'm useless? I'm still useful. For example, I can be a guide. I know where many people from the Eternal God clan live. I know exactly which star system they live in. I can take you to find them. Astley sold his fellow tribesmen without hesitation. Why are we looking for them? Lin Xu said speechlessly. Catch them. Some of them have been slandering humans for years. Some have mentioned more than once that humans are not gone, but extinct in the Civil War, so we can take the opportunity to attack the materialistic universe. They have also mentioned more than one plan, and it is said that some have already been implemented in secret. Astley sold his companions very thoroughly. However, no one was interested in this, whether it was Lin Xu, Lin Xu, or Miss Qiu. So Astley became anxious himself. How can you not be interested? If you are not interested, how can I lead you? So, it is also very difficult to be a successful guide these days. Oh, I remember someone has even contacted a god-level civilization in the materialistic universe, saying that the other party is willing to be an insider. That civilization seems to be called the Gelreman civilization, and it is said that it has always had a grudge against the Immortal Ship Alliance. Astley racked his brains to think, and then suddenly remembered something and said, although he also knew that the current Immortal Ship Alliance had nothing to do with a human family that drove the Immortal Ship 10,000 years ago, what if the people in front of him had some kind of incense to the Immortal Ship Alliance, and helped them? However, Lin Xu and the others remained unmoved. But Astley was not discouraged and continued to encourage. Since the Gelreman civilization has a grudge against the Immortal Ship Alliance, they must know a lot about the Immortal Ship Alliance, right? For example, the secrets of the establishment of the Immortal Ship Alliance? Don't you want to know why the Immortal Ship Alliance emerged after the humans left? As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is often your enemy. And the eternal gods of the Envision faction that I know, since they have formed an alliance with the Gelreman people, they may know a lot of information about the materialistic universe that I don't know, such as more inside stories from 10,000 years ago. Astor's encouragement finally worked. Lin Xu's eyes moved slightly, and he was somewhat persuaded. Whether it is the origin of the Immortal Ship Alliance or more news about humans 10,000 years ago, Lin Xu wants to know. Then let's go to the places of the invading eternal gods you mentioned. Lin Xu decided. Okay, I'll lead you there. I happen to know that there is a group of invading eternal gods who are now gathered together to discuss something. They are mysterious all day long. I have long disliked them. Astley rubbed his hands, and was so excited that he couldn't help himself. I didn't expect that I could continue to have fun as a prisoner. Although I am now a prisoner of humans, seeing others being captured can still bring great pleasure to Astley. At this time, Changxing has finished analyzing the Eternal Battle Star. So Astley took his Eternal Battle Star back into his personal space. Then Lin Xu waved his hand to open the space jump channel, and the group went to the place Astley said. The reason why I didn't continue to drive the Eternal Battle Star was that I was afraid of arousing the suspicion of the Eternal Gods in advance. After all, normal Eternal Gods don't have the habit of driving around with a battle star. Unless it is in the materialistic universe. In the idealistic universe, they are still used to doing everything with their physical bodies. The speed of space jump is very fast, much faster than the speed of superluminal flight of Astrale's curvature navigation. This also makes Astrale more and more envious, especially when he sees Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and others, who can also open the space jump channel at will. After all, among the eternal gods, Only a very small number of top existences can open the space jump channel at will. At least Astrale is not that small group of top existences. At most, he can fly at superluminal speeds of thousands of times the speed of light, but he can't do space jump. He couldn't help but secretly sigh that humans are worthy of being humans, and even their families are so extraordinary. Although he also experienced that war 10,000 years ago, he had just become an eternal god at that time. To be honest, he really had never come into such close contact with humans. And now, thinking that he is leading humans to attack those invading guys who usually don't deal with him, Astrale suddenly has a twisted pleasure. It's as if he has become a powerful human. Maybe this is what they call, traitors are often more brutal. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 233, Killing Humans to Prove the Way. The star that appeared in front of us was more than 10 times the size of an ordinary star. The light and heat it emitted also made the planets in this galaxy endure a much hotter scorch than ordinary planets. The planet closest to the star was in a semi-burning state, and the entire planet seemed to be made of magma. Or in other words, this planet was a liquid magma planet. Then the temperature of the planets outside decreased one by one, and the size continued to increase. It was not until the seventh planet that the temperature on it was suitable for the existence of life. At the same time, the size of this planet was 10 times that of an ordinary planet. On such a huge planet, countless races and civilizations multiplied. They fought each other endlessly. Until 10,000 years ago, a brilliant and talented genius overwhelmed the wild races and ruled this world. His name was the God of Desolation. Later, the God of Desolation was accepted by the Eternal God Clan and became a member of the Eternal God Clan. Since then, permanent peace has been achieved on this vast wild land. Of course, under this peace, there are countless contradictions that are suppressed by force, but because of the absolute strength of the Lord of Desolation, all contradictions are covered up. After all, no matter what kind of resistance, without strength, it will eventually be just empty talk. Slowly, the myriad races on the entire wilderness have forgotten what resistance is. And in the orbit of the liquid magma planet that is always half burning and closest to the star, there is a palace the size of the moon that orbits the liquid magma planet, which is also the location of the Temple of the Lord of Desolation. Countless powerful people, as long as their strength is recognized by the Lord of Desolation, will be qualified to enter the Temple of Desolation and become servants to serve the Lord of Desolation. Here, all kinds of geniuses of the myriad races in the wilderness for thousands of years can be seen everywhere. Countless heroic figures and beautiful women of all races live together in this eternal paradise. On the wild land, looking up at the sky, you can even see a glowing shadow next to the sun. That is the liquid magma planet, and it is also the location of the Temple of Desolation. Countless people in the wilderness would point to the shadow sun and teach their descendants that any genius who could reach the peak of martial arts would have the opportunity to enter the Temple of Desolation. So countless young men and women, one after another, embarked on the path of becoming stronger, just to be able to stand beside the Lord of Desolation one day. Until this day, the old man in the wilderness, as always, pointed to the shadow of the sun in the sky, and told the young men and women standing in rows below about the various legends of the Lord of Desolation. It was said that 10,000 years ago, the Lord of Desolation was recognized by the Eternal God Clan. At that time, the Eternal God Clan had just ended a grand war, a war beyond the imagination of mortals. The Lord of Desolation has always regretted that he did not catch up to participate in that war. Boys, the Lord God once said that the Great War is not over yet, and the enemy is still living in disgrace. So you must improve your martial arts. If you can stand beside the Lord God one day, you may have the opportunity to follow the Lord God to participate in this war and make meritorious contributions for the Lord God. The old man's voice was clear and full of energy. It can be seen that he was once a master. The boys and girls below were all excited by what he said, and they were about to cheer. Suddenly, the shadow in the sky that had always been hidden under the sun, the palace of the Lord God of Desolation, where countless heroes and beauties on the wild land lived, suddenly exploded. In an instant, it seemed that two suns appeared in the sky, responding to each other. Then, the sun whose shadow exploded slowly dissipated, and the shadow disappeared completely. In an instant, the entire wild tribes were completely speechless. At this moment, I don't know how many people like the old man were pointing at the shadow of the sun in the sky and teaching their disciples. I don't know how many literate Taiyin scholars were looking at the shadows and venting their anger. Then, the palace of the God of Desolation in Desolation, as if it would stand forever, disappeared just like the palace of the Eternal God clan. After a short silence, the wilderness land was in complete chaos. Countless families became the top families on the wilderness land because their ancestors lived in the Temple of Desolation and Desolation. These families have their own secret techniques that can contact the ancestors in the Temple of Desolation and Desolation. In the past, unless it was a matter of life and death for the family, they would never use this secret technique. But now, these families have used their secret techniques to contact the ancestors in the Temple of Desolation and Desolation. However, they did not receive any response. Although these families all suppressed the news, the truth could not be hidden. The news about the death of the God of Desolation and Desolation still spread. Although everyone said they did not believe it. But what they thought in their hearts, only God knows. However, the pressure of the Lord of Desolate God for 10,000 years is not a joke after all. Even if everyone has their own ideas, as long as the news of the Lord of Desolate God's death is confirmed, no one dares to act rashly. It's just that the undercurrents in private are surging, that's another matter. So, the wilderness, which has been suppressed by the Lord of Desolate God for 10,000 years, has become more and more lively. There are also some geniuses who take advantage of the situation and write their own legends in the wilderness. But these are later stories. As for now, not far from the star, on the original orbit of the liquid magma planet, there are now pieces of magma groups scattered into asteroid belts. Lin Xu was somewhat embarrassed and slowly put away the huge energy phantom in the form of a fox claw. Just now, she was careless and slapped the wrong place with one claw, directly smashing the liquid magma planet. But fortunately, the huge palace as big as the moon on the liquid magma planet was still intact. As for why Lin Xu took action, this depends on the handsome men who stopped Lin Xu and others in space at this time. They claim to be the divine guards under Lord Wangju. After hearing the request of Lin Xu and his friends to see Lord Wangju, they immediately asked Lin Xu and his friends to tie their hands before they could enter the temple of Wangju with him. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, they had to resort to violence. Then, Lin Xu intentionally or unintentionally smashed the liquid magma planet. So the divine guards were dumbfounded, still looking at the broken magma asteroid belt, and didn't come back to their senses. No, are they all so brave? They let others tie themselves up without asking clearly at the beginning? Did you do the same when you came here by yourself before? Elisa asked Astrale next to her curiously. When I came here by myself before, I rushed in directly and didn't stop to talk nonsense with them, so I don't know that they usually do things like this. Astrale looked innocent and secretly praised the divine guards. Well done, now the guy Wangju, who always looked up to them, has finally kicked the iron plate completely. I wonder if he is still arrogant. 10,000 years ago, when I became the Eternal God clan, the war between the two universes had already ended. It's fine that you didn't catch up with it because you were lucky, but you still mock others every day for being too weak to be caught by humans. If it were you, you would definitely teach humans a lesson. I can only say that you are worthy of being a young man who has only become an Eternal God clan in the last 10,000 years. You don't understand the horror of humans at all. This time, I will let you understand it. So, is it because we are too polite and polite? If we had just rushed in, none of this would have happened. Lin Xu said in disbelief. That's right, Wangju has always done things like this. The more polite you are, the more he thinks you are easy to bully. So his subordinates are all in this style. The more domineering you are, the softer they are. Aster continued to flatter. And sure enough, the few divine guards who had just asked Lin Xu and others to tie them up finally recovered at this time. I don't know if it's the gods who have arrived. Please forgive me. Obviously, they also recognized Lin Xu and others as the Eternal God clan, so they started to call them gods. With such a big commotion, the Lord of Desolate God on the Desolate Temple naturally could not fail to notice it. He immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Desolate Temple. Behind him were two other figures, who were the same members of the Eternal God clan as him. Then the three of them saw Astrale at first sight. Astrale, why did you destroy my throne? You are so bold. Lord of Desolate God obviously regarded Astrale as the culprit who destroyed the liquid magma planet just now. However, Astrale ignored him at all, looking at his nose and his heart, like a wooden man. Astrale. Lord of Desolate God wanted to speak. Another female Eternal God clan member next to him noticed something was wrong and quietly pulled Lord of Desolate God. What's wrong? Lord of Desolate God was puzzled. The female Eternal God clan looked at Lin Xu and the others. It seems that you have never seen them before. I don't know who they are. I don't remember when there were such a few unfamiliar faces in the God clan. People who came to inquire about the news. Lin Xu said lightly. Inquire about the news? What news? The female Eternal God clan asked in confusion. I heard from Aster that you have formed an alliance with the Gelremans and know many things that happened thousands of years ago. You may also know the origin of the Immortal Ship Alliance, so I came to get some information. Lin Xu said very casually. Gelremans? Immortal Ship Alliance? Who are you? The female Eternal God clan immediately became alert. Lord Wangju and another male Eternal God clan looked between Aster, who had never said a word, and Lin Xu, with a thoughtful look. Us? We are people who are related to the Immortal Ship Alliance. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Related to the Immortal Ship Alliance? Are you from the materialistic universe? Suddenly, the energy around the female Eternal God clan surged. Not only her, Lord Wangju and another male Eternal God clan also had surging airwaves around them. Obviously, there should be no airwaves in the universe, but obvious ripples can still be seen surging from their bodies. They are now certain that the people in front of them are here to cause trouble. Asterle, I didn't expect you to join the materialistic universe. Lord Wangju roared and questioned Asterle. Join? Did you also join the Gelreman? Asterle sneered. We are just cooperating. When we defeat the God-level civilization of the materialistic universe, we will naturally clean up the Gelreman. Lord Wangju retorted. Defeat? Do you know who is standing in front of you? Asterle continued to sneer. No matter who they are nothing more than some fairy ship people. Since they are here, they all die. Asterle, I will catch you and take you back to the Eternal Court to completely deprive you of the title of the Eternal God clan. Lord Wangju had already taken action while speaking. He saw him swinging a fist towards Lin Xu, and in an instant, the heat wave surged, and the boiling energy transmitted the power of destroying the world, condensed in a fist, and rushed straight to Lin Xu. However, Lin Xu didn't need to make a move at all, because Miss Qiu beside him had already stretched out her hand to block the punch. Miss Qiu's eyes were filled with white, like ice and snow covering the earth. The nanorbits around her suddenly stopped moving. Not only were the nanorbits themselves different, but each of the nanorbits that stopped moving also restricted the atoms of some substances to stop moving. Suddenly, everything fell into the absolute stillness of absolute zero. Even the punch from the god of desolation and absoluteness stopped in this absolute stillness environment that was far more severe than absolute zero, and even the energy was still. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. No matter how much the god of desolation and absoluteness interfered with reality with his consciousness, he still couldn't move everything around him. Everything was locked. How is it possible? The god of desolation and absoluteness had to rely on the powerful force in his body to push his body and eject rapidly to the back, which was considered to have escaped from this absolute stillness range. But Miss Qiu did not catch up, but returned to Lin Xu. After all, it was her mission to always follow Lin Xu and protect him, even if Lin Xu didn't need protection. Seeing that Miss Qiu, who usually didn't take action, had taken action, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Arisa rushed up directly. Only Liu Yao was still slacking off. In this way, 3 to 3, they fought directly in the starry sky. Various energy aftermaths would occasionally cross the starry sky and fall into the huge stars not far away, and even aroused violent surges in the stars. Aster came to see the battle in the distance. Only Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Liu Yao were left around. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea of taking the opportunity to escape. After all, the clan couldn't beat them themselves, let alone humans. And the energy on their bodies was still locked. As for the battle in the distance, the three eternal gods gradually began to fall behind. Nanzhu was in high spirits and didn't even use the power of the high dimension. He planned to rely on his own strength to see if he could catch the cunning woman in front of him. At this time, above the moon-sized desolate temple, countless powerful geniuses from the wilderness entered the starry sky in various ways. Some of them flew in their physical bodies, and some used tools to rise from the desolate temple, and then rushed towards the battle of Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Elisa. As divine guards, even if they knew they were no match for the enemy, they had to rush up and fight like cannon fodder under the order of the Lord of Desolate God. Whether it was because of the existence of the family behind them, they dared not disobey the order, or because they were afraid of the punishment of the Lord of Desolate God, they had to bite the bullet. However, The appearance of these cannon fodders brought some troubles to Lin Xu and others. The main reason was that they were afraid that the three eternal gods would take the opportunity to run away. So, Lin Xu took action. He waved his hand, opened the space with him, and a large number of temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates rushed out from it. Even though he had built a warship for himself, he was still more accustomed to fighting with autonomous mechanical aggregates. So the temporary warships entangled countless rushing divine guards in the starry sky. At the same time, several warships also flew towards the moon-sized desolate temple, and then the hatch opened, and the elder jumped out one by one. Shouting for the glory of the human race, charge! Then they slammed heavily on the ground of the desolate temple, and then brandished the chainsaw sword and killed into the desolate temple. Until then, the female eternal Protus who was fighting with Lin Xu received the sudden slogan of the elder in the desolate temple in her consciousness, and her face suddenly changed. She finally understood what the unique breath of the fox-eared and fox-tailed girl in front of her was. Wasn't it the legendary Nanoribit? She was also an eternal Protus who became one in the last 10,000 years. She had not experienced the war suppressed by humans 10,000 years ago, so she had not come into contact with Nanoribits, otherwise she would not have reacted until now after hearing the slogan of the elder. It's human? You are back again. The female eternal Protus was terrified. The other two eternal gods also noticed it immediately. Human? You're back just in time. I'm going to kill humans to prove my truth today. In an instant, the whole body of the Lord of Desolate and Absolute turned red, and he launched a violent attack on Miss Qiu in front of him. He had heard countless times from other eternal gods who had experienced that war about the horror of humans, which made him always feel depressed. The dignified eternal gods actually scared the so-called humans? So he wanted to prove to those scared guys that humans are actually nothing to be afraid of. This is also the original reason why he became a member of the invasion faction. So at this moment, the Lord of Desolate and Absolute broke out in the strongest form. Today, he would kill humans here no matter what, even if they would die together. He would prove that humans can be killed, and humans are actually nothing to be afraid of. Killing humans to prove your truth? How dare you? Miss Qiu was instantly enraged. The space around her surged, and in an instant the entire space was imprisoned, and at the same time, the external high-dimensional organ fairy sword Penglai appeared in her hand. Lord Wangju only felt that the laws of the universe around him had changed. The power in his body, which was originally under his will, could no longer be mobilized. No, not only in his body, but all the energy around him, whether inside or outside, could not be mobilized. It was as if his consciousness could no longer interfere with reality. At this moment, Lord Wangju realized that the rules of the universe had changed. Now in this area, the rules of the universe have become the rules of the materialistic universe. He knew this rule was completely different from the idealistic universe, but he had not experienced the war 10,000 years ago, so he had never been to the materialistic universe, and naturally had not experienced it personally. So, when I was in the materialistic universe, I was so powerless. The next moment, a dazzling swordlight came to him, and Lord Wangju was unconscious. It was not until he killed Lord Wangju with a sword that Miss Qiu came back to her senses. Lord Lin Xu seemed to want to kill him alive. Then she looked at the other two eternal gods. Surrender, I surrender, don't kill me. The female eternal god was frightened and immediately raised her hand to signal. After all, in all these years, she had never seen any eternal god being killed so cleanly. Although she was powerful and looked mighty and majestic, she was actually afraid of death. Or, it was because she possessed supreme power and authority, and even eternal life, that she was even more afraid of death. Hey? Surrender? No, keep fighting. Lin Xu, who was fighting with her, was not going to give up. But this female eternal Protus surrendered very straightforwardly, as if she would not give you an excuse to kill me. So Lin Xu had to capture her reluctantly. As for the last male eternal Protus, he did not surrender, but he was also scared and turned around and ran. Then, he was turned into ashes by an antimatter annihilation cannon from Arisa. Arisa herself was confused. No, why didn't you hide? With your strength, you can obviously hide, didn't you hide just now? Don't just run, don't hide. Arisa was furious, and she wanted to revive him and kill him again. It's a pity that dead is dead. Although Lin Xu can still gather the consciousness that has not dissipated in the high dimension and revive it. But he is not interested in using it on these people. Anyway, it's enough to catch one person alive who can ask for information, and it's useless to catch more. Seeing two eternal gods dying in front of her, the captured female eternal god was almost scared to tears. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had felt this way. It seemed that since she was discovered to be a genius when she was young, and then she became a genius, a powerful person, and then an eternal god, this fear had never appeared in her. But today she was really scared. If time could go back, she would never join the Invasion faction. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. So, the female eternal god who was caught by Nanzhu in front of Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu pitifully, with a submissive look. Nanzhu, who was next to her, looked at her pitiful appearance and suddenly became interested. Lord Lin Xu, how about making her into a hot weapon? You see how she cries when she is bullied, it must be more fun than me and Xiao. Nanzhu strongly advocated. Then, she was suppressed by Lin Xu. In the end, she could only squat in the corner and draw circles. Really? This is all for your own good. You don't know how to appreciate a good person. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 234, The Ambition of Dominating Two Universes. In the materialistic universe, on the ferry ship that is confronting the Gelremans. After careful consideration, the senior executives finally gave up the plan of letting the flying boat enter the idealistic universe and track Lin Xu and others into the depths of the idealistic universe. Although they were very unwilling, and although they did not understand why the existence of suspected humans refused to meet with the ferry ship people, they still had to give up. Let alone going deep into the idealistic universe, it is too dangerous for a few flying boats to act alone. Even if they ignore the danger and go deep into the idealistic universe, there is not even a clue where the humans have gone. How can they find them? The idealistic universe is also a huge universe. Do you think that humans are unwilling to see us because they are unwilling to acknowledge the existence of the Ferry Ship Alliance? Someone suddenly spoke up, expressing the concerns that everyone was thinking but dared not say out loud. What if humans do not allow us to dissolve the Ferry Ship Alliance by pretending to be the ferry ship? We formed the Ferry Ship Alliance only because we agree with the human concept and want to use the name of the ferry ship to alert ourselves, but not for any false reputation. Someone said unwillingly. But in the end, everyone decided that the return of humans was a big deal, and it was not something they could decide at will. This matter must be reported to the many ferry ships of the Ferry Ship Alliance as quickly as possible. What to do next must also depend on the discussion results of the entire Ferry Ship Alliance. Just like that, a message containing the highest communication level of the Ferry Ship Alliance was sent out. It quickly spread to all the ferry ships in the 5 major river systems. At the same time, the ferry ships that were constantly conducting self-inspections also slowly lifted the self-inspection state. On the opposite side of the Gelreman War Star, seeing that the ferry ships were gradually lifting their alert, they slowly relaxed their alert. What are the ferry ship people doing? Are they testing our determination? Do we still want to continue the confrontation? What if there is really an accidental discharge? Humph, they are lucky this time, let's go. Just like that, the Gelreman people finally decided not to bother with the ferry ships. After all, their plan was already in progress. Now is the critical moment of the plan, and nothing can go wrong. It's better not to make trouble. Just like that, the Gelreman War Star remained alert and slowly evacuated. The ferry ship ignored them. Now the senior leaders of the ferry ship are still thinking about humans. It is a good thing to have one less troublemaker. At the same time, the captive captured by Nanzhu, a member of the Eternal Protoss Invasion faction named Liuli, was being interrogated by Lin Xu and others. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. We have formed an alliance with the Gelremans and have made an appointment with them to trade. I'll tell you the trading location right now. Before Lin Xu and others finished asking, Liuli had already spilled everything she knew. She looked like she would do anything as long as you spare my life. The image of the girl who was frightened and pitiful like a frightened little rabbit made Nanzhu more eager to move. Lord Lin Xu, why don't we kill her? Nanzhu proposed again. However, Lin Xu glared at her and blocked her words. But Liuli took the initiative to speak. I can do it. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything. It seems that she is willing to do anything to survive. She was not stupid. She knew that the prisoners who were interrogated for intelligence would be cleared out after they were no longer useful. She had never seen anyone who would really let the prisoners go. After all, she had done that before. But if she could really live as a pet, she would not mind. It was better to live than to die. She was a member of the Eternal God clan, with an infinite lifespan. As long as she was alive, there was hope. On the contrary, if she died, she would have nothing. She knew when to bend and when to stretch. Look, this is her initiative. I didn't force her. Nan Xu's eyes suddenly lit up, and her eyes were shining when she looked at Lin Xu, as if to say that she was willing. However, Lin Xu ignored her and continued to ask, "How much do you know about the things that happened 10,000 years ago, and what do you know about the Immortal Ship Alliance?" Lin Xu continued to ask. I know, but I won't tell you if you don't agree to let me follow her." Liu pointed to Nan Xu and said bravely. In her opinion, this was her last chance. She had to get a guarantee that she would not be directly cleared out after answering the questions. She was an eternal god with an infinite lifespan, but she had not lived long enough. Lord Lin Xu. Nan Xu's eyes, which had dimmed, suddenly brightened up again. She had never expected that this eternal god in front of her, who looked like a little submissive, would be so sensible. She decided that she could be a little gentler to her in the future. "Okay, whatever you want. Can you tell me now?" Lin Xu was a little speechless, but nodded in agreement. "I don't know much about what happened 10,000 years ago, but I know some things about the Immortal Ship Alliance. According to the Gelreman people, the Immortal Ship Alliance discovered a production line left by humans from the eye of the starry sky after humans left, which led to the formation of a large number of immortal ships. It is said that the immortal ships of the Immortal Ship Alliance have the same functions as the real immortal ships, but the functions are much weaker and the strength of the immortal ships is also much weaker. This is because although the Immortal Ship Alliance has obtained the human production line, it cannot obtain the ultra-high-strength materials used by humans to build immortal ships. Otherwise, if the Immortal Ship Alliance really mastered the powerful strength of the real immortal ship, it would have dominated many god-level civilizations long ago, instead of being just a force among the god-level civilizations like it is now. The production line left by humans? Where is the Eye of the Starry Sky? Lin Xu asked. The Eye of the Starry Sky is the center of the 5 major river systems on the materialistic universe side, and it is also the center of the crack zone left by the cosmic tremor. There are dense cracks everywhere, and there is also the largest vicious space leak point, but it has been blocked by humans. Therefore, a large number of god-level civilizations are stationed there, not only to guard, but also to take the opportunity to study the absolute vacuum outside the universe, as well as the relics that may be left by humans. Human relics? Lin Xu, Nan Xu, and Miss Qiu looked at each other. Since she said just now that the Immortal Ship Alliance had discovered a production line left by humans, several people speculated whether it might be related to human remains. Now it is basically confirmed that the human remains are in the place called the Eye of the Starry Sky. Tell me about the human remains in detail. Lin Xu asked. You know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it. I was just afraid that you would kill me if you all knew, so I wanted to keep some. Lily's eyes widened immediately, thinking that her little trick had been exposed, and the whole person shrank into a ball. Lin Xu was speechless for a while. You are an eternal god after all. How did you grow up to this level? You have been raised in a honeypot since you were a child. Haven't you experienced any wind and rain? But it is convenient to ask questions. Okay, you still dare not be honest. What are you hiding? Tell me the truth. If you dare not say it, I don't want you. Nan Xu couldn't think of any useful words to threaten her, so she blurted out. But then she felt something was wrong. How could it be so threatening? Even Miss Qiu and Liu Yao looked at her with extremely speechless eyes. But who knew that Lily was really scared? When she thought that Nan Xu didn't want her anymore, would she be cleaned up by Lin Xu, this terrifying and great devil-like human being? No, master, I said, I'll say everything, just don't want me. As she said that, Lily even hugged Nan Xu's thigh directly, looking like I'll follow you forever. Anyway, when she wanted to punish the female masters under her command in the past, they did this, hugging her thighs and asking the gods for mercy. The male masters didn't dare to hug her thighs, but she had seen a lot of female masters, so she was just learning on the spot, and even called her master directly. Stop, what master? Call me queen. Yes, master. After a period of confusion, Liuli finally revealed the secret that she wanted to conceal in order to fight for a chance to survive at the critical moment. In fact, the Gelremans have a plan. They want to unite with our eternal gods to seize the human remains of the Eye of the Starry Sky, obtain supreme power from it, and completely dominate the two universes. Liu explained. Dominate the two universes? Aren't they afraid that humans will come back? Lin Xu asked curiously. They said that they got information from a special news channel that humans have already left this universe and will never come back. Never come back. Lin Xu nodded, thoughtfully. Humans have been upgraded and will never come back, but how did the Gelremans know? When will the Gelremans plan be implemented? Lin Xu asked. The Gelremans said that the preparations for the Eye of the Starry Sky are almost complete. Next, as long as our eternal gods confirm their cooperation, we can launch it. Liu answered honestly. Are you sure about this? Lin Xu asked. After internal discussions, our invasion faction has decided to cooperate with the Gelremans' plan. Anyway, for us, there is no loss whether we succeed or fail. The three of us gathered together this time to prepare for the transaction with the Gelreman, which is actually part of the plan. Okay, I was wondering why you were so happy at the beginning. It turns out there is something hidden behind it. Tell me where the transaction location is. Lin Xu asked with his eyes wide open and angrily. It's in the Cave Star region, which is the center of the crack zone left by the cosmic tremor on the idealistic universe side. It is connected to the starry sky eye on the materialistic universe side by many space cracks. Among them are some hidden and unknown space cracks, and we are going to meet in those space cracks. In addition to us, there are many other members of the invasion faction who will meet with the Gelreman and other space cracks, waiting for the plan to really begin. Liu not only quickly told the transaction location that she had not had time to say just now, but also blurted out a lot of things, really confessing everything. After learning about the plan of the invading faction and the Gelreman, Lin Xu, Lin Xu, and even Liu Yao and Arisa fell silent for a while. But soon, several people turned their eyes to Lin Xu. Lin Xu, Arisa said with excitement in her tone. Let's go to the transaction location in the Cave Star field to see what the Gelreman are up to. Lin Xu didn't believe that the human remains could be obtained so easily. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. But to be on the safe side, we have to do something. Otherwise, if something really happened to the human remains, even if Lin Xu caught those Gelremans and bled them one by one, it would be too late. Moreover, since the Gelremans were planning to find the human remains, they must have found the most basic location of the human remains. So if we can follow the Gelremans and find the human remains, it can save Lin Xu the effort of looking for them himself. After all, the 5 major river systems are so large, who knows where the humans put the remains back then? Even though we know that the human remains are in the Eye of the Starry Sky, the scope of the Eye of the Starry Sky is not small, occupying half of the first river system, so it is better to have someone lead the way than to look for a needle in a haystack. So, Lin Xu casually opened the space jump channel, and took Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Liu Yao, as well as Liu, who was led by the jubilant and high-spirited Lin Xu with a chain, into it, and headed for the transaction location in the Cave Star field. As for Aster, he was useless for the time being, so Lin Xu threw him directly into the earth and imprisoned or suppressed him. After all, he had helped as a guy before, and it was a bit unkind to kill him like this, but he couldn't just let him go. So he was suppressed, and he couldn't leave without killing him. Even Lin Xu felt that he was really kind. Liu, who saw Aster's fate, immediately became much more obedient. Although it was better to suppress than to be killed, it seemed better to be killed if you think about it carefully. After all, death is just a matter of a moment, and it seemed worse than being locked up forever. So facing Lin Xu's enthusiastic act of putting a collar on her, Liu, a member of the Eternal God clan, felt humiliated. But she could only accept it. At the same time, even she herself did not understand why she felt a sense of relief. The pressure that she had been carrying all the time as a member of the Eternal God clan had completely dissipated. Now she was at the mercy of others, but she finally did not have to make decisions under such pressure and could completely give herself to others. Hey, could it be that I have awakened some extraordinary attribute? Liu's face flushed red, and she followed the jubilant Lin Xu, not knowing whether she was excited or humiliated. Then, the two were thrown back to the earth by Lin Xu, and then fell directly into the sea. Puff, what's going on? Lin Xu fluttered out of the sea, looking at the space channel in the sky in confusion. Liu was also puzzled beside him. See that you are upset, go to the sea and calm down. Lin Xu said and directly turned off the space channel. Is Lord Lin Xu angry? Liu asked weakly. She still knew that Lin Xu was actually the most powerful one. If she really made Lin Xu angry, no one could protect her. It's okay, I guess I got carried away. It seems that I can't do this anymore. Lin Xu murmured to himself. Then, what should I do? Liu Li asked cautiously. Compared to being blatant, Lord Lin Xu's taste is actually more reserved. Lin Xu said after thinking for a while. Liu Li widened her eyes and found that the direction of Lin Xu's thinking seemed to be different from what she imagined. Well, in the future you change into a high-neck dress to cover the collar, and then don't hold the chain in your hand, just tie it directly to your body, and you won't be able to see it when you put on clothes outside. I should have thought of it earlier, so that I can agree with Lord Lin Xu's taste. Lin Xu regretted. Liu Li, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, even had a brain crash for a while. She didn't understand how the brain circuits of this lady with fox ears and fox tail were connected. In short, Lin Xu was temporarily thrown into the sea by Lin Xu to calm down. Then Lin Xu continued on his way with Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Liu Yao and Elisa. After constantly passing through space jump channels, they finally arrived at the so-called cave star field and went deep into the interior. Along the way, the increasingly dense cracks were almost everywhere in every corner of this star field. Imagine that the eye of the starry sky on the other side of the materialistic universe was in the same situation, and even Lin Xu couldn't help but sigh. Soon, according to the star map given by Liu Li, they arrived near the target point. It's just that Liu Li will determine the specific location of the space gap for trading with the gel remnants. So Lin Xu released Lin Xu and Liu Li, who had calmed down. Seeing that Liu Li's clothes had returned to normal, he was relieved. Although I don't understand why Liu Li put on a windbreaker, at least it looks normal, so I don't care how they play. Where is the transaction location? Lin Xu asked. 15 light years ahead, there is a galaxy. In that galaxy, there is a seemingly ordinary civilization, but it is actually secretly controlled by the gel reman. Liu Li pointed the direction for Lin Xu with a slightly red face. Lin Xu didn't care why she blushed, just don't get involved with me with your two weird plays. Then he opened the space jump channel and continued the space jump. Across the space channel, a seemingly ordinary Earth-like planet appeared in front of him. The intelligent life on that planet seemed to be carrying out normal civilization and reproduction. Countless races traveled back and forth on the Earth. The strong ones traveled thousands of miles and dominated one side, while the weak ones crawled on the ground and begged for food humbly. It seems that this is just an extremely ordinary civilization in the idealistic universe. But the one who secretly controls this place is actually a civilization from the materialistic universe. The gel remans from the materialistic universe use various technologies to disguise themselves as the strong men of the idealistic universe and control everything here. Thinking of this, Lin Xu suddenly thought, would there be a civilization secretly controlled by the eternal gods on the other side of the materialistic universe? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 235 Lin Xu is a decent human being. The barren land and the fertile land are like two parallel lines, separated on the land. Even in space, this distinction can be clearly seen. This is a very ordinary planet with intelligent life in the idealistic universe. On the land of this planet, various races survive and reproduce. Because the basic rules of this universe allow consciousness to interfere with the relationship of reality, it is easy for a single individual to gain power over the whole. This also makes the development form and method of civilization in this universe often different from that of the materialistic universe. It does not rely on the power of the whole to climb the peak of science and technology, and then gradually walk out of the planet and become an interstellar civilization. Instead, it relies on consciousness to interfere with reality, and some individuals continue to make sudden progress, driving the development of the entire civilization. In the end, the strongest individual can often represent the entire civilization. Just like every individual in the Eternal God Clan, they can be regarded as a representative of a civilization. Of course, the planet in front of us can only be regarded as being in the early stage of development. There are no outstanding individuals who can reach the level of the Eternal God Clan. They can't even enter space. It can be regarded as the level of most civilizations in this universe. No matter which universe it is, only a few can walk out of space and enter the starry sky, and only a few can reach the pinnacle of the universe. In order not to alert the enemy, Lin Xu and his companions did not rush into the planet in a big way to search and capture the gel reman. Instead, according to the agreement between the Eternal Protoss Invasion faction and the gel reman, Lin Xu came forward and sent a signal in space, waiting for the Gelreman to come and greet them. Ahem, from now on I am Liuli of the Eternal Protus. Xiu, you are my servant. Come and call me Lord Lin Xu first. Lin Xu pretended to put his hands behind his back, with a happy expression on his face that he could finally bully Mu Xiu openly. Even if you want to call me, shouldn't you call me Lord Liuli? Don't forget, from now on she is Lin Xu, the little slave of you, Lord Liuli. Mu Xiu counterattacked expressionlessly, and took a closer look at the neck of Liuli's windbreaker, as if she had seen the collar underneath. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. He was careless. If he had known, he should have taken off Liuli's collar. Now she became Lin Xu. If she was discovered by the Gelreman, it would be Lin Xu's people who would be lost. Although I have worn it before, I always wore it in front of Lord Lin Xu, and never wore it outside. Lin Xu, who accidentally got himself into trouble, could only look at Mu Xiu angrily for a while. Until above the planet below, several streams of light came quickly. It was the Gelreman who received the signal. Are you sure they haven't seen you? They won't recognize you. Lin Xu looked at the real Liuli who is now using the alias Lin Xu. No, they haven't seen me and won't recognize me. Liuli nodded quickly. Okay. Lin Xu nodded. Just like that, several streams of light had already arrived in front of several people, and the leader glanced at them. It was confirmed that Lin Xu, who was standing in the front with his hands behind his back and trying to imitate Lin Xu's usual appearance, was the real one. Although the other few people looked quite dignified, they were obviously subordinates from the position they were standing behind Lin Xu. However, those who could become subordinates of the Eternal God clan should have been extraordinary people, so they were a little more dignified and did not arouse the other party's suspicion. Glass God? The Gelreman asked. Gelreman? Lin Xu asked back. Yes, my name is Shachur, the person in charge of the Gelreman here. Let's talk while we walk. The welcome ceremony has been prepared for you. By the way, when will the other two gods arrive? Shachur asked while leading the group down. Who knows when they will arrive? It's okay, even if they don't come, it won't affect the execution of the plan. Lin Xu waved his hand, looking very impatient with the other two Eternal God clan members who were supposed to be with him. The Gelreman nodded, but did not deny Lin Xu's words. Moreover, the Gelreman knew very well that there were often deep conflicts among the Eternal God clan, so he did not doubt that the Glazed God clan in front of him was unhappy with the other two. In this way, the group entered the planet below together. Along the way, Shachur kept introducing the scenery on this planet to the glass god in front of him, while Lin Xu was thinking, this man is called Shachur, it seems that he is really stupid, and he has no doubts at all. At the same time, several people also carefully observed these Gelremans through nanorbits, and determined that although they also fly in the flesh, they actually have no ability to interfere with reality with consciousness. Or maybe they have stayed in this universe for a long time and have learned some abilities to interfere with reality with consciousness, but their strength is too low. They now look like strong men, which is completely simulated by various technical equipment. For example, the clothes they wear have their own shield effect, the belt is an anti-gravity platform, and there are various laser weapons on the wrist. You must know that this planet itself is not a powerful planet, and there are no strong people on the planet who can cross the universe. So their equipment is enough to pretend to be strong on this planet and then secretly control this planet. Please look below. On the left is the dry land, and on the right is the prosperous land. It is said that the reason why this land is like this is that thousands of years ago, a strong man who was ordered by the Eternal God clan to find space cracks came here. He suspected that there were space cracks here and wanted to search, but was blocked by the strong men among the local natives. Later, the strong man killed countless strong men who blocked him with one blow, and destroyed the entire civilization of the blockers with another blow, and turned the land into this. But later he did not find space cracks here, so he left. In fact, there were space cracks on this planet at that time, but they were difficult to detect. Then we came here and started to operate secretly, and disguised the space cracks to be more concealed, so they were never noticed again. Shachur introduced everything on this planet in front of Liuli in a calm tone. He knew that if a battle really happened, he and his people would definitely not be the opponents of this Eternal God clan, unless they sent out a planetary battleship. But he is a member of the Gelreman people, a great civilization from another universe, a god-level civilization. So even though he was far from being Liuli's opponent, The civilization behind him gave him the confidence to look at the eternal gods in front of him. Of course, there should be some respect. So as they landed, they soon arrived in a huge city. The city had already been decorated with flowers, and countless strong men from various races gathered here, just to welcome the Liuli god and the peerless strong men from the sky. Boom boom boom, the strongest man on this planet, at this time, was just like an ordinary drummer, beating the huge drum made of the skin of the fierce beast as big as the city tower beside him. And along with the drum sound, there were rows of beautiful women like fairies, dancing gracefully, and there were also fairies flying in the sky, scattering petals. These women were all famous ladies with both talent and beauty on the entire planet, but now they were all honored to dance for the strong men who came from the starry sky. The only regret for them was that this strong man was actually a woman. What a pity. Otherwise, if they could take a fancy to them. Of course, there was a man beside the glass god, but seeing how intimate the man was with a god, he was probably the god's male favorite, so no one dared to flatter him. So they had to miss this great opportunity. This grand welcome ceremony lasted for a long time. Until Shatrer welcomed Nanzhu and his party into the huge palace, there was still singing and dancing outside, and it took a long time for it to gradually quiet down. You have a good life, you are simply a local emperor. Nanzhu sat in the host and guest seat and sighed. Lin Xu sat next to her. Originally, Lin Xu should have been in a further position, but she pulled him to sit here, separated from Miss Qiu and others. This made Miss Qiu secretly mutter that Nanzhu was taking advantage of the opportunity to make a profit. And several Jelremans confirmed that Lin Xu was indeed Nanzhu's male favorite. So the few people looked at each other, and everything was tacitly understood. And Lin Xu didn't know that he was inexplicably regarded as a male favorite. By the way, what is the specific action plan? What do I need to do? After a few awkward words, Nanzhu turned the topic back to the main topic. Shatrer and his men looked at each other. Before, the Jelremans had not told the Eternal Protoss the specific action plan of the invasion faction, and now it was indeed time to tell them. In fact, the plan is very simple. We hope that some of the Eternal Protoss can sneak into the materialistic universe, and then launch some attacks in a unified manner based on our intelligence, creating the illusion that the Eternal Protoss has been secretly infiltrating for a long time. At the same time, we are launching some public opinions to make everyone think that the infiltrating Eternal Protoss is cooperating with the Eternal Protoss of the idealistic universe. They are going to open the defense line of the god-level civilization from the rear, so that the Eternal Protoss army will invade the materialistic universe again. Shatrer told Nanzhu. Are you going to create chaos? Nanzhu understood it as soon as he heard it. The others also understood it. That's right, it's to create chaos. Only in this way can we find an opportunity to seize the human relics. Shatrer's eyes were firm and bright. It can be seen that he is a person who is willing to dedicate everything for the greatness of the Jelremans. So, next you will help us sneak into the starry eye of the materialistic universe and ambush, right? Nanzhu nodded to confirm. Yes, there will be someone there to take care of your daily life. I just hope you can stay calm, lurk for a while, and wait for our signal, and then we can start. Shatrer explained. Okay, when will we set off? Nanzhu was a little impatient. Although she thought it was very interesting when she decided to play the role of the Eternal God Clan at the beginning, now it has become a little boring after such a short time. Because as an Eternal God Clan, she has to pay attention to her image at all times. It is already her limit to keep Lin Xu by her side. It is obviously impossible to hug Lin Xu and act like a spoiled child from time to time like usual. So let's go quickly. If we go there and lurk, we can continue to act like a spoiled child with Lord Lin Xu. There is still time. Since the glazed god lord is here, why don't you take a rest? Shatrer invited with a smile in his eyes. He has secretly ordered people to prepare a program for the glass god lord in front of him. Since this glass god likes men, it's not a big deal. He can select all kinds of men from the entire planet. Fortunately, Nanzhu didn't know his plan at this time. Otherwise he would have jumped up and exploded the planet. No, business is more important. Let's go quickly. Nanzhu urged. Since you insist, then okay. Shatrer thought about it, and no longer insisted, and nodded. At the same time, he looked up at the glass god in front of him. In this way, the group, led by Shatrer and several Jelremans, went to the underground of this huge city. Take the elevator and go down all the way to thousands of meters underground. Looking at the elevator that can reflect light like a mirror, it is the first time that Lin Xu has seen familiar things since entering the idealistic universe, and for a while he even feels a little familiar. We don't dare to show these technological creations outside, so we can only use them secretly. Shatrer smiled, and there was some helplessness in his smile. The latest novel is published in the 69th book bar. After all, as a member of the materialistic universe civilization, lurking in the idealistic universe, and in the core area of the idealistic universe, the pressure is not small. Soon, the elevator stopped, and there was a huge underground space after getting out of the elevator. In the hall with a very high-tech sense, the metal walls on all sides were so bright that they could reflect light. Several people walked forward for a distance, and in a room that was blocked by layers, a small space crack the size of a door appeared in front of everyone. This is it. This space crack is too small, so it has not been discovered by the Eternal Gods patrolling the Cave Star region for many years. Now it comes in handy and can send you over. Shatrer said with emotion. You have been avoiding the patrol of the Eternal Gods, but now you have taken the initiative to expose this place to me, the Eternal Gods. Lin Xu said in a strange tone. How can this be the same? You are our ally. Shatrer laughed. Okay, what is the other side? Lin Xu asked. There are people waiting for you on the other side. You will know when you go there. Shatrer kept it a secret. Okay, let's go. Lin Xu was fearless and pulled Lin Xu into the space crack. After all, she is not a real eternal god. The real eternal god may still be afraid of going to a universe where consciousness interferes with reality and fails, which is equivalent to zero strength. But she originally came from the materialistic universe. Isn't this going home? What is there to be afraid of? The brothers in the materialistic universe are talkative and fun, super happy. Her straightforwardness even made Shatrer stunned for a moment. Then looking at Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Liu Yao and Arisa behind, they also walked into the space crack without hesitation. Only Miss Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, but was pushed in by Arisa. I can't help but sigh that they are worthy of being eternal gods. Although they like men, they are courageous. No wonder he could become an eternal god. Well, for him, the impression that Lily God likes male beauty is already deeply rooted. On the other side, after taking a step out of the space gap, Lin Xu's high-dimensional perspective had a huge shift. It was a move from one universe to another. Although his body felt that he had only taken a step, it was obviously not the case in the high dimension. Then, what appeared in the eyes of several people was a place that looked like a basement. From a distance, they could even hear the intense music coming from above their heads. At the same time, in front of several people, several Jelremans were already waiting here. Seeing that Lin Xu and Lin Xu and others looked a little curious, they still stepped forward to say hello. Liuli God. The mature woman in the lead asked tentatively. It's me, who are you? Lin Xu asked with a shelf. Hello, you can call me Yao Fei, welcome to your arrival, and I will arrange a place for you to stay for the next period of time. Yao Fei, who was as mature as a big sister, said with a warm and friendly look. Although the eternal gods in front of us will lose all their strength once they come to the materialistic universe, and they will no longer be able to consciously interfere with reality. But as early as 10,000 years ago, the eternal gods in the idealistic universe were able to create their own eternal battle stars. Even in the materialistic universe, they can call out the eternal battle stars in their portable space, and then use the eternal battle stars to release the huge power in their bodies. With the help of each other, the combat power of the complete form is not much weaker than that of the idealistic universe, but it takes some time to unfold the complete form, which is easy to be plotted against or capsized in the ditch. It is precisely because of this that the Jelreman people invited some eternal gods to sneak over to carry out the plan. Otherwise, they would lose their combat power once they arrived in the materialistic universe, so what is the point of inviting the eternal gods to come? And it is precisely because the eternal gods still represent a strong combat power even in the materialistic universe, but it is a little more troublesome to unfold, so Yufei is so polite. She doesn't want to anger the eternal gods in front of her because of something, causing the entire Jelreman plan to collapse. She can't bear the consequences of that. It looks like it's very lively here. Is this a technologically advanced planet? Lin Xu asked Yao Fei as they walked out of the basement and into corridor. Yes, this is Suj Star, a commercial planet ruled by the Pengpei people. There are countless races living here. It's a very suitable place for lurking. Yao Fei introduced Lin Xu. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pushed open the door at the end of the corridor in front of him. Suddenly, the rising heat wave accompanied by the strong smell of alcohol and the noisy environment like a group of demons dancing in disorder came into view. Under the dim lights, the band on the stage was screaming, and the male and female in the corner hugged each other. Everything was so confusing, everything was so depraved. Just now, he was on a planet in another universe where martial arts were respected, and suddenly he came to another planet in another universe with a completely different style. Even Lin Xu was a little uncomfortable with this sudden change of style. Tisk, such a place, just destroy it. Nanzu walked through the chaotic crowd and couldn't help frowning. Suddenly, Yao Fei was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. She knew what kind of person was next to her. If she really wanted to do this, she could do it. Please stay calm. It's not worth exposing your existence for such scum. If you don't like it here, I will close this bar tomorrow and open another one to cover it up. Yufei said immediately. No, I just don't like it here. Anyway, I won't come here again. Nanzu waved his hand. At the same time, he casually slapped a drunk strong man who was trying to get close to him and sent him flying. Although in theory, the eternal gods will lose the ability to interfere with reality when they come to the materialistic universe, the huge energy stored in their bodies and the strong physical bodies that can cross the universe are strong enough. Suddenly, as the strong man flew out and hid a row of equipment, the whole bar became chaotic. Several bar security guards wanted to rush over, but then they saw Yu Fei next to Nanzu. Yu Fei's cold eyes swept them and they turned around and looked to the side, pretending that they didn't notice anything. Then, Nanzu and his party left this chaotic place. Yu Fei was relieved. Then they boarded a hovercraft that had been waiting on the street for a long time, passed through the bustling city with bright lights under the night, and came to a manor in the suburbs. At this time, Lin Xu and others did not know that at this time, on Sugestar, Peng Pai had just intercepted an internal communication of the immortal ship Alliance, and a discussion about the possibility of human return was in progress. The various monitoring facilities in the city are too developed. You have not been officially registered, so it is easy to be discovered, so you can live in my manor in the suburbs first. After I get your documents, you can go out. Please bear with it before that. Yu Fei vacated the largest villa in the manor for the Liuli god to live in. The real Liuli god was still shrinking beside Arisa, feeling that his consciousness could no longer interfere with reality, and the whole person was in a state of detachment. This was her first time in the materialistic universe. Although she had heard about these things a long time ago, she was still a little uncomfortable. And she couldn't take out the Eternal Battle Star in the portable space. Her Eternal Battle Star was actually built not long ago. Because she had not participated in the war 10,000 years ago, she had never thought about building an Eternal Battle Star before. It was not until thousands of years ago that she became a member of the Invasion faction and began to build her own Eternal Battle Star with a group of new generations to prepare for the invasion, but she had never used it. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like when she used the Eternal Battle Star. P.S. Please vote for me and please vote for me. Chapter 236, Stop Pretending, Let's Show Our Cards. Liuli, clean this place. Come and wipe it again. If it's not cleaned, you can't do any work properly. What else can you do? You are an eternal god after all. Don't you know how to clean the glass? If you don't know how to clean the glass, go and clean the edge for Lord Lin Xu to see. Nanzu stood in the hall of the villa, directing Liuli, who was wearing a maid outfit, to run up and down to do the work. Yufei and his group, who had already left, had no idea that this girl who looked extremely weak in a maid outfit was actually a real eternal god. She was oppressed by Nanzu and had to start cleaning as soon as possible. Because she was in a materialistic universe, she could not consciously interfere with reality and use various means such as spells to clean, so Liuli, an eternal god, could only feel frustrated and lie on the ground to clean the floor. Fortunately, her physique was still there and she had enough physical strength, so she didn't get tired and fall down under Nanzu's tossing. As for Nanzu herself, she was lying on the sofa, holding a bag of Sugestar specialty snacks in her hand, eating while watching the TV shopping program on the big screen on the wall. From time to time, she would use Yao Fei's account to buy something, and then a drone would deliver it to her door soon. This made Nanzu sigh. When it comes to convenient life, it has to be a high-tech society. Lin Xu, who was sitting on the sofa next to her, ignored her, but was directing the nanorbits to collect information about Sugestar and Pengpei people along the ubiquitous network of this planet. Such star is located near the core area of the eye of the starry sky and is a famous commercial planet in this star field. Because the closer to the core of the eye of the starry sky, the denser the crack zone caused by the cosmic tremor, and the more space cracks there are. When ordinary races sail in the crack zone, they may hit the newly born space cracks if they are not careful, unless there are defense facilities set up by the God-level civilization nearby, which can eliminate the danger of space cracks in the first time. So compared with blind sailing, ordinary races prefer to sail on planets occupied by God-level civilizations nearby, as such routes are safer. Suja star is such a planet, occupied by the God-level civilization Pengpai. Although the Pengpai people only established a base here and left some warships, most of the people living here are actually mixed with various ordinary races. But just because this place belongs to the God-level civilization Pengpai, it gives countless ordinary civilizations a sense of security, so it naturally develops into a commercial center. It has become an important base for business travelers to stop. At this time, on the back of Suja star, in a huge base that occupies half of the planet, huge warships are constantly taking off and landing. The entire planet is divided into two, half of which is a huge base established by the Pengpai people, and the other half is a commercial center that allows ordinary civilizations to thrive. This is the base established by the Pengpai people on Suja star. When it comes to bases, ordinary civilizations may think that it is just a small space station or a small base. But for a God-level civilization, even if it is just a base, it still occupies half of the planet. Countless robots in the base maintain the operation of the base according to the program. The Pengpai warships coming and going constantly docked on the surface of the planet for maintenance and repair, and then set sail to continue their mission. Everything was running automatically, and only a few of them required Pengpai to issue instructions in person. The station master of Suj Star Station, who is in charge of this base, was discussing with several of his Pengpai people the internal communication of the ferry ship people that the base had just intercepted. Although the various God-level civilizations maintained cooperation, it was a tradition to spy on each other. However, the station master of Suj Star Station had never imagined that one day he would be the first to discover such important intelligence. Is this intelligence true or false? Should I report it? What if I report it and find it to be false? What if I don't report it, but the intelligence turns out to be true? What should I do? Now he would rather not have received this intelligence. Station master, do you think this is possible? If I knew, why would I call you to discuss this? But, humans return? This is too incredible, right? It's impossible. Could it be that the people on the ferry ship fantasize about humans coming back all day and have hallucinations? You are hallucinating, but the people on the ferry ship can't be hallucinating. They are more rigorous than us when it comes to matters involving humans. So, humans really return? Then, what is the current situation of the starry eye? When it comes to the current undercurrent of the starry eye, the person who spoke immediately shut up. Well, he is not a big shot anyway, so let's leave these things to the big shots. I think we should report it. Such a big thing, whether the information is true or false, is not something we can cover up, so it's better to report it. I also think it should be reported. Finally, the station master and his men discussed and weighed the pros and cons and decided to report the information. So soon, 1,000 light years away, at the core of the starry eye, the largest vicious space leak that was once blocked by humans was located. Almost all God-level civilizations have set up their headquarters here. This includes the Pengpai people. The reason why the God-level civilizations have all set up their headquarters here is basically to prevent the most dangerous and largest malicious space leakage point in the universe from leaking again. At the same time, there are also a large number of benign space leakage points here, which can communicate with the idealistic universe on the opposite side. So they set up their headquarters here to prevent the malicious space leakage from happening again, and to guard against a possible attack of the idealistic universe and guard the materialistic universe. As for the actual situation, although there are indeed two reasons, the more critical one is to better study the idealistic universe on the opposite side, the absolute vacuum outside the universe, and even the methods used by humans to block the malicious space leakage. Research is the most important thing. Therefore, in the war star where the Pengpai people set up their headquarters here, countless scientists are conducting experiments one after another. They will collect various substances from the idealistic universe and react with the substances in the materialistic universe, trying to replicate substances in the materialistic universe that can also interfere with reality. Although the hope is slim, Scientists are still continuing. There are also scientists studying the absolute vacuum outside the universe. They believe that the absolute vacuum is not necessarily completely uninhabitable. For example, haven't humans entered the absolute vacuum before? There are also scientists studying the absolute vacuum outside the universe and the relationship between it and the higher dimension. Since the space cracks will directly tear the universe apart and connect to the absolute vacuum outside the universe. Why is it that in the center of the Milky Way, by breaking through the space, it is often possible to mine the chaotic energy from the higher dimension? Is this evidence that the absolute vacuum is related to the higher dimension? In short, there are all kinds of research. Countless Pengpei people's war stars surround the headquarters war star, guarding the brains of Pengpei people. These scientists are the most precious wealth of Pengpei people. At this time, on this headquarters war star, the senior executives of Pengpei people were cooperating with scientists to conduct research as usual, but suddenly an accident happened and became chaotic. Humans are back? How is that possible? Is this a message from the station master of that station? Have you confirmed it? This is information sent by the station master of the Sugestar maintenance point. They accidentally intercepted the internal communication of the Xianjian people. Impossible, absolutely impossible, humans can't come back. Yes, how can humans come back? They can't come back anymore. As the top leaders of Pengpei people, they naturally know more information that ordinary people don't know, such as the fact that humans have upgraded. This makes them more awed by humans, but also relieved, because upgrading means that humans will never come back, which is a good thing in a sense. But now, some people say that humans are back again. How is that possible? They have all upgraded to higher dimensions, how can they come back? Do you really think that higher dimensional beings can run to lower dimensions unscrupulously? High dimensional beings cannot return. It has always been a speculation of our scientists based on known information. Is there a possibility that this speculation is wrong? Or is there actually a way for humans to bypass this rule? Someone said in a deep voice. Suddenly, everyone was silent. Yes, they are humans who have created countless miracles. If it were them, could they really do it? Although it is incredible, it seems to be reasonable when you think about it being humans. What should we do? Should we continue the research? Someone said exhaustedly. No, we can't stop the research. We have finally reached this point. But, if it is really a human, even if it is a human, so what? They can upgrade their dimensions, so why can't we? But that is their thing after all. Someone smiled bitterly. I think it is a bit strange. Why do humans want to come back? Is there anything here that is worth them staying for? Even if it is those things, humans probably don't care about them anymore. Is this the plan of the Kramer people? Everyone suddenly realized. Immediately stop all cooperation with the Kramer people. We don't know anything about what they are doing. It has nothing to do with us. Will the action be too drastic to arouse suspicion from the outside world? Then do the cutting quietly, even if it costs some money. We don't want the existing results. The Kramer people will be very happy. Okay, let's do it. Although the Pengpei people felt very painful, they still decisively abandoned the plan that had already invested huge resources when they thought of the consequences of the return of humans. The only thing they are thankful for now is that the Kramer people, not them, are the leaders of this plan, and they can still make the cutting. Fortunately, the Kramer people are so bold. Didn't you say before that they were very courageous? Before was before, now is now. But seriously, where did the Kramer people get the original data on their research on humans? Who knows, maybe they conducted experiments somewhere. We are keeping a close eye on their every move. If they really conducted such a large-scale experiment simulating humans somewhere, how could we not notice it? I don't know about that. Also, we have to clean up internally recently. We have participated in the Kramer plan and will never leak it out. Let's get rid of the spies from various civilizations who are usually let go now. By the way, the Gelreman people seem to be making small moves recently, and their spies are also. Let's clean it up. Jerryman, they and the ferry ships are the best in the new generation, but unfortunately they rose too late. The best positions in the eye of the starry sky have been occupied by us, and they can only watch. It's normal to be unwilling, but what can you do? Yes, don't pay too much attention to them. The most important thing now is to quickly cut off ties with the Kramer people. By the way, should we contact the ferry ships? Since they know that humans have returned, Does it mean that humans have accepted them? That's right, contact the ferry ships. If we can get in touch with humans, it would be great. If necessary, it's not impossible to give some positions in the eye of the starry sky to the ferry ships. Someone said with pain, but everyone nodded, thinking it was worth it. In short, while the ferry ships were busy looking for humans, the Pengpei people had secretly begun to cut off ties with the Crammer people's plan and move closer to the ferry ships. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. The Gelremans were still cautiously implementing the plans. Lin Xu was sitting on the sofa, playing a local game with Lin Xu. Elisa was eating snacks and was bored. Miss Qiu was carefully observing the game's operation method, and planned to take over Lin Xu and play with Lin Xu for a while. Liao was holding a workbook and chewing on the difficult questions on it. Next to her was a pile of various mathematics books on Suge Star that Yufei had just sent to her. However, after Liao read it, she felt that it was a bit too childish, so she left it there. Miss Qiu was wearing a maid outfit and stood behind Lin Xu as usual. Only Lili was still holding a rag, running around to wipe the floor, and accepting the exploitation hard. However, with her physical fitness, she didn't feel tired, but her face was also red. It was really the rope inside the maid outfit that was a bit too stimulating. Time passed, and a few days passed quickly. Yufei finally processed various temporary documents for several people, and Lin Xu and others could go out for a walk. A few days later, on this day, Lin Xu was taking Lili shopping on the commercial street of Sugestar, buying some snacks and the like. She walked in front, and Lili followed behind with large and small bags. This kind of combination is quite common on the street, with a maid behind her. Although the personal rights of intelligent life are increasingly protected in the interstellar era, the universe is so big that there are always some places where feudal traditions remain. Even on Earth in the 21st century, many places are not full of feudal remnants. So on the technologically advanced Sugestar, various races from all corners of the universe gathered here, and some of the races that came here still had clear feudal relations, which was normal. Then, Lin Xu met Yufei, who pretended to meet her by chance. "Why are you here to find me?" Lin Xu asked, puzzled. "The plan has changed. We have been discovered. We must leave Sugestar immediately. Please go back as soon as possible and bring people here to meet me." Yufei handed Lin Xu a small note and said while carefully observing the surroundings. "Discovered? Did your plan fail?" Lin Xu's face suddenly turned very bad. "I wanted to follow the Gelreman to find human remains, but it failed before it even started. What on earth are you doing? It's not that the plan failed, but we were accidentally discovered here, so we must evacuate." Yufei explained immediately. She didn't want Lin Xu to go crazy. That would be a complete failure of the plan. No one knew why, but the Pengpei people suddenly began to clean up the internal affairs, as if they wanted to catch all the spies from various civilizations in the internal affairs. In the past, these were all tacitly understood, so why did the Pengpei people suddenly become serious? At this time, Yufei had not yet realized that the reason why the Pengpei people did this was actually closely related to the group of people she received this time. "Okay, then I'll go back and we'll meet up later." Lin Xu was a little unhappy, but still nodded in agreement. In this way, the two sides separated, and Lin Xu took Lili back to the manor and informed Lin Xu and others of the situation. The group immediately went out and came to the agreed location under the cover of night. "This is an airport, and Yao Fei and several of his men have been waiting here for a long time. So, we are going to smuggle." Lin Xu looked at the shabby spaceship in front of him and wanted to say that I would just fly out of the planet by myself and not take yours. "Please rest assured, as long as we leave the warning range of Sujexing, there will be a luxury passenger ship waiting for us outside, and you will never have any bad experience," Yao Fei immediately assured. As for her men, some of them had never seen Lin Xu and Lin Xu's group, and looked at Lin Xu and others strangely, obviously curious about who these people were and why their eldest sister was so polite. "Okay, I just heard that this kind of smuggling ship is dirty and broken inside." Lin Xu was still a little reluctant. Finally, Lin Xu stretched out his hand and pinched her, and she finally calmed down. Yufei pretended not to see the two people's little tricks and took them on the smuggling ship. At this time, there were not only Lin Xu and his party on the ship, but also many spies and intelligence members of various civilizations planted on Sugestar. This time, they were all cleared out because of the sudden madness of Pengpai people. Now they gathered together and prepared to escape from Sugestar. Everyone looked at Lin Xu and his party, who were politely brought in by Yu Fei, with curiosity. These people have been friends with each other for a long time, and naturally know who Yu Fei is, so they also pay more attention to the people Yu Fei brought in so politely. They were originally spies, and it was also a kind of professional habit. So they discovered the extraordinariness of this group of people. Someone frowned quietly and secretly recorded the abnormalities of Lin Xu and his party. Yu Fei had no way to deal with this, because taking this smuggling ship was now the only way she could find to send Liu Shenzhen and his party away as quickly as possible. Because if we delay any further and wait for the Pengpei people to find out about the manor, there will be a big conflict as expected. If Liu God directly summons the eternal battle star by then, the trouble will be really big. By then, everyone will know that the Gelreman have colluded with the Eternal God clan. Before the plan even starts, the Gelreman will become a target of public condemnation in the materialistic universe. Therefore, Lin Xu and his party must be sent away quickly. Yu Fei spent a lot of money to arrange the best room in the smuggling ship for Lin Xu and Lin Xu and his party. Then she personally guarded the door, and no matter who came to test, she skillfully blocked them all. Anyway, this ship full of spies must not be allowed to contact Liu God and his party. Lord Lin Xu, do you think the Gelreman's plan is reliable? Why do I feel more and more that their plan is about to fail? In the room, Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu with a pair of big eyes. It doesn't matter whether their plan is completed or not. We just need to follow the clues to find the human remains. Why do we care about their plan? Lin Xu said with a smile. That's right. Lin Xu nodded. At the same time, the stowaway shook, and a feeling of upwardness came over it, and the stowaway began to take off. Isn't there even no anti-gravity? Lu Yao looked speechlessly at this room, which was considered the best, and all the things fixed to the walls. She finally knew now why these things had to be fixed. It's a stowaway. That's understandable. On the contrary, Arisa leaned against the wall with a non-surprised expression on her face. Just like that, several people only felt that as the stowaway took off, the gravity pressure on their bodies became greater and greater. Finally, something floated up around them, and several people themselves began to float up. They came to space. Then, a loud bang came from the side of the stowaway, accompanied by a broadcast shouting. The spaceship in front will stop immediately for inspection, and the spaceship in front will be inspected immediately. Suddenly, everyone on the stowaway was startled. Yu Fei even had a bitter smile on her face. The worst situation had come. Lord Lin Xu, why don't we just do it directly, just capture more Gelremans, and interrogate them to find out where the human remains are? Lin Xu suggested. Suddenly, several people looked at her strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xu was scared by being looked at. Nothing, I just suddenly felt that you are smart for once today. Lu Yao sighed. Hey, I'm a fox after all, and I'm very smart, okay? Lin Xu protested. Hey, I wanted to enter the village quietly, and try not to shoot. If I really can't, I can only give up pretending. Lin Xu sighed. Then let me do it. Lin Xu jumped up happily. No, I'll do it. Mu Ziyu also said. So invisible sparks flew between the two of them. Miss Liuli, the dignified Eternal God clan, quickly hide away for a fear of being affected. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Investigation Report on the Possibility of Human Return. We analyzed all the surveillance facilities on the ferry ship and found several suspicious people who looked like humans. The technicians used the entire ferry ship's massive surveillance system, whether it was the streets and alleys, or the hidden cameras. After comparing all the images, they finally locked on several figures that appeared on the ferry ship almost suddenly, without any reason, and no one knew how to disappear. Those figures were naturally the images recorded by Lin Xu and his friends when they wandered on the ferry ship for a few days. Look here, this is the image recorded on the port. They suddenly disappeared at the port, and almost at the same time, they appeared in another place. We have reason to believe that this is a direct crossover of space, so they can directly change locations. Crossing space, being able to open space directly inside the ferry ship. It seems that they are really human. Several ferry ship high-level officials who listened to the report were immediately excited. I didn't expect that we were so close to humans not long ago. Some people also stamped their feet and beat their chests. Although it is still not certain how humans saw the ferry ship alliance, they were still very sad that they did not see the appearance of humans. Okay, let's gather all the information and report it as a whole. The headquarters has been waiting for our detailed report for a long time. This time, we finally figured out the whole story. So, a detailed investigation report on the possibility of human return was sent to the headquarters of the Immortal Ship Alliance at the fastest speed. However, as a rising star, the Immortal Ship Alliance did not occupy a piece of land in the core position of the Star Eye as its headquarters like other god-level civilizations. Although the headquarters of the Immortal Ship Alliance is also in the Star Eye, it is relatively remote. However, this relatively remote place has become unusually lively at this time. Except for the immortal ships that are too far away to return, all the immortal ships nearby have returned to the headquarters. For a time, there were hundreds of immortal ships parked in the headquarters galaxy, densely packed with small galaxies. If it were not for the delicate gravitational balance maintained between the immortal ships, coupled with the work of the anti-gravity system, I am afraid that this small galaxy would have been in a mess because of the gathering of too many immortal ships. At the same time, the unusual gathering of the Immortal Ship Alliance also attracted the attention of the god-level civilizations of the 5 major river systems. Everyone secretly speculated that the Immortal Ship Alliance was going to make some big move. Only the Pengpei people who had accidentally intercepted the internal communication of the Immortal Ship Alliance guessed the reason why the Immortal Ship Alliance did this. They immediately began to speed up the speed of cutting off with the Kramer people. In addition, the Gelreman people were even more terrified. They didn't know whether the Immortal Ship Alliance had discovered their secret conspiracy by doing this. But in any case, everything was on the verge of being launched. At the same time, above the low Earth orbit of Suge Star, a stowaway ship that was flying crookedly was slowly reducing its speed under the siege of several guard ships. The main reason was that the main guns of the guard ships had already begun to charge. Even if the captain of the stowaway ship wanted to continue running, he couldn't outrun the muzzle. So although he was unwilling, he could only stop slowly. However, before the stowaway ship could completely stabilize, the ship suddenly shook, and the next moment it unexpectedly accelerated towards space. And that speed is simply not the speed of a mere stowaway. Fire. The guard ship noticed something was wrong and chose to open fire immediately. Several bright beams of light passed through the low Earth orbit and hit the stowaway in the blink of an eye. However, on the stowaway, which should not have any defensive measures, a shield flashed, directly blocking several beams of light outside the shield. Then, the stowaway accelerated directly and disappeared into the depths of space. Is it possible? The guard ship wanted to catch up, but it was too late. It could only watch the stowaway disappear into the starry sky. At this time, on the stowaway, the captain, Old Hall, was in the cockpit, looking at the data displayed by various instruments in front of him with a confused look on his face, and his several deputies beside him, and the situation outside the ship displayed on the screen in front of them. The stowaway itself is not big, and the cockpit is naturally not very big. Inside are Old Hall's confidants. Now everyone feels like they are dreaming. They were all prepared to be caught, and some people had already begun to silently calculate whether the crimes they had committed before were enough to be sentenced to death. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the smuggling ship suddenly accelerated while they were confused, and ran directly out of the encirclement of the guard ship. The shield appeared inexplicably, blocking the main gun of the guard ship. "Boss, when did you install the shield system? This must be very expensive, right?" The deputy next to him asked quietly, relying on his confidant. "I think you look like a shield. Where can I get the money to install a shield?" Old Hall's mouth was spitting out. Then, what happened just now? It can't be a ghost. The deputy muttered, and he shrank his neck and looked around carefully. As soon as he said it, he felt that it couldn't be really haunted, right? Although this is already the interstellar age, it is also an instinct of intelligent life to attribute all incredible things to things like ghosts. "Boss, could it be that someone is helping us? I remember that there seemed to be several big shots on our spaceship before, and the famous Big Sister Yufei even helped guard the door herself," someone next to him said. Old Hall immediately thought of that group of people whose temperament was incompatible with others. Big Sister Yufei guarding the door? How is that possible? I heard that Big Sister Yuffie is actually a formal citizen of a certain god-level civilization. Someone next to him said in disbelief. That's why they say those people are big shots. Who can let a god-level civilization guard the door? At this time, Yuffie, who was being discussed by everyone, was looking at Lin Xu and his group in front of her with a bitter smile on her face. Yuffie was no longer guarding the door, but was called into the room just before Nanzhu took action. At first she was a little confused, but as Nanzhu took action, she understood everything. These people in front of them were not the eternal gods from the idealistic universe at all. Who are you? Yuffie's head was full of question marks. She didn't understand why these people, who were clearly from the idealistic universe, and their fellow tribesmen there were confident that they were the eternal gods, suddenly changed. However, Lin Xu and the others were not obliged to answer her doubts. Your status among the Gelremen should not be low, otherwise it would be impossible for you to receive the eternal gods. Lin Xu said. Yuffie looked at the current positions of the people in front of her, and finally understood what Lily God was. It was obvious that the person in front of her, who she had always thought was a male favorite, was the real person in charge. Yes, what do you want to do? Yuffie knew that it was meaningless to deny, so she admitted it directly. Our purpose is actually very simple, human relics. Lin Xu said bluntly. Then you may have found the wrong person. Even with my status, this is not something I can know. Yuffie smiled bitterly and shook her head. It doesn't matter, we will find someone who knows. Let's start from the warship you mentioned, the one who will pick us up. Lin Xu said indifferently. Yuffie's face suddenly changed, but she was helpless. She also tried to send a signal secretly, but unfortunately the signal had been blocked and nothing could be sent out. So the only thing she could do was to pray that the person who received it would be smarter. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. Not long after, a huge warship tens of thousands of meters long appeared on the road that the stowaway had to pass and intercepted the stowaway. Old Hall, who had long guessed that this time was not simple, was relieved and honestly docked according to the requirements of the warship. Then Lin Xu and several others got off the ship, and Old Hall and his party and the spies of various races on the stowaway were temporarily imprisoned in the warship. What they didn't know was that not long after they were imprisoned, the entire warship changed hands. Old Hall, who was leaning against the wall and chatting with his deputy next door in the bright and clean cell, first saw the tall alien guards covered with scales being transferred away. He knew that these aliens were vassals of the Gelremans. But not long after, a new guard was sent over. They were men wearing power armor, either bald or bearded. Not only that, but the aliens covered with scales who were originally guards were locked up next to him. This made Old Hall realize something. Boss, is this a coup? The deputy next door said in a low and nervous voice. Shut up. Old Hall quickly scolded him. However, after hesitating for a while, he still personally spoke to the warriors wearing power armor. Friend, can I ask what race you are from? I haven't seen you before. As he said that, Old Hall handed over the tobacco he had hidden on his body. We are the Elder, and this place has been taken over by us. You should be honest. The elder warrior looked at him with some disdain, as if he saw through his little thoughts and said, Oh, then I wonder which race's vassal you are. Old Hall asked in confusion. He had never heard that the Gelremen had a vassal called the Elder, so isn't this an internal coup? But an external attack? But that's not right. After all, the Gelremans are also a god-level civilization. How could a warship be occupied without any sound? There was not even a spark of resistance. Vassals? Of course we are vassals of the great human beings. The elder warrior immediately raised his head proudly. Don't say anything, just patrol honestly. Another elder warrior not far away reminded him. It's okay. Master Lin Xu has said that there is nothing we can't say. We are open and above board. If anyone is afraid, it's them who are afraid. But Old Hall was lost in thought. As a well-informed person, he naturally knew about humans. After all, there are so many civilizations that claim that they have some relationship with humans to show the justice of their actions. It's like on the Earth in the 21st century, there are always some guys who claim that they are God's chosen people, and that killing pagans is God's will to show their justice. It seems that with God's endorsement, they can do anything. There are also a group of civilizations in this era who always like to claim that they are vassals of humans, and whatever they do is naturally just. Even some interstellar pirates rely on believing in humans to relieve themselves of their guilt. So when Old Hall heard that the Elder claimed to be vassals of humans, his first reaction was that it was bad. This was another group of civilizations with broken brains. However, a civilization that can plunder a god-level civilization must be a god-level civilization, right? Is there any god-level civilization in the world that believes in humans and is stupid? The fairy ship people? No, the fairy ship people have a good reputation and are recognized as a civilization that truly inherits human ideas, not those garbage that use belief in humans to exonerate themselves. Who else could it be? I have never heard of any god-level civilization that believes in humans and is stupid. Old Hall fell into confusion. At this time, Lin Xu and others were already in the bridge of the battleship, completing the interrogation of the captured battleship leaders. It can only be said that the result was not ideal. But it was not unexpected. After all, the location of the human ruins, such an important thing, should not be known by the commander of a battleship. What should we do next? Nanzhu Fox's ears shook, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Just follow the original plan of this battleship and return to the War Star 100 light-years away. If there is nothing on the battleship that can be known, there must be something on the War Star. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. But before the battleship started to set sail, the alarm system on the battleship sounded first. What happened? Nanzhu turned his head to look. On the big screen next to it, the warships that set sail from Such Star in the distance have appeared on the screen. The latest novels are first published on Liu Jiu. These warships are heading towards the battleship under the feet of several people. Hostile warships have been detected, and the target is suspected to be ours. The elves sitting on various positions in the bridge are temporarily acting as the pilots of this battleship and reporting at the same time. Why are they haunting? Why are they so persistent? Nanzhu asked, puzzled. Is it because the stowaway ship that was discovered before escaped here? But normally, a stowaway ship wouldn't use so many warships. Lin Xu was puzzled. Unless there's something on the stowaway ship that they must wait for. Lu Yao thought about it and guessed. Is there something so important on it? Nanzhu thought about it and didn't think of it. For example, us. Lu Yao shrugged. We are exposed. Nanzhu was puzzled. Who knows? Lu Yao said and looked at Lin Xu. But Lin Xu was looking at the chasing warships, his eyes lost in thought. Do you think these warships look familiar? Lin Xu hesitated. Familiar, it seems to be true. Then Nanzhu also found it. At this time, Changxing's report came. The reaction of the Zerg warship was detected. The enemy ship ahead is suspected to have Zerg biological warship modulation elements. Zerg warship? Is it the Zerg we met before? Nanzhu's eyes widened. The Zerg that did the human experiment? But didn't the warship on Such Star belong to the Pengpai people? How could it be? Mu Xiao also became uneasy. No matter what, let's take it down first. Lin Xu decided. There were originally countless possibilities, but since it was discovered that the Pengpai people's warships might be related to the Zerg, there was only one possibility left. At this time on Such Star, the station master who had just sent out the warships was still discussing with his subordinates how to better complete the task above. Since we have to completely cut off ties with the Kramer people, then these biotechnology obtained from the Kramer people, and the experimental warships, should all be consumed, which can also save a sum of money on destruction. Station master is wise. That's right, I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Why do they suddenly want to cut off ties with the Kramer people? Yes, in fact, the Kramer people's biological modulation technology is still good. It's just a bit strange, why did they suddenly have such a big development in biological modulation technology? A group of Pengpai people were discussing, and suddenly the alarm sounded. Several people were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They quickly dropped their snacks and returned to their respective positions. Only then did they realize that in the short time they had just been slacking off, all the warships that had been sent out to cooperate with the Kramer people had lost their signals. How is it possible? Doesn't the other side only have one warship? Even if it was a Garryman warship, it couldn't have such strength. What Garryman warship? That's an interstellar pirate warship. It's an interstellar pirate. It didn't even raise a flag. If it's not a pirate, what is it? The station master said angrily. Losing a batch of warships is a loss. They were supposed to be destroyed. But he couldn't afford the charge of going to war with other god-level civilizations. Originally, he just wanted to take advantage of the other party because they came quietly and didn't even raise a flag. When the time comes, He just needs to insist that the other party is an interstellar pirate. Who knew that the other party was so strong? This time, he really failed to kill the goose and was pecked in the eye by the goose. The enemy is coming towards us, and their fleet is deploying. Fleet? What fleet? Isn't there only one warship? But it's really a fleet. I don't know where their fleet came from. Station Master, do you need help? Help immediately. The Gelremans have declared war on us. It was the Gelremans who took the initiative to attack. They have started a war. Ask for help immediately. So, a signal spread rapidly in the eye of the starry sky. The signal was urgent and there was no concealment at all. Not only did the Pengpei people receive it, but all races received it. What? The Gelremans have declared war on the Pengpei people? Are they attacking Suge Star? What's going on? Are the Gelremans crazy? What should we do? Should our caravan still go there? No, change direction. The Gelremans are crazy. Send a message to the Gelremans immediately, and ask them what they want to do. Because of this news that the Gelremans attacked Suge Star, the entire 5 major river systems were in chaos in an instant. Even the Gelremans themselves were confused. They knew that one of their warships had quietly gone to Suge Star to pick up an eternal Protus. But why did the war suddenly start? They sent a message to inquire about the situation, but they did not receive a reply at all. What should we do? Should we wait? We can't wait any longer. The immortal ships have gathered abnormally. We don't know what they want to do. What if they want to target us? In addition, after this incident, the Pengpei people will definitely be wary of us. Then let's do it. Let's start now. Although it's a little early, we have already prepared what we should prepare. Then, let's do it. Immediately, a series of signals were sent out from the headquarters of the Gelreman people. The Eternal Protus Invasion factions hidden on various planets in the entire eye of the stars all received the news. Then, the Eternal Protus took action one after another. Soon, no one paid attention to the Gelreman people's invasion of the Pengpei people's Suge Star. Because something bigger happened. The Eternal Protus invaded. All the god-level civilizations in the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky focused their attention on the Eternal Protus. They speculated whether the Eternal Protus's actions of sneaking into the rear were paving the way for a large-scale invasion. So the god-level civilization sent a large number of combat forces to encircle and suppress the Eternal Protus inside, and also took stricter precautions against the space gaps in the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky. Battle stars and planetary warships constantly patrolled the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky to guard against a possible invasion of the Eternal Protus. After the attention of the god-level civilization was diverted, the Jerrymans finally began to act. As for Sujexing, which was the focus of all the forces of the Eye of the Starry Sky not long ago, no one is paying attention to it now. Even the Pengpei people only sent a part of the support symbolically. They are still considering how to quickly complete the separation with the Kramer people. The universe is getting more and more chaotic now. If humans come out to clean up the mess, they should not clean themselves up. On the Suge Star, even though there was a Pengpei stronghold here, and half of the planet was filled with Pengpei warships rising and falling, they still couldn't resist the attack from Lin Xu. At the beginning, there were only a large number of warships scattered across the starry sky, and the Pengpei station master on Suge Star was still asking for help. But when the planetary warships appeared one after another and surrounded the entire Suge Star, the station master had already decided that he would abandon the dark and join the light. What kind of Pengpei people are you? He decided not to be one. He didn't ask for help immediately and surrendered directly on the spot. And his men also praised his decisiveness, thinking that he was indeed a good station master who considered everyone. So before the elder could land, Suge Star had already surrendered. In this way, Lin Xu and his party, who had just left Suge Star not long ago, returned to Suge Star. Whether it was Yao Fei or Old Hall on the stowaway ship, they were all confused and had no idea what was going on. Yu Fei looked at the warships in the lower orbit of Suge Star and the planetary warships in Nanzhu's fleet, and asked the elder guards who were watching over her with a puzzled look on her face. "Who are you?" "Elder, followers of humans." The elder smiled, revealing 8 shining teeth. "P.S. Please vote for me and recommend me." Chapter 238 The Days I Was Captured by Humans. Back to Suge Star, Lin Xu stood on the top floor of the tower above the giant port on the back of the planet. Warships were parked in the port, and countless robots were repairing and maintaining them. However, These warships were not the focus of Lin Xu's attention. His sight was focused on a special area in the port. There were culture dishes one after another, and one of them was a strange-looking warship with a biological form, docked in it, as if breathing, constantly swallowing and spitting out nutrient solution, repairing the wounds on its own warship. Is this a spaceship made by biotechnology? It looks so different from the Zerg warships. Lin Xu lay on the window and watched carefully. Except that they both used biotechnology, there was no similarity between the two. It looks like the gap is huge. There are many civilizations in the universe that develop biotechnology. Naturally, we can't simply determine that it is related to Zerg technology based on biotechnology. But according to the data from Chengxing, many of the technologies used on these warships are upgraded versions of Zerg technology. Lin Xu looked at the biotechnology that was completely different from the Zerg technology style, and he was also emotional. Just like the two civilizations that are mainly developing mechanical technology, the technology between the two civilizations may have the same results, but the technical veins are often very different. The warships made of biotechnology that Lin Xu saw at this moment are in the same vein as the Zerg's warship technology veins. I'm afraid he can't deny it even if he wants to. Even the technology of these warships is more advanced than that of the Zerg. The technical level of these warships is more advanced than that of the Zerg. Does it mean that the Zerg's technology is obtained from the civilization that built these warships? Lu Yao guessed on the side. I was wondering how those Zergs could have such advanced technology. It turns out that they rely on foreign aid. Lin Xu suddenly realized. According to the captured Pengpei station master, these warships were made by the Pengpei people in cooperation with the Kramer people, using the technology obtained from the Kramer people. The specific content of the cooperation is not clear to the station master, but these technologies should only be the prerequisites for cooperation, not the purpose of cooperation. Miss Qiu explained with the intelligence she had just interrogated. Kramer people? Is their civilization good at biotechnology? Lu Yao asked curiously. Not only are they good at it, the Kramer people are one of the few civilizations that have developed to the god level with biotechnology as the main technology. Miss Qiu explained. A god-level civilization with biotechnology? So, the Zerg's technology could really be obtained from the Kramer people? But, was it the Kramer people who handed it over to the Zerg personally, or was it the Apocalypse people who handed it over to the Zerg? If it was the Kramer people who handed it over to the Zerg personally, what role did they play in the Zerg's experiment? If it was the Apocalypse people who handed it over, what is the relationship between the Kramer people and the Apocalypse people? Lin Xu raised a series of questions, but no one could answer them. Based on our reading of the Zerg Emperor's consciousness and the collection of various Zerg records, there is no information related to the Kramer people at all. I think the experiment may have nothing to do with the Kramer people. It's just that the Apocalypse people got some technology from the Kramer people and then handed it over to the Zerg. Lu Yao thought for a while and said, not necessarily, maybe it's just the Apocalypse people who are responsible for coming forward, and the Kramer people are hidden behind the scenes. Lin Xu thought for a while and said, this is impossible. With the pride of the Apocalypse, it is impossible to become the white glove of a certain civilization. Even if it is a god-level civilization, it is nothing in the eyes of the Apocalypse. Arisa on the side denied it from the perspective of the Apocalypse. It's not that the Apocalypse is the white glove, but the two are cooperating. The Kramer people provide technology, and the Apocalypse is responsible for selecting the selected race. Lu Yao added. This. Arisa couldn't be sure for a while. What should we do? Continue to look for human remains, or go to the Kramer people first? Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu. The others also looked at Lin Xu, waiting for his decision. Because only Lin Xu can make this decision. It seems that it is necessary to go to the Kramer people first. Lin Xu sighed and said. So, a space channel covering half of the planet opened in the sky, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out from Lin Xu's portable space and rushed to the ground. In the stunned eyes of the Pengpei people who were captured on the back of Sugestar, the Pengpei people's base was emptied at the fastest speed. Everything was moved away, whether it was the various instruments and facilities on the ground, or the warships, etc. Of course, the most important ones were the biological warships, the culture dishes of the biological warships, and the nutrient solution inside. Chengxing needed to conduct a more detailed inspection of these biological warships. Until there was only a wasteland on the back of Sugestar, so desolate that even horses could run. However, The captured Pengpei people turned a blind eye to this. They only had one idea now. Humans, they are humans. Station Master, are we seeing things? Are those the legendary autonomous mechanical aggregates just now? If the records in the textbook are correct, they should be. So, they are humans. It seems, yes. The Station Master had a sad face. Station Master, this is a good thing. A subordinate laughed at the side. What good thing is this? The Station Master only felt that this subordinate was mocking him. He surrendered and became a prisoner now, and his future can be said to be ruined. Is this still a good thing? I usually take care of you so much. Of course it's a good thing. If we were captured by other civilizations, we would definitely be finished. But now we are captured by humans. They are humans. Isn't it normal to be captured by humans? Even if we go to the military court, being captured by other civilizations and being captured by humans are two different things. The subordinate saw that he still didn't understand, so he quickly explained. So the Station Master was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately. Yes, I was captured by humans. Facing humans, isn't it normal to lose? It's abnormal to win. That's right, that's right. The Station Master finally felt that his mood became brighter. Looking at his subordinates, I just felt that it was worth taking care of you. And we can write a book or something later, called The Days When I Was Captured by Humans. It will definitely sell well. By then, we will make a lot of money, and who will bother to go out on the field? The subordinate reminded again. Yes, right, you are still smart. The Station Master only felt that a golden road had been opened to him, and the money on the ground was waiting for him to pick up. Of course, the premise is that they can still be released. Soon, after Lin Xu and his men emptied everything, they released them. Then they summoned the Skylark, and several people boarded the Skylark, closed the portable space and left. It can only be said that the plan did not change quickly. Originally, they wanted to follow the gel remnants to find the human remains, but now the plan was disrupted by the sudden emergence of a new situation. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the human remains can't escape, just a little earlier or later. As for the captured Pengpei people, each of them was given some living supplies, and they were thrown on the back of the desolate Suje star. The Station Master and other Pengpei people who were released were ecstatic at first. I didn't expect to be released so easily. But soon they found that humans only left them basic living supplies, but did not give them any communication devices. In other words, if they want to contact the outside world, they must rely on their two legs, trek half of the planet, and go to the other side of the planet to find communication facilities that can contact the Pengpei headquarters. During this period, they have to rely on the supplies in their hands to survive in the wilderness. Lin Xu on the Skylark even felt a little regretful that he could not watch the wonderful scenes of their survival in the wilderness every day. Station Master, can we walk half a planet alive? It's just half a planet. It's not far. Half a planet is not far? You are used to taking a spaceship, right? It only takes a short time to get there by spaceship, but it will take several years to walk. Several years? No way. And all this, the people on the Skylark no longer knew. In this way, the Skylark jumped all the way through space, and according to the coordinates provided by Yu Fei, it went to the headquarters of the Kramer people in the core area of the Star Eye. For a god-level civilization like the Kramer people, the location of the headquarters is not a secret, but it is not known by just anyone. However, for professional intelligence personnel like Yu Fei, the location of the Kramer people is no secret. Are you really human? Yu Fei couldn't help asking when providing the coordinates. Yes. Lin Xu nodded, acting lightly. Yu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even though she had heard the elder who was guarding her say this before, and later saw the self-disciplined mechanical aggregates all over the sky, Yu Fei still felt a little bit unbelievable. The legendary human beings have appeared again. It is unknown whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for the many god-level civilizations in the 5 major river systems. Especially for the Gelreman civilization where she belongs, thinking that her civilization is trying every means to seize human relics, Yu Fei feels that the future of her entire race seems to be very bleak. The Skylark keeps jumping in the starry sky. As it gets closer to the core area of the eye of the starry sky, the various information flowing between the stars becomes more and more noisy. The various communication facilities in the cockpit of the Skylark can constantly receive signals from the stars. During this period, some information also aroused the interest of Lin Xu and others. Eternal Protoss infiltration attack? Have the Gelreman launched it? How can it be so fast? Lin Xu said, looking at Yufei who was not sent away next to him. I don't know. It shouldn't be so fast according to the original plan. Yufei was also confused. Did something unexpected happen that caused the plan to be advanced? Lu Yao frowned and thought. But she didn't know that it was the chain reaction caused by their surprise attack on Sugestar that caused the Gelreman people to advance their plan. Many God-level civilizations have mobilized their fleets to encircle and suppress the Eternal God clan. It seems that your Gelreman people's plan has succeeded. The next step is to take advantage of the diversion of the attention of the God-level civilization and seize the human relics. Lin Xu nodded to Yao Fei with an admiring look. In the face of Lin Xu's admiration, Yao Fei felt that it was a kind of irony. The only thing she could do was to remain silent. There is a news report that the immortal ships have assembled hundreds of immortal ships in the headquarters galaxy. I don't know what they want to do. There are also comments speculating that they are going to attack the Gelreman people. Do the immortal ships have a bad relationship with you Gelreman people? Lin Xu looked at Yao Fei again. Yes, we have a big difference in our ideas. Yao Fei hesitated and could only say, difference in ideas? What kind of difference in ideas? Lin Xu was relentless. The Xianjian people believe that the free development of weak civilizations should not be interfered with. We believe that the fittest survive in the survival of the fittest. Yao Fei said after a moment of silence. Is that so? Lin Xu nodded without commenting. But Yao Fei thought about it and couldn't help but look at Lin Xu and speak. She now knew that Lin Xu was the only human here, and the rest were human relatives. Some people say that the Xianjian people are following the human concept, but some people say that the Xianjian people are just pretending to be human. In fact, humans don't have such a concept. What is the human concept? Civilization should have the freedom to develop, whether it is weak or strong. Lin Xu looked at her and finally said. The Skylark kept jumping. As it got closer to the core area of the Eye of the Stars, the number of various spacecraft it encountered increased. Finally, when it jumped out of the space channel, it encountered a huge fleet that had just jumped out of another space channel. It was a huge fleet composed of more than 10 planetary battleships. After crossing the space jump channel, the planetary battleships docked in the universe, maintaining a subtle distance from each other to avoid mutual gravitational attraction, causing the planetary battleships to collide. Then, powerful energy was projected from more than a dozen planetary battleships to somewhere in front. Suddenly, in the energy concentration area, a space jump channel began to slowly open. According to Chenzing's calculations, it would take several days for the space jump channel to be fully opened. Afterwards, these planetary battleships will cross the space jump channel and arrive 1,000 light-years away. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. It can be said that this jump method is relatively backward compared to the jump method currently mastered by Lin Xu, but being able to perform space jumps is already a great thing. It can be said that space jumps are a sign of God-level civilization. It is precisely because of the ability to master space jumps that the entire universe has become the hunting ground of God-level civilization. Lin Xu naturally would not continue to watch here for a few days. When more than a dozen planetary battleships began to open the space channel, the Skylark had already entered the space channel again and left. At the same time, the fleet not far away captured the fleeting space jump fluctuation. Countless instruments and equipment were fired at this side, but nothing was found in the end. At this time, after several space jumps, the Skylark encountered a fleet of more than a dozen planets again. But the fleet encountered this time was a little strange. The dozen planets that came from the cross-domain space jump channel were not huge war planets built of metal. Instead, they were planets that looked like living creatures. Even in space, you can even see the liquid flowing in the pulsating blood vessels on these blood-red fleshy planets. On the blood-red flesh on the surface of the planet, there are dense biological warships parked. There are also protruding tumors on the planet, which are opening and closing, revealing the wriggling holes inside that look like gun barrels. This is the planetary battleship of the Kramer people. They are also dispatched. Yufei recognized the extremely special planetary battleship of the Kramer people at a glance. After all, among all the God-level civilizations, the war stars of the Kramer people, who are mainly based on biotechnology, are also extremely rare. However, Lin Xu did hold his chin with one hand, looking at the war stars that seemed to be alive, and fell into thought. After a while, he spoke. Do you know what I thought of? What did you think of? Lin Xu asked in cooperation. Starry sky fish. Lin Xu sighed. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, especially Arisa. The starry sky fish of the Apocalypse clan is also a kind of creature unique to the Apocalypse clan. It's just that the Apocalypse clan grazes the starry sky fish to eat the impurities that keep pouring out of the dimensional reduction channel, so Arisa didn't take any starry sky fish with her when she left. After getting along for a long time, everyone really forgot for a while that the starry sky fish is the existence of the iconic servant of the Apocalypse clan. Wait a minute, is the Apocalypse clan also good at biotechnology? Lin Xu looked at Arisa with wide eyes. Don't look at me, I can't. Arisa rolled her eyes and said. Do you want to catch one and dissect it? Miss Qiu had already stretched out her hand and grasped the hilt of Penglei's sword. After all, it is a race that once fought side by side with humans. It is not good to take direct action before confirming that the other party has participated in the Zerg experiment. Lin Xu shook his head and said. What should we do? Don't catch it. Lin Xu said with some regret. I mean, it's not good to catch them all, so just catch one. Lin Xu explained. I see, catch one and run, so that they can't react. Lin Xu immediately became eager to try. Let me do it. Miss Qiu glanced at Lin Xu and volunteered. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that I'm not as good as you? Lin Xu immediately refused to do it, especially before Miss Qiu said this. She deliberately looked at her. No, I'm afraid you'll mess it up. Miss Qiu shook her head and explained. This is not to say that I'm not as good as you. Lin Xu said with anger. The fox's tail stood up. Liuli next to her had silently prepared a comb, because if nothing unexpected happened, Lin Xu let her comb her hair in a while. To be honest, Liuli really likes combing Lin Xu's hair. She feels like Lin Xu is her pet. Although the reality is the opposite. Of course, she must not let Lin Xu know about this idea. Don't worry, wait a while. When they open the space jump channel and start jumping, we just need to stop the last one. Lin Xu waved his hand to stop the quarrel between the two. So, the group stayed here temporarily. Watching more than a dozen biological planet warships, they opened their huge eyes and emitted a huge energy toward the front of the universe. That energy folded the space, and in just a few days, a space jump channel was ready. Then, one by one, the biological planet warships drove towards the space jump channel. Hidden on the Skylark not far away, Lin Xu, who was dozing on the sofa while letting Liuli comb her tail hair, suddenly became energetic. It's finally done. I've been waiting for several days. This technology is too backward. Lin Xu complained. We used to do this before. Miss Qiu said. At least it's not like this now. Lin Xu retorted. While the two were bickering, one by one, the biological planets and war stars had already passed through the space jump channel and disappeared. Only the last one was left, rushing towards the space jump channel. At this time, Arisa casually opened the space jump channel beside her, and when she reappeared, she had already arrived near the giant biological war star, watching the last biological war star about to rush into the space jump channel. Arisa raised her hand and released a disturbance to the space jump channel, and suddenly the huge space jump channel began to be unstable. The biological war star that was about to rush in stopped its action urgently and stopped suddenly in the starry sky. No, she got ahead. Lin Xu realized that when he and Miss Qiu were competing, Arisa had already set off. So Lin Xu and Miss Qiu both left the Skylark and also appeared near the biological war star. At the same time, the fleshy cockpit on the war star was in a state of chaos. Sig, what happened? Why did you stop urgently? The soft-bodied creature in a protective suit filled with liquid asked through the speaker on the protective suit. Alert, the space jump channel is temporarily closed. Stop the jump temporarily. Stop the jump temporarily. The broadcast of the biological war star resounded throughout the fleshy hall. How could the space jump channel still have problems? Isn't the channel fully opened? Normally, if the space jump channel is stable, it is enough for all planets to pass through, unless it is interfered with by the outside world. All units, pay attention to vigilance, send out reconnaissance units, search for all suspicious targets within 1 light year. Alert, alert, the enemy is found. Located 3 million kilometers ahead. Located 3 million kilometers ahead. 3 million kilometers? Isn't that right under our eyes? How is it possible? Nanobit reaction detected. Hostile target suspected to be human. Hostile target suspected to be human. Human? Are you sure you are not mistaken, Sig? In an instant, all the soft-bodied creatures in the protective suits in the entire cockpit felt dizzy. Although they are proficient in biotechnology, they have long transformed their lifeforms and brains to have a stronger ability to resist dizziness. But at this moment, all the Kramer people still felt what it was like to feel dizzy for the first time in a long time. Human? This is a big joke. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 239 The Apocalypse Betrayed Us. The humanoid protective suit is filled with liquid, as if it is a soft-bodied creature. From time to time, a circle of bubbles appears in it. That is the Kramer people using the respiratory system that covers the surface of the body to breathe. The original Kramer people did not look like soft-bodied creatures. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, the Kramer people also had skeletons and other forms. However, in the process of civilization development, the Kramer people, who have already pointed a lot of technology trees to biotechnology, inevitably embarked on the process of transforming their own evolution. In fact, there are many races in the universe that have transformed themselves, but there are still a few who want to do this. The Kramer people now are like a soft-bodied slug. They must always be in a certain nutrient solution to ensure that their bodies will not quickly crack or even dry up and die due to exposure to the air. However, such extreme transformation also gives the Kramer people's bodies a great load-bearing capacity, allowing the Kramer people who just left the planet that year to rely on such a body to better travel in space. Moreover, such a body is equivalent to discarding all unnecessary organs, and then strengthening the ability of thinking to the extreme. It can even be said that the entire soft body of the Kramer people can be said to be a brain in a sense, or the eyes of the brain function. This is also the reason why the Kramer people can eventually become a god-level civilization in the vast universe. At the same time, it is precisely because of such extreme transformation that it is difficult for the Kramer people to feel various extreme emotions. Although they have not completely eliminated emotions from their bodies, they have also reduced them to the lowest level. Until today, the Kramer people had a long-lost brain failure due to excessive emotional shock. But soon, they reacted. Sig, pass the information on. It's humans. Humans are back, and they may have discovered what we did. Sig is not the name of a Kramer person, but the name of the main biological intelligence brain of this biological war planet, or it can also be said to be the name of this war planet. In a sense, the biological intelligence brain Sig is equivalent to the brain of the biological war planet, controlling all actions of the war planet. However, Sig quickly gave an answer that it could not be executed to this order. The space signal has been completely shielded, the quantum signal has been cut off, and the electromagnetic signal can be transmitted normally. It is estimated that it will take 2,000 years for the headquarters to receive the signal. Should we continue to transmit? 2,000 years? What will be left by then? The Kramer people in the cockpit and the soft body tissues in the protective suits seem to be tangled together. It's not time to despair. I participated in the war 10,000 years ago. Even humans are not invincible. There are only a few people. We still have a chance for Kramer. Yes, there are only a few people. There are no war stars and no warships. We still have a chance. Suddenly, the Kramer people rekindled their hope. Yes, humans are very powerful. 10,000 years ago, humans relied on their own strength to suppress the gods and god-level civilizations of the two universes. However, even the humans 10,000 years ago did not fight alone. They also relied on a large fleet of warships and a large number of tribes and families. There are only a few people, so there is no need to be afraid. The Kramer people, who had almost eliminated emotions such as fear from their biological bodies, cleared the last bit of fear in a short time and calmed down again. So the Kramer people's counterattack also began. Only the Kramer people who just said that they had participated in the war 10,000 years ago still had a faint worry in their hearts, because he knew very well that he said this more to boost morale. Moreover, the human beings now have upgraded their dimensions. How can they be compared with the human beings 10,000 years ago? Using the nanorbits to simulate the signal shielding device, the communication signals in the surrounding space were completely shielded. Looking at the biological war planet in front of him, which was always calm, Lin Xu even had an illusion. Are they going to surrender? What are you thinking? Because Lin Xu's words were too outrageous, Miss Qiu rarely burst out with swear words. Why is there no movement? Lin Xu retorted. Then the next moment, The entire biological war planet was seen to be like a huge heart, shrinking and expanding in an instant, and beating. And with the shrinkage and expansion, the tumors on the planet, opening and closing, swallowed and protruded endless tentacles, each tentacle carrying a high-energy reaction, sweeping towards Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Erisa in the starry sky. It was considered to break Lin Xu's fantasy that the other party was going to surrender. This made Lin Xu very upset, not because the other party refused to surrender, anyway, they would be arrested regardless of whether they surrendered or not, but because he lost face in front of Miss Qiu. Well, you not only refused to surrender, but also dared to fight back against us. It seems that we can't keep you. Lin Xu said angrily. Master Lin Xu said that he must be alive. Miss Qiu reminded. I know. Lin Xu rolled his eyes at Miss Qiu. Compared with those who were still bickering, Erisa's movements were much faster than the two of them. She didn't even open her personal space. Just a large amount of apocalypse elements gathered and formed countless turrets around Erisa. These turrets instantly burst out hundreds of billions of lights. The boundless light rushed through the universe, directly blasting the tentacles of the biological war star SIG, which were full of high-energy reactions, into slag. At the same time, the light of the turrets also plowed directly on the surface of the biological war star SIG, and in an instant, a large number of warships docked on the war star were smashed by the direct artillery fire. The countless tumors on the surface of the war planet were not spared. After a round of bombardment, the surface of the biological war planet was already in a mess with traces of bombardment. Even in the cockpit hidden deep inside the war planet, the Kramer people were thrown out by the sudden earthquake-like tremor and fell all over the floor. However, under the protection of the protective suits, the Kramer people, who were originally soft-bodied creatures, did not suffer any substantial damage. Instead, SIG's report immediately afterwards made all the Kramer people feel dizzy for the second time in a short period of time. The reaction of the apocalypse element has been detected. The hostile target is suspected to be the Apocalypse Clan. The hostile target is suspected to be the Apocalypse Clan. The Apocalypse Clan? This is impossible. No wonder I felt that all this was unreasonable at the beginning. The Apocalypse Clan betrayed us. It must be. The Apocalypse Clan has done no less than us. Why do humans stand with the Apocalypse Clan to attack us? The Apocalypse Clan and humans are equal and can negotiate, but we can't. Just like if another god-level civilization offends us, if the other party is willing to pay enough benefits, it is not unforgivable. But if it is just an ordinary weak civilization, what will we do? Weakness is the original sin. For humans and the Apocalypse Clan, we are nothing at all. The Apocalypse Clan was the first to take action, just to use us to calm the anger of mankind. Realizing that they were treated as weak and eliminated as an existence to calm anger, all the Kramer people present were filled with a sense of powerlessness for a while. More importantly, it may not only be them who were eliminated, but the entire Kramer civilization. The thought that the Apocalypse, who was once considered an ally, was about to raise the butcher knife against their civilization just to appease the anger of mankind. Since becoming a god-level civilization, the feeling of powerlessness that had never been felt before once again swept all the Kramer people. Faced with a joint slaughter of humans and the apocalypse, even the most confident Kramer people were filled with despair at this time. Until suddenly someone reacted. No, this is not right. If it was 10,000 years ago, the apocalypse would naturally be equal to humans. But now that humans have been upgraded, how can the apocalypse be equal to humans? Suddenly, all the Kramer people discovered the blind spot. But this is meaningless. Outside, Erisa's attack is still continuing. Or it cannot be said to be an attack. She is just constantly cutting off all the weapons on the biological war planet until all the forces are cleared, and the war planet can be captured. There is no need to clear them all, because the apocalypse elements have already penetrated into the biological war star with Erisa's attack, and are rapidly expanding into the interior of the war star. When the apocalypse elements spread throughout the biological war star, controlling all the main neural nodes on the war star, cutting off the war star's intelligent brain consciousness SIG, and controlling the war star will also be captured. And she is not the only one who does this. Although Lin Xu and Miss Qiu are a step slower, they also quickly joined the action of clearing the war star's armed forces. At the same time, nanorobots also began to spread into the interior of the war star, and together seized control of the war star. The biological war star is still trying to resist, but facing the joint efforts of Erisa, Nanzhu and Miss Qiu, even the war star of the god-level civilization is powerless. Even Arisa, Nanzhu and Miss Qiu did not summon their own fleets, but just took action personally, and quickly cleared almost all the weapons on the surface of a biological war star, and seized control of the war star with apocalypse elements and minorbits. Alarm, alarm, surface control authority lost, central area control authority lost. Sorry, SIG has lost control of the war planet and can no longer fight back. SIG's voice sounded in the core cockpit. In this regard, the Kramer people were a little surprised that the control authority was lost, but it was reasonable to think that the opponent was the human and the Apocalypse tribe. The control of the entire war planet was completely changed. Countless elder warriors wearing power armor fell from the sky and smashed directly on the hard but biological fleshy ground of the biological war planet, creating deep pits. Quick, quick, clear out the enemies who are still resisting, whether they are Kramer people or their followers, and capture the control personnel of the keynotes. Try not to kill them. Lord Lin Xu needs them to answer some questions. Countless elder warriors, wielding chainsaw swords, rushed into the interior of the war planet. So, a bloody storm soon began. At the beginning, both the Kramer people and their followers were trying to resist. After all, as a god-level civilization, the Kramer people also have their own pride. Until the order sounded on the entire war star, it was after SIG applied to Chengxing, who had already controlled the communication system, and used the communication function that originally belonged to him to convey the order of the highest commander on the war star. The order was very simple, just explaining the current situation and the enemy faced. There is no need to resist fearlessly, just surrender. They lost to the joint efforts of humans and the Apocalypse, and it was not shameful for them to lose. Humans and the Apocalypse joined forces. When did humans come back? Aren't the Apocalypse our allies? The Apocalypse has already obtained the experimental data, so we are naturally useless. I said it a long time ago, the Apocalypse is not trustworthy, those damn traitors. Has our research on humans been known? It's over, humans will not let us go. With a bang, some desperate Kramer people chose to commit suicide in despair. The latest novel is published on the 69th book bar. They seem to have seen the end of the Kramer people being destroyed by humans. Because they knew very well that with what the Kramer people had done, since humans had returned, they would never let them go. Some Kramer people committed suicide, and some numbly watched the Elder control them. The soft bodies in the protective suits didn't know what they were thinking. Before the sporadic resistance in the war star was cleared, the Skylark had landed on the war star. Lin Xu walked down the Skylark, stepping on the hard fleshy surface that was a bit weird. Behind him were Miss Qiu, Liu Yao, Liu Li, and Yu Fei, who was considered a prisoner, looking at the biological war star in front of him with complicated eyes. To be honest, this was also the first time she had such a close contact with a biological war star of the Kramer people. Among the 5 major river systems, the Kramer people are considered a relatively mysterious race. After all, they are one of the few civilizations that are extremely good at biotechnology. Their technology tree is completely different from that of many other god-level civilizations, which makes it a bit difficult to communicate with each other. Therefore, the major god-level civilizations know relatively little about the Kramer people. Master, from this passage, you can directly reach the core area. We have captured the highest commander of the war star and the intelligent brain of the biological war star there. On the fleshy ground next to him, a tentacle-like thing suddenly rose up. On the tentacle was a mouth that kept opening and closing, and the voice coming out of it was Chenzing's voice. Looking at the tentacle, both Liu Li and Yao Fei subconsciously took a step back. After all, tentacles are too unfriendly to girls. Especially Liu Li, who is still tied with ropes. It was all done by Nanzhu, but she was wearing a windbreaker outside, so it couldn't be seen on the surface. Is this the way of communication on this war star? Lin Xu looked at the mouth controlled by Chenzing and felt a little weird. Yes. At the same time that Chenzing answered, the ground suddenly cracked a few steps ahead. Lin Xu walked over and looked down, and saw a passage that went deep underground, and it was unknown how far it was. The passage was surrounded by layers of flesh-colored walls, and the walls were still flashing blood-red light, probably for lighting. Go down from here. Lin Xu confirmed repeatedly. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a way of action. The girls who followed him and looked down had slightly twitching expressions on their faces, because this scene was too much like the plot of some books. But in the end, Lin Xu still stood in the hole. A layer of transparent air lifted the few people and quickly descended below. The speed was getting faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the core of the biological war planet, where the cockpit was. It was called a cockpit, but it was actually more like the inside of a certain biological cavity. The vast space was full of the same flesh-colored barriers, and a huge heart that seemed to be still beating was constantly contracting and expanding, as big as a supercomputer room. This was SIG, the brain of this biological war planet. At the same time, Lin Xu also met several of the highest-ranking Kramer people on this war planet, including the highest commander of the war planet. "Hello, human. The last time I saw human was 10,000 years ago. After so long, you finally came back." The voice played by the commander's protective suit was a little emotional. He even used Chinese, which showed that he had learned it in the past, and maybe he was still struggling with the Chinese level 4 and 6 for a long time. "You know these creatures?" Lin Xu said as he raised his palm, and a holographic projection appeared in front of him, showing countless images of the Zerg. Whether it was a Zerg battleship, a high-level Zerg, or a Zerg hive, etc. Of course we know the Zerg. Although we have not personally contacted them, the technology they use is indeed derived from us. Lin Xu could not see the expression on the body of the highest commander in the protective suit, but he could hear some pain in his voice. Of course, it could also be a disguise. After all, they are too good at controlling the bodies of creatures. The Zerg created a race in the name of humans, and even put the real human history on that race, and conducted an experiment. You should have participated in it, right? Lin Xu continued to ask. Yes, we obtained a lot of data and conducted experiments based on it. The other party replied. What kind of experiment? Lin Xu asked. What kind of experiment? Don't you know? The highest commander of the Kramer people was even stunned. If I knew, I would still ask you. Lin Xu asked back. But didn't the Apocalypse clan betray the Covenant and cooperate with you? Did it retell you? He should have participated in the whole process of the experiment. The Kramer people were extremely surprised. Covenant? I think you may have made a mistake. Arisa, who had arrived at the site at some point, said unhappily. Just because one Apocalypse clan has allied with you, it doesn't mean that all Apocalypse clan have allied with you. I don't know who the Apocalypse clan that has allied with you is, but I have always been on this side, and I have never rebelled. Arisa corrected. Another Apocalypse tribe? So that's how it is. The other party finally realized. Now it's your turn. Tell me what experiments you conducted. Lin Xu continued to ask. I'm sorry, I can't answer this question. The commander shook his head. You don't want to tell me? It doesn't matter. We have plenty of ways to find the answer. Even if it's not in the database, we can just search your brain. Don't even think about committing suicide. Even if you die, your consciousness can be read before it disappears. Nan Xu spoke like a villain. I believe that humans and the Apocalypse tribe have such abilities, but I really don't know. We only know that in order to pursue the secret of dimensional ascension, we Kramer people chose to desecrate humans. This is our choice, but how we did it is only known to those scientists. The commander shook his head and said. Lin Xu frowned. Because at this time, the data that Cheng Xing read from the database of the biological war star had been sorted out. There was no record of the experiments conducted by the Kramer people and the Apocalypse. Blasphemy against humans? You are really brave enough. Arisa couldn't help but speak. Compared with the Apocalypse, we are nothing. The commander said with a double meaning. After all, it was the Apocalypse who cooperated with him. So, Arisa didn't know what to say for a while. Let's go, there's nothing to ask here. Lin Xu shook his head and turned to walk out of the cockpit of the biological war star. Seeing Lin Xu preparing to leave, the highest commander of the war star suddenly felt a little relieved. But then, he still asked Lin Xu's back. Excuse me, how are you going to deal with us? Let's decide after I know what kind of experiment it is. You can stay here for a while. Lin Xu paused and said. But we don't know the specific content of the experiment. We really don't know. The highest commander suddenly had a bad premonition, but still said anxiously. It doesn't matter. You may not know, but someone will know. For example, the scientists you just mentioned, they conducted their own experiments, so it's impossible that they don't know. So I'll find them and ask them clearly. Lin Xu waved his hand and said. Lord Lin Xu, are we going to go to the headquarters of the Kramer people as planned? Nan Xu asked with his eyes shining. Yes, let's go. Lin Xu nodded and said. The highest commander of the War Star wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak anymore. Although he had already guessed it, he still felt desperate when he heard from Lin Xu that the next step would be to go to the headquarters of the Crammer people of the Eye of the Stars. Judgment is coming. Is the end of the Crammer people coming? P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 240, Sacrificing You Can Calm the Anger of Humanity. The huge biological war star was stuffed into the portable space. Although there was still some unfinished work on the war star, the storage of it in the portable space did not prevent the Elder from continuing to collect the captives of the Crammer people and their followers. So in the portable space, the Elder power-armored warriors, wielding chainsaw swords, occasionally broke through some hidden corners in the biological war star, searching for fish that might have slipped through the net. In the starry sky of the universe, Lin Xu and others had reboarded the Skylark and continued to set off towards the core area of the Eye of the Stars. Master, there are signs that the space ahead is opening a jump channel. Chenzing reported before the Skylark began to jump. Did you find that a war star was left behind, so you came back to check the situation? Lin Xu looked at the point marked by Chenzing where the space jump channel was about to be opened, which was exactly the position when the Crammer biological war star fleet left before. It is likely so. Chenzing replied. Don't worry about them, business is more important. So the Skylark started the space jump and left. A few days later, the Crammer fleet returned, but did not find the lone biological war star. After searching, the commander of the fleet realized that something was wrong. After all, the loss of a war star for no reason was not a trivial matter. So he immediately reported to the headquarters. But by that time, everything was too late. When the Skylark was heading towards the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky, the territory of the Crammer people. In the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky, which was divided by more than a dozen god-level civilizations and each civilization occupied an area, an invisible ripple suddenly crossed the entire core area. The ripple was invisible, but it was noticed by all the god-level civilizations in an instant. In an instant, countless monitoring stations throughout the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky sounded fierce alarms. One by one, the monitoring station inspectors who were either lazy or taking the opportunity to do their own things were all awakened by the alarm. After checking together, the highest level reports gathered to the headquarters of their respective civilizations. The Eye of the Starry Sky has moved. Countless space gaps have been attacked at the same time. It's the Eternal Protoss. The Eternal Protoss large-scale attack has begun. But our fleet has just been transferred. Return the fleet immediately. Damn it. I knew that the Eternal Protoss was sabotaging in the back, just to lure our fleet to encircle and suppress them and disperse our defense forces, but I didn't expect their invasion to come so quickly. Some god-level civilizations were lucky that although they were preparing to encircle and suppress the infiltrating Eternal Protoss, their fleet had not set out yet. Some god-level civilizations had already set out their fleets, and now they could only issue orders to mobilize the fleet back immediately. Although the Yongan Protoss who were making trouble inside were also a major concern, they could no longer care about that at this time, and could only defend against the Eternal Protoss's frontal attack first. After all, there must be only a few infiltrators, and the frontal attack was the biggest trouble. There is no other way. If it doesn't work, we can only leave the task of eliminating the infiltrating Eternal Protoss to the ferry ships and the gel remans. They have no territory in the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky, and they have never taken the responsibility of defending the Eternal Protoss. So let them clear the rear. It just so happens that the ferry ships have recently gathered a large number of fleets and can act directly. However, the ferry ships and the gel remans have a bad relationship. Will there be any problems? It's already this time, and there are still conflicts that cannot be put down. The question now is, what can we use as a bargaining chip to get the ferry ships and the gel remans to work hard? What else can we do? We can only divide a piece of territory for them in the core area of the Eye of the Starry Sky. Although the god-level civilizations felt a little painful, they could only cut their flesh at this time. After all, you can't expect others to work hard without giving them benefits. Soon, the ferry ships and the gel remans who received the news knew about the massive invasion of the Eternal Protoss. Compared with the ferry ships, the gel remans were confused. What? The Eternal Protoss really invaded? How is this possible? Did we only reach an agreement with the invasion faction of the Eternal Protoss, who helped to create chaos behind the Eye of the Stars, creating the illusion that the eternal Protoss was going to invade and mobilize the fleet of the God-level civilization. Then we took the opportunity to seize the human relics and share the harvest of the human relics? But what is the situation now? Are you eternal Protoss really invading on a large scale? Don't you eternal Protoss want to provoke a war? Don't you want to keep peace forever? That's why there is a minority like the invasion faction. However, after a careful analysis, the Gelremans came to a conclusion that they were fooled. The eternal Protoss wants to take advantage of our plan and make it real. A real invasion. Would that make us accomplices of the eternal Protoss? It has been said that if you want to use others, you must be prepared to be used by others. Do you really think that the eternal Protoss can be used by us so easily? What should we do now? Sooner or later, the fact that we helped the eternal Protoss sneak into the back of the eye of the starry sky will be exposed. Although our original intention was not to betray the materialistic universe and help the eternal Protoss invade on a large scale, the fact is that we did betray the materialistic universe. Once discovered, all the God-level civilizations will regard us as traitors. At this point, the voice of the Gelreman who spoke trembled a little. Block the news, and never let it leak out. It's useless. The eternal Protoss will take the initiative to help us spread the news. They are absolutely happy to see the civil strife in the materialistic universe. Are we really finished? The high-level people of the Gelreman looked at each other with flickering eyes. There's only one way now, but no one dares to be the first to propose it. Because that idea is too terrible just to think about it. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. Since we've done it, let's do it thoroughly. We have no way out now. The only chance is the human ruins. That's right, according to the original plan, we will seize the human ruins. The main forces of the God-level civilization are defending against a massive invasion of the eternal gods. This is a good opportunity, even better than what we originally planned. We can easily seize the human ruins. Only when we get the human technology, then we will have the qualifications to negotiate. Whether the God-level civilization drives away the eternal gods, or the eternal gods really conquer the materialistic universe, with the human ruins in hand, we will be invincible. I agree. 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 So, all the Gelremans present unified their thoughts, or this was their only way, and the human ruins were their only hope. What about the immortal ships? They have already assembled a large number of immortal ships. If we don't solve it, it might be a big trouble when we start with the human ruins. Then get rid of the immortal ships first. It's time to resolve the conflict between us. So, everyone looked at each other again. Agree. 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 The resolution was finalized. When the universe fell into further chaos. Located in the core area of the eye of the starry sky, in the territory of the Kramer people. A seemingly ordinary galaxy, with more than a dozen planets orbiting the star over and over again. But if you get closer, you will find that these dozen planets of different sizes are all living planets like living things. What is rushing on the planet is not a river, but body fluids wrapped in thick fleshy pipes like rivers. These body fluids carry all kinds of nutrients needed for the operation of the planet to various parts of the planet. Tumors are beating on the surface of the planet, opening and closing from time to time, and warships rise from them, or a thick tentacle pops out directly. Waving the tentacles, throwing something into the starry sky, and then the planet next door also extends its tentacles to catch the things. It's like several huge creatures playing catch in the starry sky. Not only are these planets strange, but the stars in the center that emit light and heat are also extremely strange. From a distance, this star is no different from other stars. It also emits light and heat constantly, and it is even impossible to look directly at it with the naked eye. But if you get close enough, you will find that on this star, on a hot star body that is surging with fusion reactions all the time, tentacles are constantly surging in it. From time to time, you can see fleshy bodies stirring in the star. On this star, there are countless biological flesh attached to it. In other words, some areas of the star have been transformed into something like a war star. And these flesh and blood bodies that should be extremely fragile can actually operate normally in the star. It has to be said that the development of biotechnology to the extreme is another kind of miracle. And this galaxy is the headquarters of the Kramer people. This star eroded by flesh and blood is also the location of the most important laboratory of the Kramer people. But at this time, this galaxy, which can be said to be the core of the Kramer people's headquarters, is in chaos. A large number of biological warships kept traveling back and forth in the galaxy. Planets, or biological war stars, also broke away from the gravity of the stars and began to change their positions. Even the stars themselves were moving slowly, preparing for war. Because the nearest space crack in front of the galaxy suddenly cracked, a large number of eternal protists drove eternal war stars, one after another through the space gap, aiming directly at the Kramer people. Why? They obviously have better goals, but why are we the first target of the eternal protists? Our position is not directly facing the largest vicious space loophole sealed by humans back then. Although this makes our research environment for absolute vacuum not as good as theirs, it also avoids the area with the most dense space cracks. The best position for the eternal protists to invade should be there, but why did they choose to invade from us? Maybe it's because they have a reason to invade from here. A Kramer man wearing a protective suit, the soft body in the liquid of the protective suit, was looking at a report that had just been submitted. After reading it, he let out a long breath, and bubbles appeared in the protective suit. You guys should also take a look. You will understand after you have seen it. Understand what? The other Kramer people also started to look. Then their faces began to change. Well, they didn't have faces, but their soft bodies did begin to change. Apocalypse elements? Are you sure it's the apocalypse elements? The report was not written by me, but the monitoring station did find traces of the apocalypse elements on the Eternal Protist War planet on the opposite side. Apocalypse tribe? It turns out that they are not only cooperating with us, but also with the Eternal Protists on the opposite side. So, what is he going to do? Aren't we partners? Even if he wants to attack us, he should wait until our experiment is completed. Now that the experiment is not completed, he attacks us. What does it mean? Maybe there was an accident, which made the Apocalypse tribe feel that they must wipe us out now, rather than waiting until the experiment is over. Accident? What kind of accident could there be? The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. There is some intelligence recently. I wonder if you have noticed it. What intelligence? It is the intelligence that came out from the Pengpei people, saying that the reason why the Pengpei people suddenly want to cut off all cooperation with us is related to this intelligence. You mean, the intelligence about the return of humans? It's ridiculous. This kind of groundless thing. I said that it is not okay for the Pengpei people to be easily dominated by emotions. I suggested that they transform themselves and reduce the influence of emotions on reason, but they were unwilling to do so. They said that if they transformed themselves, the Pengpei people would not be Pengpei people anymore. But there is another piece of intelligence. The reason why the Xianjian people began to gather is because humans have returned. They even recorded the real images of humans' return, but we didn't get the video records. Xianjian people? They always overreact to anything related to humans. Although they said they didn't believe it, the two consecutive pieces of intelligence had begun to make the Kramer people present feel heavy-hearted. What if we add the fact that the Apocalypse tribe is attacking us now? Why did the Apocalypse tribe suddenly attack us? The experiment is about to be completed, but the Apocalypse tribe would rather not have the results than to attack us. Besides the return of humans, is there any other reason why the Apocalypse tribe is so eager to erase the evidence? Then, all the Kramer people were silent. Yes, they could not think of any other possibility that could make the Apocalypse tribe behave abnormally except for humans. Could it be that the purpose of this so-called invasion of the Eternals is not to attack the materialistic universe, but simply to eliminate us? I just find it strange. The Eternals cannot be unaware that they have no chance of completely occupying the materialistic universe. Even if they gain the upper hand by creating chaos in the rear, the war will be fought to the end with hard power. In this case, launching a war is extremely unwise, but they still did it. So, their goal is not the materialistic universe, but only to destroy us Kramer people, or to destroy all the data of the experiment. What should we do? What should we do? At the moment of life and death, we have to fight hard. The Eternals' attack has begun. With the cooperation of the Apocalypse elements, they will be even more powerful. In the war 10,000 years ago, nanorobots and Apocalypse elements were on our side. I didn't expect them to become opponents now. Fortunately, there are only Apocalypse elements. When humans know what we have done, it will not just be the Apocalypse elements. Humph, you think too much about calming the anger of mankind by sacrificing us Kramer people. Fight back. So, the war broke out. In the core area of the starry sky, the territories of more than a dozen god-level civilizations were all invaded by the Eternal Protists, but in the territories of other god-level civilizations, The Eternal Proteus only sent a small number of people, or it could be said that it was a kind of containment, so that these god-level civilizations could not mobilize fleets to support the Kramer people. The most intense battle was in the territory of the Kramer people. Countless Eternal Proteus Eternal War stars rushed into the materialistic universe. At first, the Eternal Proteus driving the Eternal War stars were a little uncomfortable coming to a new universe where consciousness could not interfere with reality. But soon, they slowly adapted to the fact that consciousness could not interfere with reality, but it didn't matter. The huge power stored in their bodies could also exert immortal combat power with the Eternal War star. Coupled with the combat power of the Eternal War star itself, the combat power formed by the Eternal Proteus and the Eternal War star is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At the same time, in addition to the dozen biological war stars at the headquarters of the Kramer people and the star-level biological laboratories, there are also a large number of biological war stars in the nearby galaxies that are supporting here. Even though the Kramer people have sent out more than one fleet of biological war stars to the rear to clear out the infiltration of the Eternal Proteus. Even if these fleets have not returned yet, the power that the Kramer people have erupted at the moment of life and death is still terrifying. The so-called foundation of the old god-level civilization is here, which is far from being comparable to the former Zerg civilization. It is better to say that in the eyes of the Kramer people, the Zerg civilization is indeed no different from insects. The Eternal War Star and the Biological War Star are intertwined in the starry sky. Not only are various energies bombarding each other, but from time to time, the space is distorted and the laws of local areas are disturbed. Although the Eternal Proteus and the Kramer people are not high-dimensional beings, they are also close to the pinnacle of intelligent life in their respective universes. High-dimensional weapons made by various methods, although they cannot play a decisive role on a battlefield of this scale, are still very useful in local areas. For a moment, the stars twinkled. If there was an ordinary civilization hundreds of light years away at this time, and observed this star field with a telescope hundreds of years later, it would probably be able to see the echo of this epic war hundreds of years later. Countless stars kept moving back and forth in the universe, and countless stars kept changing their positions, and then were blown up by the opponent in various ways, turning into fireworks in the universe. However, gradually, the Kramer people began to find that their high-dimensional items had no effect on the Eternal Gods, or it was not very effective. And every time the Eternal Gods used high-dimensional weapons, the Kramer people would suffer losses on the local battlefield. This situation of continuous losses accumulated little by little, and when the Kramer people realized that something was wrong, it was already time for the general situation to be over. Although the Kramer people were still fighting back on the battlefield. On the battlefield, it seemed that the two sides were still fighting back and forth. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the balance of victory was constantly tilting towards the Eternal Gods. The resistance of the Kramer people was getting weaker and weaker. Why don't our high-dimensional weapons work? It's the apocalypse element. There is an apocalypse element on the other side, which is the best way to resist the high-dimensional interference. Apocalypse element? Yes, it was the same 10,000 years ago. At that time, nanorobots were not as powerful as the apocalypse elements. But one day, the high-dimensional characteristics of nanorobots suddenly far surpassed the apocalypse elements. It was then that we realized that humans had successfully upgraded their dimensions. But I didn't expect that one day, we would have to face the apocalypse elements. What should we do? Should we start the final plan? Should we wait a little longer? There is no time to wait. At this moment, the alarm sounded. Oh no, the Eternals have sneaked in, and they have landed in the stellar laboratory. Start the final plan, start it immediately. But it seems that it is too late. Above the star that is always surging with light and heat, a large amount of blood mist suddenly rose on the fleshy body. The blood mist was blown away by the heat of the star in the blink of an eye. The stellar laboratory that began to change course and prepare to escape has been invaded by the Eternal Proteus. At the same time, in a corner of the battlefield, a space jump channel suddenly appeared, and a small spaceship, only 100 meters in size, suddenly emerged from it. Then, as soon as it came out, it crashed into a high-dimensional field attack released by an Eternal War star. Alarm, alarm, under high-dimensional attack. On the Skylark, Lin Xu, who was lying on the porthole waiting to see what the Kramer headquarters looked like as soon as possible, did not expect to be hit as soon as he came out, and it was an oncoming high-dimensional attack. What's going on? Lin Xu accidentally lost her balance and nearly fell to the ground. It was Lin Xu who helped her stand firmly. At the same time, Lin Xu's other hand reached out to the huge eternal battle star outside the porthole. In an instant, the high-dimensional field released by the eternal battle star disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the physical laws of the surrounding space changed briefly. Crack, boom, boom. The entire eternal battle star was like being grasped by a huge palm, and in the blink of an eye it was squeezed into a sphere with highly concentrated mass. Then it was thrown to the side by Lin Xu, and boom, 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 it continuously pierced through the cores of 2 eternal battle stars and a biological battle star, causing the 3 battle stars to explode directly. Lin Xu looked at the huge battlefield, which could only be regarded as a corner of the battlefield even if 3 battle stars exploded. The twinkling stars were flying back and forth, and he felt a little emotional for a moment. Is this a welcome to us? It's really lively. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 241: The Long-Lost Solar System and the Milky Way. In the vast battlefield that spreads over countless light years and affects countless galaxies, even a war star seems insignificant. Not to mention the Skylark, which is only 100 meters in size, is like dust in this battlefield that spans light years. Even if it destroys several war stars as soon as it appears, it still cannot have any impact on the outcome of this grand war. Unless Lin Xu summons the fleet in the portable space to truly participate in the war. But before figuring out what happened, Lin Xu has no plans to do so for the time being. Here, the fighting is so lively. What happened? Nanzu sat on Lin Xu's hand and didn't move, just lying there. It was Lin Xu who pushed her up, and she got up reluctantly. The eternal Proteus are coming? No, why are there apocalypse elements on these eternal Proteus war stars? Miss Qiu was a little confused at first, and then she noticed something unusual. Aren't the Kramers allied with the Apocalypse clan? Why are there no reactions to the apocalypse elements on those biological war stars, but the attacking eternal gods have the aid of the apocalypse elements? What's going on? Nanzu looked at Arisa curiously. How should I know? Arisa rolled her eyes. Let's go, we'll know when we go over there. Lin Xu said, and the Skylark was already on the battlefield, and it directly made another space jump. On the battlefield where various energy torrents were raging, there would be explosions from time to time, and there would also be various energy radiations, interfering with the formation of the space jump channel. Wanting to make a space jump on such a battlefield, even for a god-level civilization, can be said to be tantamount to seeking death. However, the Skylark was able to stabilize the space jump channel under a lot of interference, and then directly pass through. After several consecutive short jumps, it was getting closer and closer to the center of the battlefield. Until I saw the star laboratory. Have you also transformed the star into a war star? Wow, the Kramer people have good technology. Nanzu was lying on the porthole and looking at the star in the distance in surprise. This was the first time she saw a star being pushed and moved between the stars, so she was naturally a little emotional. To be a god-level civilization, this should be considered basic skills. If you can't even transform a star, what kind of god-level civilization is it? Arisa turned her head away, unable to bear to see Nanzu's inexperienced look. This is the Kramer people's star laboratory, not the war planet. Yuffie, who was standing by, thought about it and reminded her. Planet laboratory? So, if the Kramer people are conducting any important experiments, it should be here, right? Lin Xu said with a thought in his mind. That's right. The Kramer people's star laboratory has been built for a long time. Everyone has been speculating what experiments the Kramer people are conducting in the star laboratory. Now it seems that they may be conducting experiments related to humans. No wonder the confidentiality work has been done so well. Yuffie nodded and said. Let's go, then we will go to the star laboratory. Lin Xu's voice fell. The Skylark has accelerated to 1,000 times the speed of light in the blink of an eye, and the speed is still increasing. Approaching the star laboratory. The Skylark, which had shielded all its own information, approached the star lab silently, without being discovered by the escorting war star. As it approached the star lab, the view was gradually replaced by an overwhelming red color, as if a red earth that was burning forever was crashing straight into the Skylark. Even though the Skylark's portholes filtered out most of the light and heat, Lin Xu and others in the cockpit also felt the temperature rise significantly. Is the star lab going to run away? Nanzu watched the star lab evacuate the battlefield at an accelerated speed. You said that the eternal Proteus suddenly attacked the Kramer people, and the attack was carried out with the support of the Apocalypse clan. Could it be related to the experiment in the Star Lab? That is, the experiment on humans. Lin Xu suddenly had an idea and said, "Does the Apocalypse clan want to rob the results, or to destroy the evidence?" Miss Qiu said uncertainly. The experiment was originally supported by the Apocalypse clan, and the results should be shared, so it is not for robbing the results. Lin Xu said with a flash of eyes. If it was to destroy the evidence, could it be that my fellow tribesmen knew we were coming? Arisa said with a condensed look in her eyes. To be precise, they knew that Lord Lin Xu was coming. Miss Qiu added. At this time, the Skylark had already entered the range of the star's interior, where the flames were burning under the fusion reaction. The surroundings were all red, and even the shields around the Skylark were showing their shapes in the fusion flames. At the same time, several people also saw the biological creations of the Kramer people further down in the star. The huge fleshy surface that seemed to be burning all the time appeared inside the star. There were countless holes between these fleshy surfaces, and inside the holes was the inner part of the star, where a more violent fusion reaction was taking place, and tentacles would occasionally stick out of these holes. However, in one of the areas with fleshy surface, Lin Xu and his companions clearly saw a large area of fleshy surface that seemed to have been completely broken by some kind of attack. Although the nuclear fusion flames of the star filled that fleshy area, the degree of damage to the fleshy surface next to it showed that it should not have been like this. Has the eternal Proteus already entered? Let's go in quickly, don't let them really destroy the experiment. Lin Xu pointed to the almost broken area and shouted. So the Skylark also went to the broken area. Then they continued to sail towards the interior of the star until suddenly they saw huge spherical organisms appearing in front of them, neatly arranged inside the star. Each of these organisms is as big as a planet, but now it seems like just rooms, arranged inside the star. There are so many of them that I don't know how many are arranged so densely. Are these laboratories? Each one is a laboratory. Lin Xu guessed. So, where's the experiment we are looking for? Miss Qiu also frowned. We should be able to find it by following those Eternals, right? Lin Xu pointed to the Eternals who were fighting with the guards deep in the neatly arranged laboratories. That's right, since they were assigned by the Apocalypse to destroy the experiment, they must know where the laboratory is. Let's follow them. Lin Xu's eyes lit up. So the Skylark continued to move forward and soon caught up with the Eternals who were fighting with the guards. There were 3 Eternals who entered the stellar laboratory. At this time, all of them had deployed Eternal battle stars and were relying on them to fight with some of the biological battle stars in the neatly arranged laboratories on both sides. In addition to being laboratories, some of these huge biological battle star-like laboratories also have the responsibility of defense. At critical moments, they can be used as biological battle stars to protect more precious laboratories. And now, there are a total of more than a dozen biological battle stars, besieging the 3 eternal battle stars of the Eternal Proteus and protecting a somewhat special star behind them. Although there are more than a dozen biological battle stars, they were beaten back by the 3 eternal battle stars in the fight, relying purely on numbers to hold on. Let's not talk about the fact that the main job of these biological war stars is still a laboratory. Even if they can take on the responsibility of defense, their main job is not fighting, so their combat power is limited. The eternal war stars are blessed by the eternal gods, and their combat power is far superior to that of ordinary war stars, even several times that of ordinary war stars. In this way, with the increase and decrease of one, it is natural for the 3 eternal war stars to suppress the opponent's dozen biological war stars. Even in the intervals of the battle, the eternal gods continued to aim their attacks at the laboratory planet that was protected at the back. From time to time, attacks would fall on it, bombarding the entire laboratory planet. So the biological war stars would protect the laboratory planet more and more frantically, but they would lose their footing and be attacked by the eternal war stars. The planet that is protected at the back should be the experimental site related to humans. Lin Xu pointed with his hand. Fortunately, the laboratory is still there. Miss Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. The expressions of the other few people finally relaxed a little, and Lin Xu was no exception. He didn't want the laboratory to be destroyed, causing the experiment conducted by the Kramer people and the Apocalypse tribe to become an unsolved case. He also wanted to see what these Kramer people had done that angered the heavens and the people. Lord Lin Xu, do we need to clear these obstacles first? Miss Qiu said, holding the hilt of the sword. No, Let them continue to fight. It looks like they will have to fight for a long time. Let's just go in. Lin Xu shook his head. Then the Skylark accelerated, crossed the battlefield directly, and rushed to the protected experimental planet. Neither of the two warring parties noticed the existence of the Skylark. The Skylark just rushed directly onto the experimental planet. Then, as it got closer to the experimental planet, Lin Xu's face suddenly changed slightly. Is this the subspace? So Lin Xu stretched out his hand, and suddenly a gap appeared on the fleshy surface of the experimental planet that was about to touch the front. The gap was not the scene inside the planet, but it was pitch black like some unknown space. The Skylark just crashed into the unknown space. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space changed, and the Skylark appeared in an unfamiliar universe. Where is this? The subspace. Lin Xu leaned on the porthole and looked out, and recognized where this place was. It was not some unknown new universe, but a subspace anchored to the original universe, or in other words, anchored to the laboratory planet. So, the experiment was not actually conducted on that planet, but in the subspace attached to that planet. The laboratory planet was actually just an anchor point. Liu Yao was impressed by the generosity of the Kramer people. After all, the subspace is something that humans seem to have created innumerable of casually. The portable space given to their followers is also a subspace. But in fact, the technical content is very high. Even for a god-level civilization, it is not an easy task to create such a huge subspace. It's just because humans are too perverted, so it looks cheap in human hands. The range of this subspace is almost 1 light-year in size, right? How did they create it? Lin Xu looked at the instrument display of the Skylark, and the range of the subspace detected by the hyperspace radar in the blink of an eye. Although the size of Lin Xu's personal space alone is now more than 1 light-year, it is still the same that humans cannot be used as a standard. The most important thing is not this. Look at this galaxy. Does it look familiar? Miss Qiu raised her chin and pointed to the familiar galaxy outside the porthole. Especially the familiar third planet. Is that the Earth? Lin Xu's eyes were almost wide open. This is too similar. It can be mistaken for the real thing. Liu Yao recalled the Earth in Lin Xu's personal space. When viewed from space, the mountains, rivers, etc. were exactly the same. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Miss Qiu thought of the virtual solar system that the Zerg created in the consciousness network last time. That was still virtual, and now this replica in the subspace is no longer virtual. It is a completely real solar system. The Kramer people started preparing for the experiment after getting the Zerg's information, right? They are not going the same way, right? Lin Xu said in a measured tone. Suddenly, everyone thought of how the Zerg planned to carry out the dimensional upgrade plan in the consciousness network last time. The Zerg at that time did not have the ability to replicate an entire solar system, so they could only carry out the plan in the virtual network. The latest novel will be published on the 69th book bar. But now the Kramer people, as a god-level civilization, have the ability to perfectly replicate a solar system in the subspace. At least from Lin Xu's point of view, the distant Earth, Mars, and even Venus are no different from the real Earth, Mars, and Venus. Even the simulated trajectory of the galaxy at the edge of the subspace is the same as the real solar system. If a civilization is born on this fake Earth at this moment, at least when the civilization explores the subspace limit of 1 light-year, they will not be able to discover that the universe they live in is actually fake from the beginning. Thinking of this, even Lin Xu was frightened for a moment. If there are intelligent life on this Earth, it would be too scary for them. At this moment, Lin Xu thought of an old movie, The Truman Show. So, is there intelligent life on this Earth? Lin Xu thought of the experiment that the commander of the biological war star said before, which was a blasphemous experiment for humans. He had a bad premonition. They don't want to let another human evolve on this Earth, do they? Lin Xu's voice was trembling when he said this. At this moment, not only Lin Xu, but everyone was silent. Miss Qiu stretched out her hand to the void around her countless times, grasped the hilt of the fairy sword Penglai, and then let go. She didn't even dare to hold Penglai all the time, because she was afraid that she really couldn't control her emotions, and she would cut out with a sword and directly shatter this subspace. Master, let's go. Miss Qiu, who has always had a low sense of presence, rarely took the initiative to speak. Obviously, even Miss Qiu couldn't help it at this moment. On the contrary, Lin Xu could even be regarded as the calmest one. After all, The clansmen have filters when they look at humans. They do not allow the sacred humans in their hearts to be desecrated in this way. On the contrary, Lin Xu, as a human, was not in a good mood, but he was still calm. Let's go. Lin Xu nodded. So the Skylark accelerated in the blink of an eye and headed towards the Earth. Soon, the Skylark had arrived above the Earth. After a quick glance, there were no satellites or anything like that above the Earth. Several people did not even feel any electrical signals in the air. Everything was quite primitive. Did we think wrong? Nanzhu was even a little happy. But the next moment, as the Skylark continued to lower its altitude, the scenery above the ground gradually appeared in front of them, and everyone's face changed again. The familiar Yangtze River and Yellow River, the familiar winding Great Wall, and the cities on the ground. That's right, it's a city, a very ancient city. Several people could even see that in the square city. There were pedestrians pulling donkey carts and sitting in sedan chairs, the poor were wearing short shirts, and the rich were wearing long shirts. There are pleasure boats on the river bank, and scholars are reciting poems and writing couplets. It is like an ancient painting. What is going on? Why is it ancient? Nanzhu was even stunned for a moment. If humans really evolved again from nothing on Earth, ancient society is also a necessary process. Miss Qiu's hand holding the hilt of the sword was almost uncontrollable. If Lin Xu hadn't stretched out his hand to cover her hand, she would have really slashed it with a sword. Lord Lin Xu, what should I do? Nanzhu looked at Lin Xu eagerly. She was completely confused. If these are really humans who evolved again from nothing, should they be considered humans? Arisa on the side also considered this question with interest. Of course not. First of all, this is not the real Earth. And how could natural evolution be so coincidental that the civilization that was born is so similar to the ancient Earth? It can't be that they just happened to give birth to various schools of thought here? That's too coincidental. Those Kramer people must have secretly interfered. Nanzhu didn't admit that these were also humans. Yes, without the secret interference of the Kramer people, they would definitely evolve into another form of civilization, just like the Eastern civilization and Western civilization, which were both born on Earth, are so different that they are like two worlds. Liu Yao also nodded and said, in fact, whether they are considered human or not, the high-dimensional lore has already given the answer, right? If they can be recognized as a human, how could they still be trapped here, trapped in this subspace? Lin Xu shook his head and said directly to the essence, that's not bad, but this situation is indeed quite interesting. Arisa nodded in agreement. Then she noticed the dangerous eyes of Miss Qiu and Nanzhu next to her looking at her. Hey, I'm just expressing my feelings, why are you looking at me like that? Facing the angry eyes of the two loyal dogs beside Lin Xu, Arisa was a little scared and simply hid behind Lin Xu. Liuli, bite her for me. Nanzhu directly closed the door and let Liuli go. Liuli, who was always trying to reduce her presence, stared at Nanzhu and Arisa with innocent eyes, and didn't know what to do for a while. Then, seeing Liuli's disobedience, Nanzhu angrily pressed a switch, and Liuli immediately collapsed to the ground with a cry. HMPH, I told you not to listen and lack discipline. Nanzhu muttered. It was not until Lin Xu glared at him that he finally calmed down. At this time, the Skylark had also lowered its altitude, getting closer and closer to the ground, and the mountains and rivers became more and more obvious. Until it arrived above a city, the Skylark, which had disappeared, just stopped above the city. Looking through the porthole at the ancient streets and alleys below, Lin Xu even found it quite interesting for a while. After all, it is rare to be able to get in touch with ancient society at such a close distance. He even used holographic projection to project the conversation of some people below, and listened to it in the cockpit. Then, as he listened, he could no longer smile. Song Dynasty? Isn't that a dynasty that really existed in your human history? Arisa, who was listening next to him, was surprised. That's right. Lin Xu nodded. The Kramer people are not just interfering, right? They are completely replicating human history. Are they going to let human history experience it again on this Earth? Liu Yao also said with a grim face. Not only that, did you hear it? They were just talking about the war in the north, and they also mentioned Marshal Yu. Nanzhu murmured. Marshal Yu? Is it that Xu Fei? The Kramer people will not even replicate historical figures, right? Arisa's eyes widened. I don't know how the real Yu Fei in history would feel if he knew that a counterfeit of him would appear 10,000 years later. Lin Xu said with a grim face. No wonder those crammer people said that this is an experiment that blasphemes humanity. They wouldn't have copied all those shining figures in human history, would they? Eris aside. Lord Lin Xu, are you okay? Nan Xu quietly pulled Lin Xu's sleeve. It's okay. Lin Xu forced a smile, and then ordered Chen Xing, collect the history books here, I want to see what history has happened on this earth. Then not long after, the history books recorded by the nanorbits appeared in Lin Xu's consciousness. Looking at the history books that are exactly the same as those on the real earth, Lin Xu knows that on this earth, the crammer people must have copied those historical figures in the past. I just don't know if those characters know that they are fake. Are they acting, or are they really living their own lives? Lin Xu didn't even know for a moment whether he hoped they were acting or really living their own lives. Let's go to the battlefield in the north and meet at Yu Fei. Lin Xu took a deep breath and decided. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 242. We just want to upgrade our dimension. What's wrong with that? For Lin Xu now, the distance of hundreds of kilometers is almost as simple as going to the next room. The Skylark did not even need to use curvature navigation, and arrived at the battlefield in the north in the blink of an eye. Looking down from the sky, the mountains and rivers are like a chessboard, with tens of thousands of troops moving back and forth. The Song Army's heavy armored infantry wearing infantry armor and holding long spears, the crossbowmen holding the divine arm crossbows, and the Pudeo hanging on their waists. They were arranged in neat rows and pressed forward step by step towards the Jin cavalry riding on horses in front. The cavalry tried to charge several times, but the infantry's army formation was not chaotic at all. So the cavalry had to turn around when they were close to the army formation and go around the army formation to return. The two sides were testing each other, and at this time, a cavalry that had been hidden for a long time on the side of the Song army rushed out. That was the elite Iron Pagoda among the elite of the Jin army, that is, the so-called heavy armored cavalry. The whole body, including the horse, was covered in heavy armor, and it moved like a steel pagoda. In the era of cold weapons, this was the absolute king on the battlefield. However, even such heavily armored cavalry, facing the immovable military formation, was still helpless. The slaughter of infantry by cavalry always started with the infantry's formation being broken up because of fear of the oncoming war horses. As long as the infantry can maintain a complete formation, even the heavily armored cavalry is still powerless. It's a pity that in the era of cold weapons, how many infantry can obey orders and maintain a complete military formation. But obviously, the Song army in front of them can do it, or the army under Yu Fei can do it. So even if the iron floating figure unexpectedly attacked, it still returned in defeat in the end. Above the sky, in the Skylark, watching this battle in the era of cold weapons, Lin Xu had some complicated emotions. He didn't like the Song dynasty. After all, who could like it when sending off the dynasty? But he liked Yu Fei, or who couldn't like Yu Fei? Because he liked it, facing the fake and false Yu Fei below, Lin Xu didn't know what kind of expression he should have. In particular, this Yu Fei didn't seem to be an act. He really thought he was Yu Fei, that he was fighting for the Song dynasty, that he had a chance to wash away the shame of Jinping, and that he had a chance to break through the Helen Mountain Pass. But in fact, he would be recalled by the 12 golden medals soon and die in Fenbo Pavilion. His feelings were real, and his loyalty to the country was also real. But he was indeed fake, and even the whole world was fake, which made Lin Xu not know how to face it. A large number of nanorbits have been on the battlefield, extracting biological tissues from countless dead soldiers, and Chen Xing is nervously measuring genetic samples. Normally, the results will come out soon, but because the object faced this time is special, even Chen Xing is much more cautious, and the results must be more accurate. At the same time, there are also nanorbits that collect hair and other parts of the leaders of both armies and send them back to the portable space for genetic measurement. Whether it is Yu Fei on the Song army or Wanyan Zongbi on the Jin army, the nanorbits even directly obtain their brain waves and measure their thinking activities. It was also because of the measurement of thinking activities that Lin Xu was sure that all this was not acting, but real. Neither Yu Fei nor Wanyan Zongbi were actors. They were trying every means to defeat each other. But, at the same time, something was wrong. Strange, I just flipped through the records of the Song dynasty. Every war of Yu Fei recorded above is exactly the same as the historical facts on the real Earth. This doesn't make sense. Lu Yao was still flipping through the history books, looking confused. Even if it is the same person, when experiencing the same thing, it is possible to make different choices and create a different future, not to mention that this is not the real Yu Fei. Even if he is as good at both civil and military affairs as the real Yu Fei, and is as loyal to the country, the things he has experienced cannot be exactly the same. Mu Xiao also questioned. And it's not just Yu Fei. The famous figures in the history books of this world also do the same things as the historical figures on the real Earth. How can there be such a coincidence? Lin Xu also said. Indeed, their consciousness has been interfered with. Lin Xu looked at the report just sent by Chengxing and shared it directly with several people. That was exactly what the nanorobots found to be abnormal when measuring the brainwaves of both parties. The brainwaves of both parties seemed to be interfered by some external force. When they made a decision, once their thinking deviated from the characters in the real history of the Earth, the external force would interfere with their thinking and guide their thinking back to the right track. Let everything develop according to the established history on the real Earth. Where did this interference come from? Lin Xu was subconsciously puzzled while flipping through the information. The source of interference is too wide, and it seems that the entire planet is the source of interference. I guess somewhere on this planet, there are experimental personnel from the Kramer people hiding. This is them manually repairing the historical process. Lu Yao pinched her chin and looked at the information. It was more like asking and answering herself than answering Lin Xu. It's so troublesome. Why don't we interfere with the historical process and observe the reaction? Arisa suggested. Interfere with the historical process? Good idea. Lin Xu's eyes lit up. Since there is some power that is trying to make everything conform to the historical process, then they can just flip the table and stop history from going on. I don't believe that the power will not act. How to interfere? Help the Song army win this battle? Why don't I just summon a meteor and wipe out all the Jin army? Lin Xu suggested. It's useless. Do you know what a big send-off means? Zhao Gu, no, it's Wanyan Gu who will help the Jin army win. No matter how you help, it's useless. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Then what should we do? Lin Xu was a little confused for a while. Of course, we should just flip the table. Whether we let the Song army win or the Jin army win, it's nothing more than playing against each other on this chessboard. We can just flip the table. Lin Xu replied. Flip the table? I understand, just blow up this planet. Lin Xu suddenly realized. There's no need to flip it to this extent. What if we kill those experimenters together? At least they can't die before we figure out what happened here. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Then what should we do? Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu eagerly, his tail wagging, like a puppy, or a fox dog. It's very simple, just change the terrain. Lin Xu said with a smile. Change the terrain. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. This didn't seem to be much different from blowing up the planet. Well, there was still a little difference. Lin Xu did what he said. For Lin Xu now, it was just to change the terrain of a planet, and he didn't even need to use high-dimensional power. In an instant, the portable space opened, and a large number of nanorobots poured out, filling every corner of the surface. Then these nanorobots began to work. America and Asia are too far away, so it's better to be closer. So, a large number of nanorobots directly pushed the American plate across the Pacific Ocean and approached Asia. The roaring vibration was transmitted across the entire planet. Even the soldiers of the Jin and Song armies who were fighting each other also felt the vibration, even though the vibration was transmitted from the other side of the planet. Even under the suppression of the nanorobots, they tried their best to keep the Asian plate stable, but the fluctuations were still felt by the ant-like humans on the ground. The Earth Dragon is turning over, it's the Earth Dragon turning over, retreat quickly. Sound the horn to withdraw the troops, sound the horn to withdraw the troops. The soldiers of both sides retreated in a tumbling manner in the face of the natural disaster. Even the most disciplined army could not stand firm in this situation, and naturally could not continue to fight. The violent shaking lasted for several hours. When everything was over, all the soldiers felt like they had survived a disaster. But what they didn't know was that the residents of the coastal prefectures were the most different people. Especially in the QZ maritime customs, when the Earth Dragon turned over and stopped, everyone suddenly found that the place that was supposed to be the sea had now turned into a large piece of land, and even natives could be vaguely seen on it. Not only in Quanzhou, but also outside the Lushan Cow of the Jin Kingdom in the north, the sea also disappeared, and Japan was squeezed to the seaside. To the east of Japan was a larger continent. Moreover, Lin Xu not only moved America to the edge of Asia, but also moved Africa to the south of Asia, squeezing the scattered land of the South Sea Islands into a whole piece of land. It can be said that in just a few hours, the so-called world has changed. Lin Xu did not believe that under such circumstances, the historical process could still develop exactly according to the original historical process on Earth. Sure enough, as Lin Xu finished all this, the power that originally filled the entire planet interfered with all the main figures, and wanted to maintain history on the original process, seemed to have encountered a crash and disappeared for a moment. Then the power recovered rapidly, and the power level rose rapidly, as if it wanted to bring all history back to normal. However, it was impossible. The edge of the Song dynasty is America, and the south is Africa. How could history still be on the right track? Master, the location of the interference source has been found. Chen Xing's voice sounded. As the interference force strengthened, Chen Xing chased the increasing curve of the interference force strength and finally locked the location. As expected, it was not on the surface of the planet, but inside the planet, thousands of kilometers underground. Therefore, Lin Xu was not in the mood to continue watching the war. The course of history had been interrupted, and the Yufei below would never be the same Yufei in Earth history. In this case, it was time to say goodbye. As Lin Xu waved his hand, the portable space in the sky opened, and the autonomous mechanical aggregates emerged, transforming into various earth drilling machines and drilling towards the ground. The roar shook the earth again. This time the earthquake did not spread throughout the planet, but the soldiers at close range could still feel the earthquake-like feeling. The Earth Dragon turned over again, and the soldiers who had gathered to continue fighting could only withdraw their troops and return to the camp again. Lin Xu and his men put away the Skylark and followed the autonomous mechanical aggregates, and soon advanced thousands of kilometers underground. Master, the results of the genetic test can be confirmed. No human-specific gene samples were found in these suspected human organisms. The gap between them and human genes is even greater than the gap between humans and Earth animals. Chen Xing reported. Completely different genes? Then they can't be considered human at all. Nanzhu complained, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. That's what she said. How could it be possible to create humans so easily? Since we have created a simulated Earth, restarted Earth civilization, and even imitated the historical process exactly, why not make the genes the same? Lu Yao asked puzzledly. It's very simple, because it's impossible to do it. Elisa on the side gave a timely popular science explanation. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. It can't be done. Nanzhu and Lu Yao asked puzzledly. For a god-level civilization, especially a god-level civilization with advanced biotechnology, gene editing should be the most basic, but they can't edit human genes. Guess why? Elisa looked at Nanzhu with a smile. Because humans are high-dimensional creatures. Nanzhu suddenly realized. It seems that you are not stupid. Elisa nodded. I'm not stupid to begin with. Nanzhu was unhappy. When humans ascend to a higher dimension, everything related to humans is branded with a higher dimension, even the items used by humans, not to mention human genes, which have long been part of the higher dimensional information. I'm afraid those Kramer people can't even understand it, so how can they edit it? Arisa replied. At this time, the autonomous mechanical aggregate that had been digging downwards finally collided with some extremely hard material, and Lin Xu knew he had found it. Even the underground protective facilities built by the Kramer people with the highest technology still couldn't stop the autonomous mechanical aggregate. At most, they only blocked it slightly, and the autonomous mechanical aggregate passed through the protective facilities and entered the facilities hidden underground by the Kramer people. The Kramer people, who were facing a great enemy, had already discovered that the test site had been invaded, especially since Lin Xu had just moved the continental plate so generously. It would be strange if they hadn't discovered it yet. But the Kramer people were also very strange. The eternal Proteus who had sneaked into the star laboratory had been blocked by subsequent reinforcements. How did these invaders sneak in? But soon, they found something wrong. In order to not interfere with the historical process as much as possible, the Kramer people did not equip the surface with advanced interstellar detection equipment. It was not until now that the channel with the outside world was opened that they discovered that the surface of the planet was full of nanorobots. More importantly, the deformed machine that sneaked in front of them was clearly the legendary self-disciplined mechanical aggregate. Suddenly, all the Kramer people changed their faces. You are not the invading eternal gods, you are humans. Why do you want to stop us? We just want to upgrade our dimensions. What's wrong with that? Because you have upgraded your dimensions, our other race is not allowed to upgrade their dimensions. The leading Kramer man pointed at Lin Xu with his finger on the protective suit and asked a little crazily. However, Lin Xu didn't tolerate him. Seeing that this guy dared to point his finger at Lin Xu, he kicked him directly to the ground, and even stepped on the head of the other's protective suit and crushed it hard on the ground. Unfortunately, the Kramer man obviously didn't have this strange XP, so he didn't feel any excitement, but felt humiliated and angry. He struggled hard to stand up, but was suppressed by Lin Xu. If you want to upgrade the dimension, you can upgrade it by using humans for experiments. How dare you question others? Lin Xu said disdainfully while shoving the head of the other person's protective suit with his feet. Use humans for experiments? When did we use humans for experiments? They are just intelligent life forms that look similar to humans. The underlying genes don't hurt at all. The Kramer man who was stepped on said unconvinced. Don't quibble. Don't you want to use real humans for experiments? You don't understand human genes at all. You have no choice but to use this kind of intelligent life form with different genes but similar appearance. Lin Xu mocked the other party with his own learning. Whatever you say, we didn't use humans for experiments, that's it. The Kramer man said stubbornly. Many Kramer people nearby also wanted to rush up and rescue their leader, but unfortunately they were all tied up by the laser ropes shot from the autonomous mechanical aggregate and could not move at all. But they were excited to support their leader. Obviously, no Kramer people felt that they were wrong. If they had to say regret, the only regret they had was that they were not careful enough and were discovered by Lin Xu. You really didn't use humans for experiments. At this time, Lin Xu stood up and said with a breath. Lord Lin Xu. Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu in confusion. The others also looked at Lin Xu in surprise, including the Kramer people. And the one stepped on by Lin Xu suddenly became arrogant. Look, humans say we don't have it, what else can you say, ha ha ha. As he said that, he laughed as if he had won. You blasphemed human history in order to ascend to a higher dimension, but this is not important. Lin Xu continued to speak. Not important. This time even the Kramer people stepped on by Lin Xu heard something was wrong. The important thing is, I'm not happy with you guys right now, so can I ask you to die? Of course, not only you guys, but also your tribe. Lin Xu said lightly. You tyrant, are all of you humans like this? The suppressed Kramer struggled violently. Unfortunately, he couldn't get out of Lin Xu's shoes at all. That's right, we humans are like this, did you just realize it? Lin Xu smiled and turned to walk out. At the same time, Chen Xing had compiled all the data collected by the nanorobots from the space intro book and sent it to Lin Xu's consciousness. The information that needs to be understood is all here, and these captives are no longer useful. Even if there are any omissions, it will be fine after searching the captive's consciousness. Lin Xu is in a bad mood now and doesn't want to talk nonsense with him. Wait, we didn't mean to do it, we didn't mean to use humans for experiments, we just want to upgrade our dimensions, just want to upgrade our dimensions, is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that? The Kramer who was stepped on by Lin Xu kept shouting loudly. Unfortunately, Lin Xu didn't even look back or glance at him. Just because of this, are we going to destroy our civilization? You butchers. Not only the Kramer people who were stepped on by Lin Xu. All the Kramer people tied up by laser ropes nearby were cursing. Unfortunately, this couldn't change the result. This is called setting an example, understand? Otherwise, what if others follow suit? If you want to upgrade, find a way yourself. There's more than one way to upgrade in this world. Lin Xu said speechlessly. But, only you humans succeeded, only you succeeded. You have your own way, which is correct. Only you are correct. You are unrepentant. You really think we are easy to bully? You are hopeless. Lin Xu said angrily. She kicked the Kramer people under her feet. She was too lazy to continue stepping on them. Even if we are all killed, so what? In this universe, in countless universes, there are countless civilizations that want to upgrade their dimensions. Everyone wants to know how you upgrade your dimensions. Can you kill them? Can you kill them? The Kramer people who were kicked out have struggled to stand up. The soft body in the protective suit stared at Lin Xu with anger, as if looking at Lin Xu's stand-in. Of course I can't kill them, so I have to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, otherwise everyone will think that humans are easy to bully. Humans are actually very soft-hearted, but their hearts are also very hard. Lin Xu sneered. Let's go. There are still many things to do. We will be busy again. Miss Qiu greeted Lin Xu and turned to leave. Since Lin Xu has decided to destroy the Kramer people, then the next step is the work of their clansmen. I don't know how many divisions the Kramer people have. Don't make the fight too boring, Miss Qiu thought silently. Here they come. Lin Xu nodded, turned around and followed Miss Qiu's footsteps. Liu followed Lin Xu step by step. As for Miss Qiu, Arisa and Liu Yao, they had already left with Lin Xu. So the hatch behind him slowly closed. Faintly, the curses and pleas for mercy of the Kramer people could still be heard. Lin Xu, who had already walked away, was looking through the report that Changxing had just passed to him. It recorded in detail all the steps and stages of the entire experiment. From the earliest thousands of years ago, when Huangdi and Yandi fought against Xiao, to the Qin Emperor unifying the world, the historical process evolved stage by stage. Now it is the Song dynasty. According to the original plan, there will be Yuan, Ming and Qing, and even modern times. Lin Xu even saw individuals in the culture dish of the data that were already being iteratively cultivated, similar to teachers. When they are successfully cultivated 1,000 years later, they will be released. Seeing the end, Lin Xu just felt that it was a bit too cheap for them to exterminate the clan once. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 243, The Terror Once Dominated by Humans. Lin Xu's words determined the fate of the Kramer people. But what the Kramer man said still made Lin Xu sigh. Perhaps as he said, countless races want to upgrade their dimensions, and all races that have reached a certain limit are unwilling to exist forever as a low-dimensional race. In the known universe, only humans have successfully upgraded their dimensions. Only the human method of upgrading has been proven to be feasible. In this case, there will naturally be countless civilizations that want to imitate the human path of upgrading. In fact, Lin Xu doesn't mind their imitation, but the imitation methods of the Kramer people or the Zerg before are absolutely unacceptable. One must be found and killed. The Skylark left the planet created in the subspace to imitate the Earth. At this time, the continental plates on this planet are completely different from the Earth after Lin Xu's adjustment. In addition, the interference of the Kramer people to repair the historical process has been eliminated. In the future, the intelligent life here will continue to develop and will naturally completely get rid of the historical trajectory of mankind. Master Lin Xu, do you think that such an accurate reproduction of the human historical process can really reproduce another human being and successfully upgrade to a higher dimension like humans? Lin Xu looked at the planets below, which were getting smaller and smaller. It's impossible. How can such a race created by humans upgrade to a higher dimension? I think the Kramer people themselves know this. Lin Xu replied while stretching his hands back and forth to adjust the layout of the major planets in the entire mountain village solar system. Then what are they doing all this for? Lin Xu asked puzzled. Although this human race that is believed to have been created cannot upgrade to a higher dimension, we can glimpse some superficial reasons why humans can successfully upgrade to a higher dimension from their development. Lin Xu explained. The development of these humans is under the control of the Kramer people. What else is there to peek into? Lin Xu asked puzzled. Of course there will be a day when they will be released. When the history of these humans reaches a certain point and they can no longer interfere, the Kramer people will release their control over this race, and then let it develop freely. By observing this free development, they can summarize some of the reasons why humans were able to upgrade their dimensions. Will it be useful? Lin Xu felt that it seemed useless. Once or twice, of course it will be useless, but what if they keep repeating this process? Lin Xu said with a smile. Repeat continuously? Does it mean that the experiment starts all over again? Lin Xu's eyes widened. That's right. When the value of the experimental products has been exhausted and these artificially created human races have reached a bottleneck, they will be cleaned up and the experiment will be restarted. Another race that looks like humans will develop in the same trajectory as human history. Then, when it develops to a certain stage, they will let go and observe the subsequent historical process of this race. Continue to summarize the possible reasons for human dimensional upgrades, over and over again, and keep summarizing. Lin Xu said, and simply sent a copy of the data that Changxing had just collected and sorted out from the experimental base to Lin Xu, so that she could read it herself. So this is the plan of the Kramer people, but can we really find the reason why humans are upgrading through this method? Lin Xu always felt that this plan was not very reliable. Of course not. Their plan was wrong from the premise. The road is crooked. How can they reach the end? Lin Xu shook his head and said, premise? It means that those races that look like humans are not humans after all. Lin Xu thought for a while and said, that's right. The genes are different. How can they simulate what humans do? Even if they continue to interfere with and repair the historical process to keep history consistent, once they are released and allowed to develop freely, this difference will immediately appear. Moreover, even humans themselves dare not say that they can reproduce the path of upgrading. During that period, not only did humans make their own efforts, but also the time and place where heroes were made by the times. It is like the process of observing the dimensionality reduction of the Apocalypse clan through the dimensionality reduction channel. It is impossible to replicate it. Lin Xu sighed. But Lin Xu also knew that even if he knew these problems, it would be impossible for the Kramer people to give up the temptation of upgrading. The genetic form of humans has long been accompanied by the dimensionality of humans, and automatically carries some high-dimensional encrypted information, becoming an existence that low-dimensional beings cannot understand at all. Therefore, even if the Kramer people cannot handle human genes, they will continue the experiment with intelligent life that looks like humans. In a sense, it can even be said that dimensional upgrading is the obsession of the Kramer people, and they are willing to try anything for it. Lord Lin Xu, what should we do with this subspace? Seeing that the Skylark was about to leave the subspace, Miss Qiu next to him asked. Release the galaxies in the subspace into the universe and let them become a normal ordinary civilization and develop. Lin Xu sighed as he looked at the galaxies that had been adjusted by him and no longer resembled the solar system. In any case, the intelligent life on the mountain copy of the Earth is innocent. Lin Xu cannot destroy those intelligent life that has been created, or even intelligent life with the same history as him. Then they can only let them survive like ordinary civilizations. After making a decision, the Skylark has also left the subspace. When it reappeared, it returned to the interior of the star laboratory. The battle here is still going on. After the reinforcements of the Kramer people arrived, the reinforcements of the Eternal Proteus have also arrived. Dozens of biological war stars and more than a dozen eternal war stars fought fiercely in the star laboratory. If the star laboratory itself was not built on the star and was strong enough, the entire star would have been demolished by now. Now Lin Xu has learned from the interrogation of the Kramer people that these eternal gods are here to destroy the star laboratory and their experiments. The reason why the eternal gods want to destroy the star laboratory is probably because they were instructed by the Apocalypse to destroy the evidence. In order to prevent Lin Xu, a human, from discovering this experiment. But now it is obviously too late. Lin Xu has already discovered it. Eternal gods, where do you think your fellow tribesmen are now? Lin Xu asked Arisa beside him. Who knows, but since he can command the eternal gods, maybe he is in the idealistic universe. Arisa thought for a while and said. Could it be that the eternal gods have been incorporated by him? Lin Xu guessed. As they said that, everyone looked at Liu, who was standing honestly on the side. How is that possible? Even if it is the resolution of the heart of eternity, we listen to it if we want to, and don't listen if we don't want to. Liu immediately retorted. What exactly is the heart of eternity? Lin Xu asked. The heart of eternity is the heart of the universe built by the eternal gods a long time ago. Most of the eternal gods live there. Everyone will vote on some matters related to the eternal gods and form resolutions, which are resolutions from the heart of eternity. And those of us who don't often live in the heart of eternity for a long time, basically do what we want to do with the resolution of the heart of eternity, and don't do it if we don't want to. We eternal gods have always been like this. Liu said a little nostalgic, the free and beautiful life in the past. Unfortunately, all of this has gone away from her. Although she seems to be quite happy now, this kind of happiness sometimes seems a little unbearable. If that's the case, wouldn't it be that the heart of eternity has been secretly incorporated by him? It's just that you eternal gods who don't often stay in the heart of eternity don't know. Lin Xu thought about it and insisted on his own opinion. Impossible, even if he is from the Apocalypse clan, he can't control all the eternal gods in the heart of eternity. Liu still shook her head repeatedly, expressing her disagreement. It doesn't matter whether they are recruited or not, just go back to the heart of eternity and take a look. Lin Xu said. Go to the heart of eternity? What are you going to do? Liu instinctively felt that it was not good, and asked weakly. However, Lin Xu did not answer. Li wanted to ask again, but seeing the look in Nanzhu's eyes, she could only hold back her words. Lord Lin Xu, what should we do with these eternal gods here? Miss Qiu asked. On her palm, the ferry ship Penglai was ready to go. According to Lin Xu's order, the Kramer people need to be destroyed. Then what about the eternal gods? Let's go together, Lin Xu said lightly. So the next moment, Miss Qiu's figure disappeared in the skylark, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared on the battlefield where dozens of biological war stars were fighting with more than a dozen eternal war stars. With a casual sword strike, Penglai, as an external high-dimensional organ, carried high-dimensional power that spread along with the sword light. When the sword light was just launched, it was only a few meters long, but it became longer and larger as it flew inside the star. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to half the length of a planet, and then hit a nearby biological war star. Under the effect of high-dimensional power, the half-planet-long sword light directly changed the physical constants of the collision position, and in the blink of an eye, it easily broke through the defense of the biological war star, and then fell on the biological war star, piercing the core of the entire biological war star, and then leaped out from the other side. With a loud roar, a biological war star was shattered. But the sword light continued to cross the battlefield, breaking 2 more biological war stars and an eternal war star. In the blink of an eye, a large number of war star debris were left on the entire battlefield, whether it was a biological war star or an eternal war star. It was not until then that the two sides, who had been fighting fiercely, discovered that a small spaceship and a small figure had appeared on the battlefield at some point, and the power of the sword was so terrifying. Who is it? Where did they come from? Why didn't you notice it at all? It's not our reinforcements, nor the other side's reinforcements. Where did the third party come from? What do they want to do? Whether it was the Kramer people or the eternal gods, they were all confused at this moment, and the entire battlefield even fell silent for a while. Until the eternal battle star was destroyed, only a body was left floating in the star laboratory, but because the materialistic universe could not consciously interfere with reality, the eternal gods, who had a lot of energy but could not use it, could only use the signal transmitter in their minds to summon a small spaceship from the portable space to escape. Who knew that before he could escape, the summoned small spaceship detected the remaining power of the eternal battle star next to him after it was destroyed, and issued a beeping alarm, and at the same time, the information was reported to the signal generator in his mind. Suddenly, the eternal Proteus who had just climbed onto the small spaceship changed his expression. Looking at Miss Qiu, who had already cast his gaze towards him in the distance, he felt that all the hairs on his body were standing up. Nanorobots, the attack just now was by nanorobots. Humans are back. Run. This eternal Proteus was quite loyal. Before running away, he loudly sent a signal to the other eternal Proteus. At the same time, his small spaceship also sped away and fled to the outside of the stellar laboratory. Nanorobots? Humans. The other eternal Proteus also changed their expressions. Although they didn't know why the main attack direction of the attack on the materialistic universe was chosen to be the Kramer people, and they didn't know why they had to destroy this stellar laboratory. But they knew that humans had already attacked them, so they ran quickly. At this moment, all the eternal Proteus present recalled the horror of being dominated by humans and the humiliation of being human captives. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to run. Because Nanzhu, Arisa and Lu Yao also followed suit. Nanzhu, who was once again overtaken by Miss Qiu, flashed 9 foxtails behind him with the momentum of turning the tables. The high-dimensional power stored in the high-dimensional organ surged, directly blocking the escape direction of the dozen eternal battle stars. The dozen eternal battle stars suddenly found that no matter how they accelerated, even if they used curvature navigation, they still couldn't escape from the star laboratory. They should have run a full light year away, but they were still in the star laboratory, and even didn't move. It's a high-dimensional attack. The rules of the universe have been rewritten. The space is constantly being compressed. We can't fly out at all. An eternal god who had been captured by humans once swore that he would never be captured a second time. It's a pity that the ideal is perfect, but the reality is very skinny. The next moment, his eternal battle star was directly pulled apart by Nanzhu's tail. The latest novels are first published on Liuji 9 Shuba. They turned into a sea of parts, and then gathered into the surrounding star laboratories, and were finally engulfed and burned by the flames of the stars. Although it would take a long time to completely burn these parts even with the flames of the stars, if they kept burning like this, there would be a result one day. At the same time, Arisa went to the other side of the Kramer people. The cooperation between dozens of biological war stars was much stronger than that of the eternal gods. At this time, these dozens of biological war stars also discovered that the opponent was the human family using nanorobots. It's human beings have discovered our experiment. Abandon the star laboratory, retreat, and take the news out. Tell the tribesmen to flee in a scattered manner and flee to the depths of the universe. The universe is so big that humans can't catch all the Kramer people. However, before they could take action, Arisa had already blocked their way. With the help of Liu Yao, the two of them took a short time to completely destroy dozens of biological war stars. The scattered biological materials were engulfed by the flames of the stars and burned slowly. On the other side, Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, who were intercepting the Eternal God clan, were a little slower than the two. The main reason was that the two of them were fighting for each other, and they didn't want Arisa and Liu Yao to cooperate so well. But they soon cleaned up the battlefield and killed more than a dozen Eternal God clan members who wanted to escape, including the one who escaped in a small spaceship. Lily on the Skylark was terrified. She suddenly felt that it was good enough that she was still alive now, and what freedom did she need? Sure enough, happiness is all about comparison. It wasn't until Lin Xu and Miss Qiu finished fighting for the last head that they suddenly realized a problem. So, should we keep a prisoner to ask for some information? Lin Xu said weakly. Who told you to be so fast? I didn't plan to kill the last one just now. Miss Qiu said. Hey, your attack just now was also lethal, but my hand was a little fast. If you hide him, he would die. Lin Xu said dissatisfiedly. You killed the person, everyone saw it. Miss Qiu continued to blame. Until Lin Xu arrived, Lin Xu still looked at him with pitiful eyes, as if he didn't mean it. Okay, it's not impossible to ask a dead person, and you can ask more clearly. Lin Xu shook his head. Then he casually found several consciousnesses, or souls, of the eternal gods that had not completely dissipated in the high-dimensional perspective. The nanorobots began to export the information in the consciousness, and soon Changxing summarized the information in the consciousnesses of several eternal gods. Eliminate the unnecessary ones and find the ones that are mainly related to this attack. The result seems to confirm what Liu Li said. The attack of the eternal gods has nothing to do with the Apocalypse clan, but the Heart of Eternity made a decision and thought that this was an opportunity to seize the materialistic universe. So many eternal gods who slowly forgot the horror of human beings in time and thought that they could seize the opportunity to seize the materialistic universe organized this attack. As for why the Heart of Eternity chose the Kramer people as the first target of the attack, instead of the god-level civilization closer to the core area of the Eye of the Stars, the reason is that no one thought that they would attack the Kramer people first, so that they could catch them by surprise. The reason why the Star Laboratory must be destroyed is that it is too dangerous and is a key target. As for the Apocalypse elements that assisted the Eternal Protus in the attack, according to the Eternal Heart has cracked the underlying code of some Apocalypse elements. Although it cannot completely control the Apocalypse elements, it can still assist everyone. Everything is reasonable and it is a completely normal invasion. But because it is too normal, Lin Xu feels a little abnormal. There are too many coincidences, right? Cracking the underlying logic code of the Apocalypse elements? It's a joke. Do the Eternal Protus think they have been upgraded? Arisa even appeared and sarcastically said. It seems that this Eternal Heart must be visited once. But before that, let's get things done here first. Lin Xu turned around and looked back at the Star Laboratory. After thinking about it, he first reached out and transferred the biological laboratory bound to the subspace laboratory, that is, the fake solar system, to his own portable space. He said before that he would release the fake solar system into the real universe later. Then Lin Xu pinched his palm. Instantly, the entire star shrank like a pinched heart. The entire star shrank in size. Then, the star began to collapse towards the initial singularity. Mass continued to gather towards the core, and continued to gather, until the entire star finally collapsed into a white dwarf, and then continued to collapse, and finally a black hole appeared at the original location of the Star Laboratory. With the birth of the black hole, a fleet of biological war stars of the Kramer people who were about to rush into the Star Laboratory for support were directly captured by the gravity of the black hole and crashed into the black hole. Although these biological war stars immediately started the curvature navigation, trying to escape the capture of the black hole by flying at superluminal speed. But then these biological war stars found that their curvature navigation function was invalid. It was as if the cosmic constants nearby had been modified, making their curvature navigation technology unusable. Black hole plus high-dimensional weapon attack, we are finished. The commander of the fleet issued a desperate cry. The next moment, the entire biological war star fleet, whose curvature navigation ability was blocked, could no longer escape the gravity of the black hole. In this case, there was no stable enough environment to open a space jump channel for them, so they could only crash into the black hole and be completely destroyed. Lin Xu, who pinched a black hole with his bare hands and changed the rules of the nearby universe, causing the destruction of a biological war star fleet, had already taken a group of people on the Skylark and rushed out of the range of the black hole. At the same time, the Kramer biological war stars within a certain distance outside the black hole also observed the process of the star laboratory turning into a black hole. What happened? Why did the star laboratory become a black hole? Was it done by the eternal gods? It's over. It's all over. Our experiment and the future of the Kramer people are all over. Don't think about the future. Think about how to overcome the difficulties in front of you first. Wait a minute, nanorobots were detected around the black hole. This black hole is probably not done by the eternal gods, but by humans. Humans are coming. Humans? So humans already know the content of the experiment. It's over. This time we are really finished, not only in the future, but now it's all over. The Kramer people communicated rapidly in the starry sky. Lin Xu was looking at the battlefield that covered dozens of light years. The Kramer people and the eternal gods were fighting a mess. Go. Lin Xu said. So the next moment, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Arisa and Lu Yao all disappeared in the cabin. Liu Li in the corner silently lowered her eyelids, as if she couldn't bear to watch the end of the eternal gods on the battlefield. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 We Are Loyal to Humans. The portable space was opened, and planetary warships of various styles sailed out. Whether it was Nanzhu's warship, Miss Qiu's ferry ship, Lu Yao's, or Arisa's. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of planetary warships were spread all over the starry sky. However, compared with the biological war stars of the Kramer people and the eternal war stars of the eternal gods, the number of these planetary warships is still only a small part. But after the real exchange of fire, the planetary warships of the human clan soon formed a crushing trend, suppressing the war stars of the Kramer people and the eternal gods. Time seemed to have returned to 10,000 years ago, when the human clan crushed the idealistic universe and the materialistic universe. The eternal war stars and biological war stars that were originally fighting happily on the battlefield soon identified the third-party forces that suddenly appeared from the human clan. Because the nanorobots used are so easy to identify. It's just puzzling that there are also apocalypse elements in it. Could it be that humans and the Apocalypse clan have reconciled and joined forces? This is the speculation of the Kramer people. But soon they found something wrong, because these human clans, even the Eternal Protus who had received support from the Apocalypse clan, were fighting together. It was quite like I Want to Fight 10. The Eternal Protus was also confused. They had never expected that they would encounter humans in this invasion of the materialistic universe. Humans are back, retreat quickly. How can there be humans? This is not idealism. Go, 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 it will be too late if we don't leave. In an instant, after confirming that the third-party force that appeared on the battlefield was human, the Eternal Protus began to retreat like an avalanche. All the Eternal Protus were controlling the Eternal Battle Star and running towards the space crack from which they came. Fortunately, the space crack was large enough, otherwise these Eternal Protus would probably fight each other in order to compete for the escape route. The Kramer people were also fleeing. Their star laboratory was destroyed, and even humans appeared. Since humans had discovered their experiments and even destroyed the star laboratory with their own hands, they could already imagine how angry the current humans would be. So for the reproduction of the entire race, the current Kramer people could only choose to flee. And they had to flee in separate groups. Run, Run as many as you can, run as far as you can, away from the 5 galaxies, away from humans. As long as there is still one crammer alive, our civilization will not perish, and we still have hope. Send a message to the fleet stranded outside, don't come back, don't come back, run, leave the 5 galaxies, run to the depths of the universe, the farther the better. Quantum information quickly spread among all the crammer people. Countless crammer people let out a cry of grief, and then drove one biological war star after another, fleeing in all directions. There were also a large number of hyperspace communication signals, which were transmitted to all parts of the 5 galaxies to notify the crammer people everywhere. The scattered escape of the crammer people and the embarrassed retreat of the eternal gods did cause some trouble to Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Arisa and Lin Xu. Although their planetary battleships far exceeded the biological war stars of the crammer people and the eternal war stars of the eternal gods in terms of combat power, the number was still too small after all. There was no way to stop the massive number of war stars that wanted to escape. They are too good at running, don't run, come back and fight. Lin Xu had just dealt with a group of intercepted biological war stars, and found that a large number of biological war stars that were very close just now had already run far away, and even started to accelerate with a curvature engine at superluminal speed. If they were allowed to accelerate, they would be able to run several light years in an instant, and it would be difficult to chase them. Lin Xu didn't care much about the escape of the eternal Protoss, because fighting them was just a side job anyway. But the crammer people were the race that Lord Lin Xu had named to be eliminated, so they couldn't be allowed to run away. Stupid, used nanorbits to mark all the hostile war stars, and then slowly chase them. Miss Qiu reminded. Yes. Lin Xu's eyes lit up, but those biological war stars had really run too far, and it was too late to mark them now. Seeing that more and more crammer people might escape, Lin Xu took action. The portable space was opened, and the planetary battleship that Lin Xu had built for himself when he built the planetary battleship last time also poured out and joined the encirclement of the crammer people. Of course, the most important thing is that a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates also poured out, which is the real killer. The so-called planetary battleships are no different from some large toys for Lin Xu, but the autonomous mechanical aggregates are macro-level creations that humans have evolved countless times. It can be said that together with the micro-creature nanorbits, they are the two major industrial pillars of mankind. After countless evolutions, the current autonomous mechanical aggregates are already different from the original, and have evolved to a miracle. And in the future, as Lin Xu continues to find human relics, he will get a more evolved version from the relics. But even now, the autonomous mechanical aggregates are already incredible. I saw that a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates entered the curvature navigation state directly while pouring out of the portable space, chasing after the biological battleships that had begun to escape. Some even started space jumps directly, opened space jump channels, jumped to the front of the biological war star's escape, and blocked the biological war star's path. Then dozens of autonomous mechanical aggregates combined with each other to form a cosmic cannon with a length of several thousand meters, suspended in the universe. This cannon seemed to have no other equipment except a barrel. It was not loaded on a warship, and it did not carry energy, etc. Instead, it directly extracted vacuum zero-point energy from the void. In the blink of an eye, a huge amount of energy gathered in the barrel, and the next moment a dazzling light like the opening of the galaxy was ejected from the cannon. The plasma, compressed and condensed to the limit, was ejected outward at the speed of light. At the same time, in front of the muzzle of the cannon, a space jump channel was formed, and opposite was a biological war star that was escaping at superluminal speed by curvature navigation. Then, the plasma rushed directly into the space jump channel and hit the biological war star directly. With a bang, a silent shock wave was transmitted in the universe, and the biological war star exploded. At the same time, the cannon composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates has fired a second shell, directly projecting the ammunition onto the biological war star in the form of space jump. And there are countless cosmic cannons like this scattered in the starry sky. Each launch will detonate a biological war star. Countless cannons are constantly firing, and the starry sky is like a supernova explosion, and biological war stars are constantly being detonated. Not only the biological war stars of the crammer people, but also the eternal war stars that are crowding into the space crack in front of the space crack are also hit by the autonomous mechanical aggregates. With the eternal war stars being constantly blown up by attacks from nowhere. The eternal Protoss, who were originally escaping and still had basic discipline, also became chaotic all of a sudden. Countless eternal war stars crowded towards the space crack, and the eternal war stars kept colliding, and then they fought each other. In order to escape, the eternal Protoss finally fought each other. But Lin Xu's target was still the Kramer people after all, and the eternal Protoss was just a byproduct. So in the end, a lot of the eternal gods escaped. But none of the Kramer people can be spared. The autonomous mechanical aggregates continue to chase into the depths of the universe. No matter how far the Kramer people escaped, they would catch up and destroy them. Soon, the starry sky, which was originally a lively battlefield, gradually calmed down, leaving only the wreckage of countless war stars scattered throughout the universe after they were broken. In the distance, the detectors of various nearby god-level civilizations were flashing wildly in the distance, reporting back all the observed intelligence. Now, countless god-level civilizations have gathered together to hold an emergency meeting, discussing the issue of the return of mankind. As for guarding against the eternal gods, that is already a secondary issue. Humans have returned, and the eternal gods are still a far threat. The biggest threat now is humans, okay? After all, no one knows why humans came back this time. If humans are still as selfless as they were 10,000 years ago, pursuing dimensional upgrading, and leave soon, it would be fine. But what if humans don't want to leave this time? Don't want to leave? Humans have been upgraded to higher dimensional creatures. Now this place is just a remote and poorer place for humans. It's okay to come back and take a look, but why do you stay here? You have a big villa and housekeeping services in the city, so are you willing to go back to the countryside to farm? Aren't there people who like pastoral scenery? Maybe humans are the kind of people who like the countryside. What people like in the countryside is the carefree life, and what they hate in the city is working every day. If you have a lot of money and don't have to work, would you still want to go back to the countryside? Okay, what city or countryside? We are discussing the issue of whether humans will leave, not the issue of city or countryside. Anyway, I think that humans will not stay here for long. The reason they come back is probably because the Kramer people have gone too far. Although they think they are secretive, the higher dimensional beings may have some ability and know what the Kramer people have done. Therefore, I remind certain civilizations to be careful in what they do in the future, and be careful not to call humans back. As the man spoke, he looked at the representatives of other civilizations present. He knew that some god-level civilizations were not honest in private and had conducted some experiments. After all, who doesn't want to upgrade their dimensions? But everything has its limits. If humans are really called back, don't let others be implicated when you are unlucky, just like the Kramer people now. After hearing what he said, several god-level civilizations looked at each other silently and decided to stop some experiments that were slightly over the line when they returned. Don't let your own race be destroyed before you can research the upgrade. It was at this time that the various god-level civilizations, which were in the midst of a heated discussion, suddenly received an urgent message. Everyone looked at the content of the message, and their faces became strange. What should we do about this? How about notifying humans? It's also a gesture of goodwill from us. Agree. I agree too. That's right, we stand on the side of humans and support them unconditionally. We will do whatever humans say. Of course, we were the most supportive of humans 10,000 years ago, and we are definitely the same now. By the way, how about we also help hunt down the Kramer people? That's right, criminals like the Kramer people must be hunted down. I will issue a wanted order now. We are loyal to humans, and we must express our attitude thoroughly. Suddenly, all civilizations were enlightened. Helping to hunt down the Kramer people at this time is a great opportunity to please humans, and it cannot be missed. So, while several frontline exploration spacecraft received orders, approached the battlefield, and delivered news to humans, various god-level civilizations also issued wanted orders for the Kramer people to the entire universe. The general idea of the wanted order is very simple. The Kramer people conducted evil experiments, violated public order and morality, and were simply the public enemy of the universe. At the same time, it also listed a series of detailed evidence of the Kramer people destroying some weak civilizations. Many god-level civilizations have done this kind of thing, but today, it has become evidence of the Kramer people's guilt. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. In short, in order to maintain the justice and fairness of the universe, the major god-level civilizations decided to draw a clear line with it and wanted all the Kramer people. Anyone who can provide clues can get a reward of varying degrees. At the same time, all god-level civilizations and their subordinate races are also dispatched to search for the whereabouts of all the Kramer people. As long as they are found, they will be killed. At the same time, on the battlefield, Lin Xu casually opened a space jump channel. The goal is a safer place 10,000 light-years away. Although it is also within the 5 major river systems, it is not an area with dense cracks, and the probability of space gaps is not high. Then Lin Xu threw the experimental planet brought out from the star laboratory directly into the space jump channel from his personal space, and some autonomous mechanical aggregates also entered. A moment later, the autonomous mechanical aggregate returned from the space jump channel. It brought back the information that the subspace anchoring the experimental planet had been completely liberated. Lin Xu then closed the space jump channel. With the liberation of the subspace, the galaxy of the fake solar system returned to the real universe and became an ordinary galaxy in the universe. Maybe the civilization on the planet will be in chaos for a while. Why did the stars in the sky change all at once? But the movement of the continental plates will also make them confused. It's just a little more chaotic. I believe they will adapt, and they will be an ordinary civilization in the future, not a test product. At this time, the exploration spacecraft sent by the god-level civilization had already found Lin Xu, and transmitted signals one after another. Miss Qiu translated the signal and handed it to Lin Xu. The information above was very simple. In addition to conveying that the god-level civilization had begun to hunt down the Kramer people throughout the universe and assisted in the extermination of the Kramer people, there was another piece of news. These god-level civilizations are very smart. Lin Xu said with a smile. At the same time, the news also made Lin Xu fall into thought, and then turned and entered the Skylark. Liuli, the Eternal God Clan, and Yufei, the Gelreman, were still here. Lin Xu looked at Yufei and spoke when the other party was very nervous about being looked at. The news just came that the Gelreman raided the fleet of the immortal ship people, destroyed countless immortal ships gathered in the headquarters galaxy, and now have taken over the human ruins. Suddenly, Yufei felt dizzy. During this period of time, following Lin Xu and his group, she has seen countless scenery that she had never seen before. Seeing that even the old god-level civilizations of the Kramer people and the Eternal God Clan, who were fighting each other, were beaten up unreasonably, and the Kramer people were even more likely to be exterminated. At this moment, there was only one thought hovering in Yufei's mind, that is, the Gelreman people are finished. Don't worry, what the Gelreman people did is not enough to be charged with complete destruction, but I still like the Fairy Ship Alliance, or I like their ideas. So, I will give you a way out. Lin Xu said lightly. But, they have occupied the human ruins. Yufei said in a dry voice. Occupying the human ruins and being able to open the human ruins are two different things. You don't think that those god-level civilizations have no interest in human ruins for so many years, right? Lin Xu said with a smile. Then why are you telling me this? Yufei's eyes lighted up again, and then he thought about it and became strange again. It's very simple. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. The Gelreman people will still be punished. I'm too lazy to argue with your top leaders. Besides, all the strategies so far have been formulated by them, right? Why not replace them all and let you be the top leader? I hope that the Gelreman people controlled by you in the future will not let me down. Lin Xu decided the future of a god-level civilization with just a few words. Yufei opened her mouth and wanted to say that the top leaders of the Gelreman people would not surrender easily, and she might not be able to convince them. But in the end, she just smiled bitterly. What is unwilling to surrender and difficult to convince? In the face of absolute power, these are nothing. With human opposition, those top leaders can only die. With human support, she can convince them. Then, when Yufei thought that she might become the ruler of the Gelreman civilization, her heart suddenly became hot again. The master of the entire civilization, that was a high position that she had never dared to imagine before, but now it is within her reach. Why me? Yufei still couldn't believe it. You are the only Gelreman I know, and I'm too lazy to look for another one. Lin Xu said indifferently. It felt like buying some snacks at a roadside stall. There was no reason, it was just a sudden decision, and it was you. This made Yufei not know what to say for a while. The master of a god-level civilization decided it so casually. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed natural and reasonable. For her, this was a great opportunity, But for Lin Xu, it was nothing more than a trivial matter. It was not even worth wasting time to think about it. Whether she could do it well or not, it didn't matter to Lin Xu. He just gave the girlwomen a chance, and whether they could grasp it or not depended on themselves. So a few words decided the fate of the girlwomen, and Lin Xu received a reply to the message he asked through the detection spacecraft that just sent him the message. Many Gaoda-level civilizations almost rushed to send the location of the human ruins that Lin Xu asked about. In the 5 major river systems, only a few high-level people of the Gaoda-level civilization can know the secret. At this time, it was like a piece of news that was all over the place. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xu received many replies. Some replies even secretly contained some information that some Gaoda-level civilizations had tried to open human ruins but failed. To put it bluntly, it means nothing more than one thing: I am loyal to humans, but they may not be. It is nothing more than fighting openly and secretly. Looking at this information, Lin Xu suddenly understood how the ancient emperors felt when facing the competition for favor in the harem. Fortunately, Nan Xu is a fool, and Miss Qiu just wants to fight. Lin Xu is a little relieved. Afterwards, Nan Xu, Miss Qiu, Liu Yao and Arisa, who were notified, also returned to the Skylark. They all took back the planetary battleships into their personal space, and the next cleanup battle would be handed over to the autonomous mechanical aggregate. When everything is done, the autonomous mechanical aggregate will naturally chase them. Now they should go. Lord Lin Xu, shall we go to the human ruins first? Nan Xu asked as soon as he came back. It will take some time to deal with the Kramer people. Let's go to the human ruins first. Lin Xu replied. At the same time, the Skylark has opened the space jump channel and headed towards the coordinates of the human ruins. The reconnaissance ships in the distance saw the Skylark disappear into the space jump channel and quickly sent back various messages. The anxiously waiting God-level civilizations confirmed that humans had indeed gone to cause trouble for the Garymans, and they were relieved. This meant that humans would not cause trouble for them, which was a good thing. However, it was not the time to feel at ease. Then, orders to expedite the pursuit of the Kramers continued to be conveyed. Loyalty must continue to be shown. At the same time, the galaxy where the human remains were located. From the outside, it was just a very ordinary galaxy. The unusual thing was that one of the planets was the anchor position of the subspace where the human remains were located. The Garymans' hundreds of war stars filled this small galaxy with only 10 planets. At this time, countless Garymans were cheering. They finally got the human remains while the God-level civilizations were busy dealing with the eternal Protoss and had no time to take care of other things. The next step was to open the human remains and get the human technology. The Garymans are full of pride, as if the future is already in their hands. They are the next humans, dominating the universe. And those who dare to resist them will be the Immortal Ship Alliance. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 245. We are so naive. As soon as the Skylark rushed out of the space jump channel, it saw hundreds of war stars filing the entire galaxy. And outside the galaxy, there were even more war stars surrounding it. Originally, there were many observation stations set up by old God-level civilizations in this galaxy for observation and guarding. Only the new generation of God-level civilizations such as the Gelremans and the ferry ships did not set up observation stations here. The Gelremans were once indignant about this. But now these observation stations have been cleared by the Gelremans, and the Gelremans have completely occupied the galaxy where the human ruins are located. In the eyes of the Gelremans, many old God-level civilizations are now busy resisting the invasion of the Eternal Gods and have no time to take care of them. That is the best time for them to seize the human ruins. However, when they expelled all the observation stations of the old God-level civilizations and really occupied the galaxy, they gradually began to find that something was wrong. The first thing is that the human ruins cannot be opened at all. Even though they knew that the subspace where the human remains were located was anchored on the third planet, they still couldn't find a way to open the subspace. The instruments had clearly sensed the location of the subspace, but it always seemed illusory and could not be captured or found the entrance. It's high-dimensional, it must be high-dimensional power, so it can't be captured. We should have thought of it earlier. How could the human ruins not be protected by high-dimensional power? No wonder, after so many years, the human ruins still exist here, and have not been divided up by those God-level civilizations. I used to think that they were restraining each other, and no one could control the human ruins alone. It seems that we were too naive. What should we do now? In order to obtain the human ruins, we have done so many things, and now there is no way to turn back. If we can't use human relics to enhance our technological strength, those old god-level civilizations will never let us go after dealing with the eternal Protoss. And the Ferry Ship Alliance, even if it has been severely damaged, the remaining ferry ships are bound to fight us to the death. So, we can only open the human ruins, and we have to open it no matter what. But we can't find the entrance at all. We have to find it even if we can't find it. Mobilize all scientists and search with all our might. Are they all just eating dry rice? Just as a group of Gelreman high-level people were arguing with each other, suddenly a new message was reported. Everyone was stunned. The news that could be urgently reported at such a meeting must be extremely important. Several people suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately checked the news. The whole universe is looking for the Kramer people. Which civilization is going to war with the Kramer people? The eternal gods have invaded, but they are still fighting among themselves. No, that's not right. Look at the signatures below. Almost all the god-level civilizations have signed. How is this possible? The god-level civilizations have united to want the Kramer people? What happened? No, aren't the god-level civilizations fighting against the eternal gods? Did the Kramer people rebel? How is that possible? For the god-level civilization, rebellion has no benefits. Why would they rebel? Indeed, the god-level civilization is now the top existence in the materialistic universe. Even if it rebels and helps the eternal gods agree to the war, can it still have a higher status? No, at that time, its status will be below that of the eternal gods. How could the Kramer people be so stupid? So the Gelreman present did not understand why the Kramer people were suddenly wanted by the god-level civilization. Did something happen that we don't know about? Suddenly, someone's expression changed, as if he thought of something, and he hesitated and spoke. Do you still remember why they gathered together when we raided the ferry ship people? Did they say that they found traces of humans, so they gathered together? I think they have been delusional for so many years, and they are almost crazy. Humans have been upgraded, how could they come back? Then do you remember the experiments that the Kramer people conducted secretly? Suddenly, more Gelreman changed their faces, and they also thought of it. I heard that the Kramer people seem to be secretly conducting some experiments related to humans. Are the Kramer people wanted this time? Humans are really back? Impossible, I don't believe it. How can they not panic when they think that the fleet of their own race is now gathering at the human ruins, and even just sees the human ruins? At the same time, among the hundreds of war stars surrounding the entire galaxy, several war stars suddenly exploded in succession. The explosion of a planet in the universe is insignificant compared to the entire universe. But for the intelligent life watching it happen, the momentum is more than earth-shaking. It is not an exaggeration to say that the heaven and earth are destroyed at the same time. The shock of the explosion of several planets spread in the universe, and also caused the shields on the nearby war stars to instantly open to protect the collision of the fragments of the exploded war stars. At the same time, various instruments on these war stars flashed rapidly, searching for the cause of the disaster. Until a large number of small floating objects that were so small that they were insignificant compared to the war stars were seen in the starry sky. Each of those floating objects looked only a few hundred meters in size, and dozens of them were combined together to form a barrel that was thousands of meters long. It was these barrels that fired plasma beams that directly transmitted the beams to the war stars in the form of space jumps. A simple blow would destroy a war star. And when they discovered these attackers, more than a dozen war stars exploded in the air. At the same time, when these tiny floating objects were observed, countless Gelreman changed color instantly. Autonomous mechanical aggregates? It's an autonomous mechanical aggregate. Not only the frontline officers and soldiers exclaimed, but also the senior officials who received the news, and their colors changed at the same time. Just now they were still saying that humans could not come back, but now they saw the most conclusive evidence. It's humans, really humans, they are really back. It's over, we're done, we're all done. Countless Gelreman senior officials collapsed directly in their chairs. Some struggled to get up and began to give orders. Fight back, even if it's humans, so what, kill them. In response, dozens of war stars were destroyed in the blink of an eye. In a short period of time, under the attack of the autonomous mechanical aggregates, the hundreds of war stars gathered in the outer periphery of the galaxy were soon to be consumed. Yu Fei was heartbroken to see this. After all, according to Lin Xu, She would be the leader of the Gelreman people in the future, and the war stars lost now would be her property in the future. But she didn't dare to say anything, so she could only feel distressed silently. Finally, hundreds of war stars in the outer area were mostly destroyed, and nearly half of the hundreds of war stars gathered in the galaxy were also destroyed. At the same time, the autonomous mechanical aggregate has opened up the road for Lin Xu to the planet where the human remains are anchored. Lin Xu then instructed Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Arisa and Lu Yao. Let them surrender, and those who refuse to surrender will be directly eliminated. Then, Nanzhu, who had been eager to try, was the first to rush out of the Skylark. She also brought Liu Li and Yao Fei with her. After all, after receiving the captives, Yao Fei was still needed to lead these captives. As for Liu Li, although this Eternal God clan is of little use in this universe when it does not summon the Eternal War Star, it can still be used as a mount. Then Miss Qiu, Arisa and Lu Yao also left the Skylark together. Everyone summoned their own fleets and began to cooperate with the autonomous mechanical aggregate to force the Gelremans to surrender. Lin Xu took only Miss Qiu and rode the Skylark all the way to the location of the third planet. On this planet, a high level of civilization has been developed. Although it can only launch satellites, it can observe the starry sky at ordinary times. In the past, many old god-level civilizations set up many observation stations here, which basically hid themselves, so this civilization never discovered that the galaxy it was in was actually so lively, and its civilization was closely observed by so many god-level civilizations. Even some scientists of this civilization have raised questions, whether they are the only life in the universe, and whether there is any alien life in the universe. Until one day, the reckless Gelreman people came, and nearly 100 war stars occupied the entire galaxy at once, and hundreds of war stars gathered outside the galaxy. So the people of the entire civilization on the planet were stunned. Lin Xu didn't know whether there were any scientists who committed suicide, but now the whole planet must be in chaos. But these have nothing to do with Lin Xu. He just entered the planet, and then he directly connected the subspace through the nanorbits and opened the human remains. In an instant, a huge gap appeared in the sky, and another vast starry sky appeared above the entire planet. That was the subspace established with this planet as the anchor point. With the creation of the primitive universe, the technological level of human beings in establishing this subspace has also risen sharply. Although this subspace is only a subspace, it is also dozens of light years in size, filled with various planets, and each planet has different laboratories on it, accelerating the development of human technology. Of course, there is no more intense and busy research in these laboratories now, but there are still many research results left for Lin Xu. So like every time, on the other side of the huge gap in the sky, Lin Xu's portable space also opened a huge crack across the sky. The two cracks stood opposite each other, and for a while, the intelligent life on the planet felt more at a loss and more messy. But Lin Xu didn't care about them, and then a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates flew from Lin Xu's portable space into the opposite subspace and began to move various laboratories and equipment. At the same time, Changxing had taken over the various permissions of the opposite subspace at the fastest speed, found Wang Jian's location, and sent the coordinates to Lin Xu. In the galaxy behind him, the battle was still going on. The Gelremans watched Lin Xu open the human remains, but under the attack of the autonomous mechanical aggregates, they could only flee in embarrassment, not daring to have any thoughts. Lin Xu didn't even look at them again, and took Miss Qiu directly into the subspace, and then followed the coordinates to the location, and came to the subspace within a few dozen light years, in several galaxies with burning stars. In that galaxy, the stars emit light and heat, and more than a dozen planets orbit around the stars. There are already autonomous mechanical aggregates entering the laboratories on the planets for relocation. Lin Xu plunged into the star, and finally saw Wang Jian in Wang Jian's cabin at the center of the star, where the fusion reaction was the most intense. Being in the core of the star, Wang Jian seemed to live in another space. He seemed to live with the core of the star, but it seemed that he was just living next to the core of the star through a layer of glass. That is, being in one space and not in another space. This special state can be regarded as unique to high-dimensional characteristic space. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Hey, we meet again. Wang Jian waved and greeted Lin Xu. So do you have any clues? About the Apocalypse clan? Lin Xu asked directly. Is it just the two of you this time? Or do you still not want the Apocalypse clan to get involved? Wang Jian waved and showed the sofa and coffee table, and asked Lin Xu to sit down and drink tea. I guess so. It's better not to let her know some things before the results are clear. Lin Xu nodded. This was also the reason why he sent Nanzhu and others away. After all, it seemed a bit deliberate to just not let Arisa in. If you use excuses to send everyone away, you won't have this feeling. Okay, tell me quickly. Do you know anything about the Apocalypse clan now? Lin Xu continued to ask. I don't know. Wang Jian said helplessly. Don't know? Aren't you the Apocalypse people we met here in the 5 Great Rivers? Lin Xu frowned. Yes, but we met more than one Apocalypse people here. Who knows who turned against us later? That should be a matter for the future. At least when I left this shadow, we cooperated well with those Apocalypse people. It was a honeymoon period. I think even if we turned against each other, it would probably be a matter for the future. Wang Jian sighed. Okay, then where is the next stop? Lin Xu said helplessly. The next stop is 40 billion light-years away. Wang Jian replied. 40 billion light-years away? The edge of the universe? Are we going to the edge of the universe so soon and try to break out of this universe? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Yes, it is earlier than we expected at the beginning. However, because of the study of the idealistic universe on the other side of the space crack, we have more ideas about the edge of the universe, so we can't wait to verify it. In addition, in this universe, our research on dimensionality has reached a certain limit. If we want to continue our research, it is necessary to go to the edge of the universe or go to more universes, so the time to go to the edge of the universe is advanced. Wang Jian explained. Rush out of the universe. What is outside the universe? Is it the absolute vacuum that the vicious space crack touches? Lin Xu was a little fascinated. It shouldn't be. If the edge of the universe is directly an absolute vacuum, our universe can't exist at all. It has been drained by the absolute vacuum long ago. Wang Jian shook his head and said. Forget it, there is no point in guessing here. I'll go and see it myself later. Lin Xu nodded. Yes, go and see the footprints of mankind all the way here. Wang Jian also sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, after the next stop, humans will leave this universe, and they have never come back until now. Although they all knew that humans did upgrade their dimensions later, no one knew what happened between leaving this universe and upgrading it, and how many universes humans had visited during this period. Lin Xu had to find the answer himself. After saying goodbye to Wang Jian, Lin Xu left the star. Although he still hadn't received any news about the Apocalypse clan, he knew that the next stop was 40 billion light-years away, and that humans were about to leave this universe, which still made Lin Xu think a lot. When he left the subspace and returned to the main universe, the battle outside was over. There were only about 100 war stars stationed by the gel remnants in the galaxy and hundreds of war stars outside the galaxy. In other words, under the coercion of Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Arisa and Lu Yao, except for the more than 100 that surrendered, the rest were all destroyed. Only these 100 or so were left neatly arranged outside the galaxy, trembling like a row of elementary school students. There were more than 100 planet-level war stars lined up in a row like elementary school students, which was unique. Nanzhu, who disciplined these war stars like elementary school students, was holding Liu Li and asking Lin Xu for credit. It was not until Lin Xu touched her head that she smiled with satisfaction. As for Yao Fei, with the help of Miss Qiu, she gathered all the high-level officials of the remaining war stars on Miss Qiu's ferry ship. Kill one group, beat another, and pull another. Soon, under a series of means of military deterrence and promoting newcomers to serve as the heads of war stars, these more than 100 war stars were completely controlled. With these war stars as the basic base, plus the support of humans behind them, and a group of god-level civilizations eager to please humans, I believe that Yao Fei will soon be able to completely control the entire Gelreman race. Of course, according to Lin Xu's request, the death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime cannot be escaped. The Gelremans also need to punish a large number of war criminals, especially those who attacked the ferry ship alliance, to satisfy Lin Xu. A series of things are going on in full swing. At the same time, Lin Xu also got the upgrade information of various technologies of the human ruins reported by Chengxing. Among them, what Lin Xu is most concerned about is the rule adaptive technology. With the exploration and research of the idealistic universe, humans have upgraded human creations such as nanorobots and self-disciplined mechanical aggregates, so that they can automatically adapt to the rules of that universe in different universes. This made Lin Xu's eyes light up immediately. Before, in the idealistic universe, some of the rules of nanorbits were restricted because of the different rules of the universe. The most obvious is the distance of consciousness diffusion, because the consciousness of the idealistic universe can interfere with the relationship of reality. Therefore, in places where people with consciousness are densely populated, nanorbits cannot spread the consciousness of controllers such as Lin Xu to too far away places, because the messy consciousness of the crowd will interfere with the function of nanorbits. For example, if Lin Xu wanted to spread consciousness to the world with the help of nanorbits at that time, the nanorbits would be unable to do so, because the large amount of consciousness on the planet would interfere with reality and also interfere with the signal transmission of nanorbits. But now it is different. Nanorbits will automatically adapt to the rules of different universes, so in the future, even in the idealistic universe, nanorbits can be used normally. Unless the universe they arrive at is a universe that completely rejects human rules, the nanorbits will fail. As long as the universe does not completely reject human rules, as long as most of the functions of the nanorbits can be used, the nanorbits can automatically adjust to the extent that they can fully adapt to the rules of the universe through the adaptive function. As for the universe that completely rejects human rules, the nanorbits will fail. Such a universe may still be a headache for humans in the past, but after humans upgrade their dimensions, if Lin Xu really enters such a universe will only be blown up by the rules from higher dimensions and completely destroyed because it cannot accommodate human rules. So when encountering such a universe, what Lin Xu should worry about is not the problem of nanorbit failure after entering, but the problem that after he enters, it will cause the destruction of the entire universe. Fortunately, such a universe is extremely rare. After all, it is incompatible with high-dimensional rules. The birth of such a universe itself is a miracle. If it were not for the fact that the sea of the multiverse is too vast, even the universe type with a very small probability of birth may appear, and this type of universe is simply impossible to appear. In short, nanorbits have the ability to adapt to different universe rules, and autonomous mechanical aggregates also have the ability to adapt to different universe rules. This time, Lin Xu was more confident about going to the eternal heart of the idealistic universe. Although he was quite confident before, what is the saying, a lion needs to go all out to fight a rabbit. Lord Lin Xu, those god-level civilizations have sent letters again, saying that they have captured many Kramer people and have already executed them, and asked the Gelreman how to deal with them. Lin Xu suddenly remembered and said, "Just answer them about these things." Lin Xu said casually. For him, these are all trivial matters, and there is no need to tell him. Okay, then I will reply to them according to your previous instructions. Where are we going next? Lin Xu asked. However, before Lin Xu could answer, Miss Qiu, who was supposed to help Yaofei integrate the Gelreman people, suddenly rushed over. Seeing Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, he still spoke. Lord Lin Xu, I just received a communication, which was directly transmitted to the ferry ship. What's the matter? Lin Xu was a little surprised. What could make Miss Qiu so anxious? It's a letter sent by the Apocalypse element. The Apocalypse clan said that he is waiting for you in the heart of eternity. Miss Qiu said with a worried look. Lin Xu's face changed instantly. Originally, he thought that the Apocalypse clan might have already left the heart of eternity, so Lin Xu didn't rush over. But he didn't expect that the other party would leave such an arrogant message waiting for him. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 246 Rules? I am the rules. Since the other party was probably waiting for him, Lin Xu was not in a hurry. It took a few more days to wait for the human remains in the subspace to be relocated. At the same time, he also used this time to arrange the affairs of the Gelreman people. There was also the matter of continuing to hunt down the Kramer people. After everything was settled, Lin Xu and his party boarded the Skylark, found the nearest space crack, and passed through the space crack into the idealistic universe. Yaofei rushed to see him off despite having just taken over the Gelreman clan and a lot of things to do. Watching Lin Xu and his party enter the space crack, her eyes were full of complexity. Lin Xu's departure made her feel relieved, but at the same time she felt a mountain of pressure coming. From now on, there was no one to shelter her from the wind and rain, and everything depended on herself. Although with the help of Lin Xu these days, she has integrated most of the power of the Gelreman people, it is not easy to continue to control these forces smoothly in the future, and to complete the trial of some Garyman bigwigs in the internal crimes as instructed by Lin Xu. Fortunately, due to the deterrent power of humans, no one will dare to resist her for at least a period of time. Therefore, she must completely control the Garyman people before the deterrent power gradually dissipates over time after humans leave. And the trial in the name of humans is also a good opportunity to exclude dissidents. Yuffie, who has been ignited by the fire of ambition, can't go back. The Skylark passed through the space crack and entered the idealistic universe next door in the blink of an eye. At the moment of passing through the space crack, Liuli felt that the power in her body came alive again. Her consciousness can control the power in her body by interfering with reality. The power that has not been used for a long time is restless in her body, as if she can break the rope under the coat with a slight struggle, and destroy the hateful woman beside her. But she knows very well that this is just her illusion, and she dares to fantasize about some things in her heart. In fact, as soon as Nanzhu snapped her fingers, Liuli immediately became alert and came to Nanzhu with a blushing face in small steps. Yes, do you have any instructions, Master? Where is the heart of eternity? You should know, right? Nanzhu asked on behalf of Lin Xu. Well, I know, we have to go in that direction, about 20,000 light-years away. Liuli quickly glanced at the starry sky outside the porthole, and based on the appearance of the starry sky, she identified it and immediately found the route. Well done. Nanzhu patted her head with satisfaction. Liuli was so happy that she almost wagged her tail. But then she realized something was wrong. Wait, why am I so happy? She just praised me, why should I be happy? I won't really be tamed by her, I don't want it, I am an eternal god. No one knows Liuli's intense inner activities, and the Skylark has already jumped towards the direction of the heart of eternity. After the human ruins obtained the rule adaptation technology of different universes, the Skylark's jump became as smooth as in the previous materialistic universe. In just 2 space jumps, it has arrived 20,000 light-years away. A somewhat strange cosmic phenomenon has been seen from afar. It was a large galaxy that was dozens of times larger than an ordinary galaxy, and the whole galaxy was emitting a strange light. Not only were the stars dozens of times larger than ordinary stars, but there were also hundreds of planets orbiting around them. All of these celestial bodies, including the stars, were emitting a strange light. That light was beyond the limit of the spectrum that could be recognized by the naked eyes of ordinary intelligent life, but Lin Xu could see it, Nanzhu could see it, and everyone present could see it. That is the eternal ray, which can drive away all beings that want to get close to the heart of eternity. Whether it is intelligent life or spacecraft, as long as they want to get close to the heart of eternity, they will be driven away by this ray and will never be able to get close to the heart of eternity. Only the promised people led by the eternal gods are qualified to enter the heart of eternity and enjoy eternal joy. Liuli explained. Eternal joy? It sounds a bit like the kingdom of God in religion. Lin Xu asked curiously. Yes, many eternal gods regard this place as a place to bless believers. Intelligent creatures that are irradiated by the eternal ray for a long time at close range can obtain immortal life. Liuli nodded. You don't need any faith, so why are you so keen on having believers? Nanzhu asked puzzled. Many members of the Eternal God Clan were the best of their respective tribes before becoming Eternal God Clan, and many even became the rulers of their respective tribes. After they became Eternal God Clan, although they no longer acknowledged that they were still members of their original tribe, they still had a sense of incense for their original tribe. So although it was inconvenient to continue to be a ruler, becoming the god of the original tribe's faith and taking care of the original tribe was a good way. Liuli explained slowly. You don't mean to say that many Eternal God Clan directly brought their entire tribe to the heart of eternity, right? Nanzhu suddenly thought of something. Some Eternal Gods do this. They divide an area for their tribe on a certain planet and let them enjoy eternal joy here. But some Eternal Gods think that this eternal joy is more like anesthesia. The tribe is immersed in eternal joy. Although they are immortal, there are no new babies born. The entire race is no longer continuing. In a sense, what is the difference between this and complete extinction? It is better to let them continue to reproduce on their original planets and give them a little help at most. When Liuli talked about eternal joy, his tone was filled with slow disdain. So, you are from the latter faction? Did you place your tribe in the heart of eternity? Nanzhu had already guessed it. Yes, my tribe is still reproducing in the original galaxy, but I helped them greatly improve their martial arts realm. Recently, I brought them back a lot of technology from the materialistic universe. They have now occupied several galaxies. This kind of development is the best. When Liu talked about his tribe, he was full of pride. At this time, the Skylark had crossed the Eternal Ray repulsion and entered the heart of Eternity Galaxy. Liu had a look of no surprise on her face. Although the Eternal Rays could repel all beings other than the Eternal Mark Gods, they obviously could not resist humans. It felt like a little girl could never resist a strong man in terms of strength. The two sides were not in the same league at all. As the Skylark entered the heart of Eternity, figures flew out from the nearby planets, watching the small spaceship, the Skylark, from afar. More and more figures rose from the planets, and those figures lined up in 2 rows in the starry sky, as if they were welcoming people on both sides of the red carpet, and the Skylark was the one walking on the red carpet. These figures were the Eternal Gods. It seems that the Eternal Gods knew I was coming a long time ago. Lin Xu looked around and said, "Do you need me to go out and find out?" Liu thought for a while, and raised her hand weakly. "You don't want to take the opportunity to run away?" Nanzhu looked at her suspiciously. "No, absolutely not, and I can't run away." Liu suddenly felt a little wronged, but she really wanted to help. The main thing is that since she is destined to stay with Nanzhu, if she tries to please him a little, she will be able to live a better life in the future. As for running away, she really doesn't think she can escape from the hands of humans. The nanorbits on her body are powerless. Although these nanorbits have now released the control of her body's power and can mobilize her power at will, it is only a matter of Nanzhu's thought to block her power again. "Let her go," Lin Xu said. Liu, who is also a member of the Eternal God clan, is indeed a very good person to get information. Suddenly, Liu looked at Lin Xu with gratitude, thinking that it was fortunate that Nanzhu still had someone who could control her. Otherwise, with Nanzhu's lawlessness, she didn't know what she would be like now. However, she thought again that if it weren't for Lin Xu's pampering, Nanzhu would not become more and more lawless, so it's a bit hard to say which one is the cause and which one is the result. So with Lin Xu's approval, Liu was naturally allowed to leave to get information. In order not to alert the enemy, Lin Xu opened the space jump channel himself. Liu passed through the jump channel and came to a nearby planet. Then she rose from the planet and saw several figures rising from the planet. She had met one of them several times before and knew him. She immediately went over. "Liu, haven't you been outside? When did you come back?" The other party didn't doubt anything. This also made Liu feel relieved. It seemed that the Eternal Heart didn't know that she was captured. "I just came back." "What happened? What are you doing?" Liu took the opportunity to ask. "Of course, we are welcoming humans." The man still didn't doubt it, because the Eternal God clan was originally an extremely loose race. It was normal for them to not know what happened when they just came back from outside, so he was also enthusiastic to answer. After all, this female Eternal God clan who had met several times before was still very beautiful, or in other words, those who could become Eternal God clan had no bad appearance. If we can make friends and form a partnership, that would be good. Even if we are an Eternal God, we will feel lonely if we are alone. Liu, who was completely unaware of the information in front of her, had already turned into another sinful woman. "Welcome humans. I heard that we invaded the materialistic universe not long ago. Didn't we just fight with humans?" Liu continued to ask. "Yes, I only knew that humans had upgraded their dimensions before, but after the real fight, I found that humans are stronger and more difficult to deal with than before. I can only say that they are worthy of being high-dimensional beings." While speaking, he still had a lingering fear on his face, and it was obvious that he had also participated in the war not long ago. "Then welcome humans?" Liu asked, puzzled. "It is precisely because we cannot beat them that we have to welcome them. Otherwise, what else can we do? Will we really keep fighting and then be beaten to death?" The Eternal God smiled bitterly. Obviously, he didn't want to die yet. Or, who would want to die after finally becoming an Eternal God? But how do you know that humans come to negotiate peace, not to hunt them down to the end? Liu didn't understand. To negotiate peace? No, humans are here to accept surrender. The Heart of Eternity held a meeting before, and we collectively voted to surrender to humans. We all surrendered, and humans came here to accept surrender. The other party said as a matter of course, and did not regard surrender as a big deal at all. After all, this is surrendering to humans, it is not shameful. And their surrender is also conditional. It does not mean that they can be killed at will. Humans must guarantee their personal safety before they surrender. Vote to surrender? But even if you surrender, you have to tell humans, right? Humans don't even know that you surrendered. What kind of surrender is this? Liuli never thought that the eternal gods in the heart of eternity were so funny. Could it be that the eternal rays have been shining for a long time and made them stupid? She was suddenly glad that she had never stayed in the heart of eternity for a long time before. Of course we notified them. When the voting results came out, we used the communication signals intercepted on the battlefield to convey the surrender to the fleet of the human clan. The humans must have received it, otherwise they would not have come, let alone come without any intention of fighting. Suddenly, Liuli's face became even more strange. What surrender communication? What they received was clearly a provocative communication from the Apocalypse clan. And the reason why they didn't take action was because Lord Lin Xu wanted to see what the Apocalypse clan was up to. Anyway, knowing the situation, Liuli quickly opened the space jump channel and planned to return to the Skylark. The Eternal God clan, who had just been talking to Liuli happily, suddenly widened his eyes. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Opening a space jump channel is something that only a few great masters in the Eternal God clan can do. Most of the Eternal God clans still rely on a similar curvature navigation method to move. As far as he knows, hasn't Liuli just become an Eternal God clan for less than 10,000 years? She didn't even catch up with the war 10,000 years ago. How could she become so strong now? Liuli naturally wouldn't tell him that she did it with the help of the nanorobots in her body. Then Liuli disappeared in front of him. At the same time, more and more Eternal God clan gathered on both sides. In the Skylark, which was like walking on the red carpet, Lin Xu had just received a communication from a flashing and changing light next to the star, like a ball of light, and like a heart composed of a group of leaping light. There is the Eternal Heart, the theoretical core area of all Eternal God clan, and the place where all Eternal God clan vote on major events together. Long time no see, human. Are you satisfied with my welcome ceremony? Are you the one who has been inciting various races to study humans? Lin Xu pondered for a while and asked back. Incite? Do you think it's necessary? Which civilization in this universe doesn't want to upgrade? The other party asked. But they could have used a more gentle method, a method that would not be pursued by humans. This method full of malice towards humans is obviously provided by you. Lin Xu was not convinced by the other party. Yes, but this is what you humans deserve. The information transmitted from the heart of eternity was full of some malice. Just like those experiments studying human dimensionality. Deserve it? Lin Xu asked. Of course, you don't know what your compatriots have done, but since you are a human, you are essentially no different from them, all thieves, robbers, and liars. Humans are the termites of this universe. You should not exist in this world, do you understand? You should not exist. Although it was only information that was transmitted, Lin Xu also felt the other party's gradually excited emotions. What did humans do to you? What makes you so angry? Lin Xu asked back with a strange expression. What did humans do? Humans betrayed me, so everything you are suffering now is what humans deserve, all you humans deserve. The existence said maliciously. Humans betrayed you? Can you tell me more about it? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Well, the time has come. Let me see what the difference is between high-dimensional existences. This was the last message sent by the other party, and then he fell into silence. The next moment, the eternal heart that was constantly flickering and jumping suddenly expanded. The expanding light spread directly to the entire galaxy. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire galaxy, not only enveloping the Skylark, but also enveloping countless eternal gods. Then Lin Xu felt that the nanorobots around him seemed to be trapped in a quagmire and could not move. What is this? The rules of the universe have changed. Nanzhu said in surprise. The other party has changed the rules of the universe in this galaxy. Now within the scope of this galaxy, human rules have been rejected. Lin Xu said calmly after feeling it. Faced with a situation where human rules are completely rejected, even the adaptive function of the nanorobots cannot be used. Adaptation can only be applied when the rules are not suitable, not when the rules cannot be used at all. With a thud, there was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. It was Liuli, who had just opened the space jump channel and returned to the Skylark. After she passed through the space jump channel, the space jump channel was closed in the blink of an eye because of the change in the cosmic rules in this area, and she fell to the ground. This bump was naturally nothing to her, but she immediately felt that her ability to interfere with reality with her consciousness was actually strengthened in a sense, and she could interfere with reality with her consciousness more easily. At the same time, the nanorobots in her body that were originally used to block her fell into silence. In other words, as long as she wanted, she could now completely break free from the shackles of the nanorobots and escape, and even if she wanted, she could counterattack. Because she had discovered that everyone inside the Skylark seemed to be in a state where they could not use nanorobots. Although she didn't know whether the state was temporary or continuous, it was obviously a very good opportunity. So what should she do? Should she run? Should she fight back? Various thoughts flashed through her mind. In the end, Lin did nothing. The various things she had experienced along the way had already engraved the horror of mankind in her mind. To put it bluntly, Lin no longer dared to have any other thoughts. And some small thoughts had long been growing in her heart. This kind of life seemed not bad. Although she didn't want to admit it, she seemed to like the feeling of being tied up. Well, should we say that Lin Xu's focusing was successful, or what? In short, Lin immediately reported the news she had just found out to Lin Xu. The decision of the Eternal Heart is to surrender? And a message of surrender was sent? But why did we receive a provocative message? Lin Xu said with a puzzled look. It seems that it is not the entire Eternal God clan that is controlled, but the Eternal Heart that is secretly controlled. Everything is the result of the Apocalypse clan controlling the Eternal Heart. Liu suddenly realized. Then what is he trying to do by creating this space where human rules are excluded? Is he trying to encourage the Eternal God clan to kill us? Lin Xu asked in confusion. It seems that this is the case. Did you find that your little maid's ability to interfere with reality has been strengthened? The rules of this space are to suppress humans and strengthen the Eternal God clan. Miss Qiu looked at Lin and said. I can see it, but I didn't expect you to be so honest that you didn't take the opportunity to run away. Lin Xu looked at Lin a little strangely. Lin's face flushed, and she stood there honestly without saying anything. Come here. Lin Xu waved. Lin hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. You are very good. You must be obedient in the future. Lin Xu reached out and rubbed Lin's head. Obviously, Lin Xu couldn't control the nanorobots now, and Lin was out of control and her own strength had been strengthened, so she could resist completely. But Lin still honestly accepted Lin Xu's head patting and even felt a little comfortable. It's over, Lin, you're really finished. Ignoring what Lin was thinking, Lin Xu was very happy. At this time, outside the porthole of the Skylark, countless eternal gods also discovered a change in the situation. The changes in the rules of the universe in this space could not be hidden from these eternal gods. First, they discovered that their consciousness had been strengthened to interfere with reality, and then they discovered that the human spaceship was stationary. They further discovered that the nanorobots that had always been around the spaceship seemed to have fallen into hibernation and had lost their activity. Suddenly, some of the eternal gods, who had long been dissatisfied with surrendering easily, became active. Under the confidence brought by their own strength, some eternal gods finally couldn't bear the temptation and took the lead in attacking the Skylark. As a result, the situation got out of control. Even those who didn't want to take action had no choice. At the same time, facing the overwhelming attack of the eternal gods, Lin Xu was fearless. Rules that exclude humans? It's meaningless, because I am the rules. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 247, The Edge of the Universe and the Multiverse. Various attacks compressed to the extreme arrived in the blink of an eye. Every eternal Proteus who attacked, the surging energy like a star in their body, under the call of consciousness, rushed out in a much faster and simpler way than before. In an instant, thousands of eternal Proteus, like thousands of stars, hit their full strength attack. The huge amount of energy in a short period of time even tore the space apart, making the space unstable. In 1,000th of a second, the space was squeezed and gradually shattered, and a huge amount of energy rushed to the Skylark. At this time, the nanorobots around the Skylark seemed to have fallen into a dormant state and could not be activated at all. At the same time, it was also in this 1,000th of a second that Lin Xu's high-dimensional consciousness was opened, and the high-dimensional perspective was watching this piece of space whose rules had been changed. In an instant, the rules belonging to humans conflicted with the new rules in this space. The conflict between the two rules caused this space to further begin to break. and the high-dimensional rules belonging to humans are obviously not something that the low-dimensional rules in this space can resist. In a time faster than 1,000th of a second, the rules of this space where the rules were changed began to break. Human rules instantly covered the low-dimensional rules here. In the blink of an eye, the rules of the entire space began to melt and return to silence. Just like a chain reaction, the melting of rules quickly spread outward and expanded. All rules that excluded human rules all returned to nothingness and were replaced by human rules. In this process, all the matter encountered instantly disintegrated and perished along with the rules. The entire galaxy where the huge heart of eternity is located is no exception. The star that is dozens of times larger than an ordinary star and the hundreds of planets orbiting the star are all in the expansion of the melting of rules and disintegrated along with the rules. The believers who live on those planets, blessed by the eternal gods and enjoy eternal joy, and even all the eternal gods themselves. Whether it is those who have just launched an attack or those who have not launched an attack. At the moment when the rules melt and disintegrate, they melt at the same time. The entire galaxy, everything does not exist, everything disappears. Except for the skylark where Lin Xu is. Until the human rules expanded to the edge of the universe where the rules were rewritten, and the rules of the outside world no longer excluded the human rules. The human rules' rejection of alien rules began to disappear. Everything returned to peace. Only after the expansion of the eternal heart, the universe where the rules were rewritten, the universe that rejected human rules, completely disappeared in this idealistic universe. Only an empty universe was left, with nothing. Whether it was the once high and mighty eternal gods or the eternal paradise where countless believers gathered, everything disappeared. Looking at this result, even Lin Xu was a little emotional. If it was not just a universe that rejected human rules, but the entire universe, would the entire universe be destroyed in the end? This is the so-called, if humans enter a universe that completely rejects human rules, will the entire universe burst? Liuli was so scared that she trembled all over. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she had taken the opportunity to escape just now. The eternal gods of the entire eternal heart died silently. Those eternal gods who could pick stars and moons, and who could conquer countless galaxies and even galaxies, died so quietly, without even a chance to struggle. Just like an ant in an ant nest, they were squirted to death in an instant. So, in the eyes of Lord Lin Xu, am I also like an ant? Until Nanzu reached out and hugged her, patted her head and comforted her. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Liuli slowly calmed down. At this time, Lin Xu had left the skylark and came to the origin of the eternal heart just erupted. There, you can still see a little flickering eternal heart. Although it is so weak that only a trace is left, as if it will dissipate at any time, that trace of eternal heart does exist there. It can survive under the conflict of rules. Should I say that it is worthy of being a member of the Apocalypse clan? Lin Xu sighed. However, that trace of eternal heart did not answer Lin Xu, but a mechanical voice sounded. Data collection is complete, and the model is being built. The human high-dimensional model has been built, but the deviation is too large and needs to be corrected. Then there was a hissing sound, as if it was reconnecting. The other party's voice sounded again. Although I have long known that this level of rule modification should have limited impact on humans, I did not expect that the correction power of high-dimensional rules on low-dimensional rules would be so strong. The voice was full of solemnity. Have you achieved your goal? Did you trick me here just to cooperate with your experiments? I have to say that the Zerg and the Kramer people are far worse than you. They don't have real humans to cooperate with their experiments. Lin Xu questioned. Do you think I'm lying to you? No, I am indeed here, but it's not all of me here. Do you think that such a large-scale change in the rules of the universe can be done by remote control? The voice sneered. This level of change in the rules of the universe can indeed be done by remote control. Lin Xu thought for a while and replied. Suddenly, the voice paused, and then became furious. I know you humans can do it. I know you have ascended to a higher dimension. You don't need to remind me here. Sooner or later, I can do it, too. I can do it, too. Okay, you can do it in the future. So you split off a part of yourself and left it here. Lin Xu hurriedly comforted him. Seeing that the only remaining light of his body was flickering, he was afraid that he would be angry to death, and hurriedly asked. No, not a part. I split off half of my consciousness and left it here. The voice replied. Half. Lin Xu didn't expect that this guy would be so cruel. Yes, But in order to obtain human research data at close range, this is a necessary sacrifice. Now, I have transmitted the experimental data to another me. I believe that I can soon crack the secret of your human dimension ascending. I can definitely do it. As he spoke, his voice gradually weakened. Where is the other half of you? Lin Xu hurriedly asked. The edge of the universe 40 billion light years away is your next destination. Come find me, human. It's time to settle all the grievances between me and humans. The voice gradually faded until the last ray of light completely disappeared, and the half of the consciousness of the apocalypse carried by the light also dissipated. Lin Xu tried to capture the other party's consciousness from a high-dimensional perspective, but found that the other party's consciousness had been washed away by the rules when the eternal heart just detonated and changed the rules of this universe. Now there is only the last wisp of obsession left. There is nothing in it, and it is impossible to detect anything through consciousness, so in the end, he can only give up. He actually split the consciousness in half? Is this guy an idiot? Arisa, who came over at some point, frowned and complained about her own people. Maybe he thinks it's worth it. Nansu thought for a while and said, it's very difficult to repair damaged consciousness, and with only half of the consciousness, even if he finds a way to upgrade the dimension, he can't use it at all. Isn't this stupid? Arisa didn't hide her stupidity. But as he said, maybe it's the only way to get humans into the experiment. Miu Qiu next to him said, yes, if you want to use humans for experiments, how can you do it without paying price? It's better to say that he is already very powerful, and he actually did the experiment on us. Liu Yao even sighed. I didn't expect that your fellow tribesman is also a crazy scientist. Nansu nodded. Several people discussed their views on the Apocalypse clan, and they had to admit that this guy was really cruel. He sacrificed half of himself for the experiment. Although the final result is unknown, it seems that some results have been achieved. I just don't know what these results can do. Do you think he can really find the secret of dimensionality through this experiment? Liu Yao thought for a while and looked at Arisa. It's difficult, basically impossible. Arisa frowned and said after thinking about it. Then maybe he has done a lot of other experiments? At the edge of the universe 40 billion light years away. Nansu said immediately. That's difficult. Ordinary experiments have no effect. And if we use humans to do experiments, there is probably only one human like Lin Xu in the entire universe. This experiment has cost him half his life. How can he afford it? Can he sacrifice the other half of his life as well? Arisa continued to complain. Don't think about it. We will know the specific situation if we go and see it. We should also set off 40 billion light years away. Lin Xu said. And if they want to go 40 billion light years away, they must first return to the materialistic universe. After all, the edge of the universe they are going to is not the edge of the universe of this idealistic universe. The heart of eternity no longer exists. Although there are still many eternal gods wandering outside, they have not been completely extinct, but most of the eternal gods have returned to silence with the heart of eternity. Even if the entire eternal god still exists, without the heart of eternity, it has lost its little cohesion. In the future, it will be even more scattered. Whether the god-level civilization in the materialistic universe will take the opportunity to invade the idealistic universe, Lin Xu doesn't know, and he doesn't want to care. He had done everything he was supposed to do, and it was time to leave. So the Skylark made a space jump and directly found a space crack nearby, then passed through the space crack and returned to the materialistic universe. The location was a little distance from the eye of the starry sky, but not too far. Then the Skylark monitored the various signals transmitted from the eye of the starry sky. There was news that the major god-level civilizations were still wanted by the Kramer people, and there was also news that the Gelreman people formally apologized to the Ferry Ship Alliance and punished war criminals. There was also news that the Ferry Ship Alliance was looking for humans and wanted to meet Lin Xu no matter what. Lord Lin Xu, do you want to meet the Ferry Ship Alliance? Nansu asked Lin Xu's opinion. Lin Xu thought about it and shook his head. Forget it, it's better not to meet, and there's nothing to say if we meet. Send them a message and say that you hope they can keep their original intentions forever and don't forget the ideals of mankind. Okay, I'll send it now. Nansu started to operate. In addition, add one more line. I recognize the existence of the Ferry Ship Alliance and that they are followers of mankind. Lin Xu thought about it and said. Understood. Nansu continued to operate. Soon, the message was sent out. The nanorocket carrying the signal flashed through the space jump channel and arrived at the destination in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the Immortal Ship Alliance, countless immortal ships were gathered together to discuss the issue of finding humans. With the confirmation of the major god-level civilizations, the apology of the Gelreman people, and the evidence of humans opening the ruins, it is now 100% certain that humans have indeed returned. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. But the Immortal Ship Alliance has never seen humans. It is clear that humans first appeared on their immortal ships, and it is clear that they were the first to discover signs of humans. But now other races have seen them, but only they have not seen them. Are humans really dissatisfied with the existence of the Immortal Ship Alliance? After all, the Immortal Ship Alliance was established without the permission of humans from the beginning, which makes them feel uneasy. At this moment, a confidential clerk suddenly pushed open the door with a bang and broke into the noisy high-level meeting with red eyes. Nanorobots, this is the information sent by nanorobots. Immediately, the high-level officials who were just dissatisfied rushed to grab the manuscript in the hands of the confidential clerk. Then, the eyes of the high-level officials of the Ferry Ship Alliance gradually turned red. It's recognized. We are recognized by humans. We are recognized by humans. From today on, we are the real followers of humans. Humans recognize us. Great, great. Wait, where did this nanorobot send the message from? Where are humans now? Yes, as followers, we must go to see humans. Under the questioning of the high-level officials, the confidential clerk couldn't answer at all. The trajectory of the nanorobot's movement is not something we can decipher at all. I don't know. The confidential clerk's eyes were already red, and this time he was really about to cry. But he was scared to cry. Forget it, this is indeed not something you can decipher, get out first. So the confidential clerk ran away quickly. Then, the senior members of the ferry ships looked at each other and finally made a decision. Send all the ferry ships out to continue looking for humans. We must see humans before they leave anyway. Agree. Agree. I agree. I agree too. I have a suggestion. Did the Gelreman say that any claims we made for the last attack would be accepted? We don't want compensation, as long as all the war stars are dispatched to help us find humans. Yes, this is a good idea. Okay, compensation is meaningless to us, let them help us find it together. Just like that, Yu Fei, who is already the leader of the Gelreman, received the invitation to claim from the Ferry Ship Alliance with a strange expression. Thinking of being with Lin Xu and others not long ago, Yu Fei didn't think it would be difficult to find humans. So she agreed immediately. It was not until many years later that Yu Fei regretted it. It was not until then that she realized that when humans don't want to see you, you really can't find them. At the same time, she also realized how lucky she was that she was lucky enough to be able to travel with humans for such a period of time. That was a time that completely rewrote her life. After sending the message, the Skylark arrived at the area in the Starry Eye that originally belonged to the Kramer people after several space jumps. Now this area has almost become a forbidden area in the Starry Eye. There is nothing here except for some detectors left by some god-level civilizations. Even those god-level civilizations dare not come in and take the opportunity to grab territory. After all, who knows what plans humans have for this place? Moreover, this area has been completely destroyed in the previous war between the Kramer people and the Eternal Gods. Nothing is left, not even a few planets. Lin Xu came here to discuss the ownership of this area. He directly contacted various god-level civilizations to leave detectors here and conveyed his decision to them. In the future, this area will be owned by the Ferry Ship Alliance and the Gelreman people, and the ownership will be divided by the two civilizations. The major god-level civilizations naturally agreed and dared not to agree. Lin Xu was also worried about the Ferry Ship Alliance and the Gelreman people. Then he continued to jump away, but came to the location of the fake solar system he released from the Kramer subspace before. He saw a star with the same mass as the Sun, and the planets were orbiting it regularly. The distances of these planets were disrupted by Lin Xu. For example, the positions of Venus and Mars were replaced by each other, so it looked nothing like the solar system. In addition, the planet that imitated the Earth and the movement of the continental plates made everything here no longer similar to the solar system and the Earth. But Lin Xu still came here before leaving. He wanted to take a look at this place, this race that was used as an experiment. No way, the Southern Song dynasty actually expanded its territory? This is unscientific. Lin Xu looked at the fake Earth below that had been completely changed, and his eyes were still full of disbelief. America is attached to the southeast coast. If the Southern Song dynasty still can't beat the Native Americans, Taiyin should really take a knife and cut his own throat. Liu Yao said disdainfully. In short, the humans with the same history on this planet have developed very well, and Lin Xu is somewhat relieved. Although they are only fake humans after all, and can never upgrade their dimensions like real humans, they may even be trapped on this small planet forever and cannot enter the interstellar era. But the same history still makes Lin Xu have some special feelings for this small civilization. After thinking about it, Lin Xu simply spread the nanorobots around this galaxy and blocked everything belonging to this galaxy. Unless the people in this galaxy master the technology of superluminal flight and take the initiative to leave this galaxy, the existence outside the galaxy cannot find this place, even the God-level civilization. I believe this should be able to help this civilization safely pass through its infancy. If they have an infancy. Lord Lin Xu, the Immortal Ship Alliance and the Gelremans have formed a joint exploration fleet and are looking for us all over the universe. Lin Xu forwarded the message he had just received to Lin Xu. Then let them look for us, and we should leave. Lin Xu still had no intention of meeting the Immortal Ship Alliance. Go to the edge of the universe. Lin Xu was a little excited. After all, that was the edge of the universe. If we rushed out of the edge of the universe, would it be a new world? Yes, let's go and see what is at the edge of the universe. Is it the multiverse beyond the edge of the universe? Lin Xu nodded. Multiverse, I'm looking forward to it. Liu Yao was also a little fascinated. What does the edge of the universe look like? What should the multiverse look like? I don't know what kind of footprints humans have left in the multiverse. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 248 The Day Humankind Returns and the Universe Destroys. In the empty extragalactic space, a tiny spaceship is constantly flying in the form of space jumps. The distance of each jump is about 100,000 light-years. Sometimes when encountering areas where the space itself has folds, the jump distance will increase, even reaching hundreds of thousands of light-years. Under such circumstances, every time the Skylark jumps, it will leave a galaxy behind. Sometimes it will jump into a certain galaxy, but the next jump will leave this galaxy behind again. It never stays in a galaxy for a long time. Under the fleeting light, some galaxies with powerful enough civilizations will be aware of the existence of the Skylark in an instant. But then the Skylark disappeared, leaving these civilizations with no way to start or investigate. After all, the universe is too big. Even humans cannot spread their names to all corners. After all, there are still many civilizations that do not know the existence of humans. As it flew all the way, the Skylark gradually approached the boundary of the universe. However, 40 billion light-years is too far after all, and the universe is still expanding. With the expansion of the universe, the closer to the edge of the universe, the wider the empty space between galaxies will be. The distance between each galaxy will also be farther. As we get closer to the edge of the universe, the distance between galaxies has become wider to the extent that it takes at least hundreds of thousands of light-years. The farther away, it even takes hundreds of thousands of light-years. And each galaxy has become looser. This is also because of the expansion of the universe, which makes the distance between galaxies in the galaxy farther. For example, the solar system in the Milky Way was only 4.3 light-years away from the nearest Proxima Centauri galaxy, but here near the edge of the universe, the distance between galaxies in similar positions in the galaxy is at least a dozen light-years or even dozens of light-years. This is a good thing for civilization, but it is also a bad thing. The good thing is that the farther the distance between galaxies, the more difficult it is to travel to nearby galaxies through interstellar navigation, so the new civilization will be less disturbed by the civilization of nearby galaxies. The bad thing is that it is more difficult for civilizations to travel in the stars, which makes it more difficult for civilizations to develop upward after they have developed to a certain extent, because it is difficult to reach nearby galaxies, obtain sufficient resources, and communicate and develop with nearby civilizations. In the year 11,592 of the departure calendar, after nearly 20 years of sailing, the Skylark finally crossed a distance of 40 billion light-years and began to approach the edge of the universe. This sailing distance is unprecedentedly far for Lin Xu and his party. As they approached the edge of the universe, they saw more and more ruins of civilization along the way. This is where the universe first expanded and where civilization was first born. It is normal to have a large number of ruins of civilization. However, what is abnormal is that as they get closer and closer to the edge of the universe, many of these ruins of destroyed civilizations have been found to have signs suspected to be related to humans, and it looks like they were destroyed by humans. If it was just one or two, it would be fine, but along the way, Lin Xu and his party saw countless similar civilizations destroyed by humans. As a result, Lin Xu has not stayed on Earth recently, but has been stationed on the Skylark, just to confirm whether there are traces of humans on the new civilization relics and whether they have been destroyed by humans. Wherever Lin Xu is, Nanzhu and Mu Ziyao will naturally be there. Even Lu Yao, who was doing questions in the library, was attracted and followed to see it. Unfortunately, so far, no reason has been found why humans want to destroy these civilizations, and it seems that there is no reason. This makes Lin Xu full of puzzlement. Lord Lin Xu, new relics have been found ahead, suspected to be destroyed by nanorbits. During the interval between the Skylark leaving the jump channel and preparing to start the next jump, Nanzhu reported the latest discoveries in this area. What level of civilization? Lin Xu asked. Suspected to be a god-level civilization. Nanzhu answered while checking the reconnaissance signal of the Skylark. Wait a minute, god-level civilization. Lin Xu spoke immediately. Suddenly, the Skylark, which had opened the space jump channel again and was about to jump again and leave this river system, stopped. While maintaining the space jump channel in front, waiting for Lin Xu's next order. Yes, it is suspected to be a god-level civilization. Nanzhu confirmed. So Lin Xu pondered. The previously destroyed civilizations were basically advanced civilizations. Lin Xu also checked several times, but did not find any problems, or did not find the reason why these civilizations caused the destruction of humans. This is the first time that a god-level civilization has been destroyed by humans. Moreover, this place is getting closer and closer to the edge of the universe. Lin Xu instinctively feels that these civilizations were destroyed by humans, which should have something to do with the edge of the universe, otherwise humans would not do this. Change course, let's go check it out. Lin Xu decided. Understood, change course, and go to the nearest ruins. The voice of Yinghuo on duty sounded in the Skylark. The next moment, the space jump channel in front of the Skylark changed the location of the upcoming jump. It was no longer another river system 100,000 light-years away, but a hyperspace radar thousands of light-years away that detected an abnormality. Then, the Skylark entered the space jump channel, and when it reappeared, it had arrived on a completely ruined river system. That's right, it was a ruined river system. Half of the Milky Way galaxy, which was within sight, had been completely reduced to ruins. Countless billions of stars had been destroyed, and the ruins of planets, far more than the number of stars, were scattered across half of the Milky Way galaxy, within a range of tens of thousands of light-years. This was a real Milky Way galaxy of ruins, and it was the first time that Lin Xu had seen it after traveling so far, from the solar system to the edge of the universe. This range is too large. How many god-level civilizations were fighting against humans? Nanzhu lay on the porthole and looked at the endless ruins, his eyes filled with disbelief. From the residual energy reaction and the equipment fragments on the battlefield, the opponent should be only one god-level civilization. Lin Xu replied. Only one god-level civilization? How could it fight humans like this? Nanzhu said puzzled. Not only Nanzhu was puzzled, but the others were also puzzled, only Arisa had a different opinion. You underestimate the god-level civilization too much? Did it make you feel that the god-level civilization was easy to bully because it was so easy to destroy the Kramer people before? Arisa said. Isn't it? Nanzhu asked in confusion. You think the god-level civilization is easy to deal with because the humans who have upgraded are too strong and can easily crush the Kramer people, making it impossible for the Kramer people to even resist. But the humans who fought with this god-level civilization here back then have not yet upgraded. Although the humans back then should have easily destroyed this god-level civilization, they obviously did not have the ability to control the scale of the war to a certain extent, or that god-level civilization could still struggle to its death. So their struggle to their death, which affected the entire river system on a large scale, was inevitable. Arisa explained. The explanation is simple and easy to understand. I understand. Nanzhu gave Arisa a thumbs up to express her approval. Arisa immediately turned her head away, showing a disdainful look, but in fact everyone could see that she was just arrogant. By the way, In a normal war between two God-level civilizations, it is easy to destroy several river systems. The scale of the war is even more protracted, and it may last for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. So it is incredible that a God-level civilization can be completely destroyed in a short period of time, while only destroying half of the river system. Arisa thought about it and added, I understand, but what did this God-level civilization do back then to make humans directly exterminate it? And those advanced civilizations we met along the way, even some civilizations that did not leave the planet, were also destroyed by humans. What happened? Lin Xu was still puzzled. Yes, killing civilizations at will is not the style of humans. What did those civilizations do? Lu Yao also asked in confusion. But what kind of things could a civilization that has not left the planet do that would make humans simply exterminate it? Arisa was also puzzled. This time, even Arisa couldn't solve the doubts. Several people looked at Lin Xu together, but unfortunately Lin Xu was also confused. So the next moment, the Skylark's portable space opened, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out from Lin Xu's portable space, heading towards the battlefield that destroyed half of the Milky Way and hundreds of millions of stars. A large number of star fragments and planetary fragments were scattered in every corner of the battlefield. Among them were also a large number of nanorbits, broken parts of autonomous mechanical aggregates, and war machine fragments of the God-level civilization that were hundreds and thousands of times more numerous. Even after so many years, the weapon fragments left by the God-level civilization on the battlefield were still as bright and clean as new. From this, we can see that the technical level of this God-level civilization is worthy of the level of God-level civilization. Any fragment here, if it falls into the hands of an advanced civilization, is estimated to become a priceless treasure, enough for that advanced civilization to study for thousands or tens of thousands of years. But here, it is everywhere, spread over every corner within tens of thousands of light years. Lin Xu released a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates, but when spread over this range of tens of thousands of light years, these autonomous mechanical aggregates appear to be extremely scarce. Lin Xu, who once thought that he had enough autonomous mechanical aggregates, suddenly found that he was still too naive. So he decided that the factories on Earth could not stop, and he had to continue to produce more autonomous mechanical aggregates. Countless autonomous mechanical aggregates directly opened the space jump channel and jumped to every corner of the ruins of tens of thousands of light years, and conducted reconnaissance and analysis of the entire battlefield. In the end, it was determined that this God-level civilization was indeed destroyed by humans, and before being destroyed, this God-level civilization seemed unwilling to detonate many ultimate weapons. Although it did not cause much harm to humans, it led to the destruction of hundreds of millions of stars in this star field. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. However, the reason why humans destroyed this God-level civilization was not investigated after all. The autonomous mechanical aggregate released nanorbits and searched all the storage systems on the remaining weapon fragments of these God-level civilizations. They only found some information about this God-level civilization itself, such as the home planet of this God-level civilization and the most elite colonized planets, which were also destroyed along with hundreds of millions of stars in this destroyed star field. However, they did not find the reason why the God-level civilization and humans were hostile to each other. Even the autonomous mechanical aggregate controlled the remaining nanorbits on the battlefield and wanted to extract some information about the battle from these nanorbits. Unfortunately, they only found some images of the fierce battle on the battlefield during the battle, and there was no content related to the cause of the battle. In the end, even Lin Xu could only temporarily withdraw the autonomous mechanical aggregate, because such a needle in a haystack search would not yield any results. However, when the autonomous mechanical aggregates were withdrawn, some of them suddenly detected a signal that was still running on the battlefield. However, the communication method of this signal was a bit backward, and it did not seem to belong to the destroyed God-level civilization. Go and have a look. In any case, this is a breakthrough, Lin Xu ordered with a refreshed spirit. So a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates returned, but some of them went to the place where the signal was sent. Finally, in the edge of this tens of thousands of light years, a small number of spaceships were found that were carefully exploring the ruins of the battlefield. Judging from the results of the autonomous mechanical aggregates' distant reconnaissance, the level of civilization to which these spaceships belong should be considered very powerful among the vast number of civilizations in the universe. In fact, More than 90% of the vast number of civilizations in the universe are still trapped on the planet, and only a small number of them can go out of the planet and become recognized interstellar civilizations. Even if they are only low-level civilizations in the universe, they are interstellar civilizations after all. And this civilization in front of us has obviously crossed the threshold of low-level civilizations and reached the level of high-level civilizations. Because the spaceships of this civilization are obviously equipped with curvature engines. Although this curvature engine should only be 2 to 3 times the speed of light according to the reconnaissance of the autonomous mechanical aggregates, it is also a high-level interstellar civilization. Only compared to the humans and god-level civilizations on both sides of the battlefield ruins, such advanced civilizations appear very weak, but in fact, in the universe, such advanced civilizations are already beyond the reach of many lower civilizations. Boom! A spaceship that was exploring the edge of the ruins accidentally touched the antimatter bomb that had not yet been detonated by the god-level civilization. In an instant, several spaceships equipped with curvature engines disappeared into the universe with the explosion. This caused a chaos in the rear fleet, but after calming down, the rear fleet continued to send spaceships to continue exploring the ruins. Because compared to these losses, the technology in the ruins that far exceeded their imagination was too tempting. Commander, we have lost 13 spaceships in a row. Such losses are beyond our tolerance. But our remaining spaceships are already filled with special metals from the ruins. We have even obtained relatively intact fragments from the ruins. Such gains far exceed the losses. However, the officers and soldiers are almost unable to bear such losses. The people in the fleet are panicking. No one wants their spaceship to become the next Pathfinder. They can't even bear this little loss for the Empire. Are they still soldiers of the Empire? The high and mighty commander's eyes were full of fanaticism. He was just one step away from getting that relatively intact weapon. If he could bring that weapon back, he would definitely be rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor. Compared with this, the loss of some spaceships and some personnel was completely acceptable. As for the complaints of those soldiers, he didn't take them to heart at all. They were nothing more than some inferior people who were afraid of death. For an imperial noble like him, how could he care about the life and death of civilian soldiers? The nanorbits that infiltrated the interior of the spacecraft quietly observed all of this and transmitted the signal to the Skylark, which was 10,000 light-years away, on the other side of the battlefield ruins. They are speaking Chinese. Lin Xu was surprised that they were actually speaking Chinese here. They are speaking Chinese. Miss Qiu was sure that they were indeed speaking Chinese, and there was nothing to be surprised about. With their curvature navigation technology, the home planet of the civilization should not be far away. Let's find it. Lin Xu ordered. However, at a navigation speed of 2 or 3 times the speed of light, according to general rules, the distance of the home planet should not exceed 100 light-years. Sure enough, the autonomous mechanical aggregate soon found the home planet of the fleet. It was located in a galaxy 50 light-years away from the edge of the ruins. In addition, there are 2 galaxies with intelligent life reactions in more than 30 light-years and more than 60 light-years respectively, but according to the calculations of the autonomous mechanical aggregate, those 2 galaxies should only be colonies. The galaxy only 15 light-years away not only has a large number of intelligent life, but also has the reaction of the curvature compression production line of the curvature engine factory. Moreover, this galaxy is much more prosperous than the other 2 galaxies, and each planet has been developed very maturely. Do you think this civilization knows something? Lin Xu hesitated a little, whether to waste time to take a look. Because normally, although this civilization can be regarded as an advanced civilization, it obviously has no qualifications to get involved in the affairs between humans and god-level civilizations, so even if you go to investigate, it is estimated that it will be a waste of time and there will be no results. Why not forget it? This civilization is too weak. They may not even have heard of humans, so how can they know why humans want to destroy so many civilizations? Lin Xu did not suggest going. I also think it is meaningless. Liu Yao also said. But soon, after the nanorobots transmitted back by the autonomous mechanical aggregate invaded the system hosts of those curvature spacecrafts, the information obtained made several people change their minds immediately. There was nothing special to pay attention to in the information. The records were basically some roots and some basic information of this civilization. But above the information called the Emperor's Order, the first item at the top clearly reads, "The day humans return, the universe will be destroyed." Fuck, I guessed wrong. They know about humans. Lin Xu cursed immediately. No, they don't know. Maybe only their emperor knows. Liu shook her head and said. There is no information about humans in the server, only in this emperor's order. Maybe the soldiers don't know, but the higher-ups know. Lin Xu touched his chin and guessed. What's going on? Just catch them and ask them clearly and you'll know. Lin Xu decided more decisively. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 249 on Scientific Humanity. In the starry sky, dozens of spaceships of various types, each 10,000 meters long, were parked. Some of them were warships, while others were simple transport ships. However, these huge spaceships were as small as ants compared to the magnificent and boundless battlefield ruins next to them, which spread over tens of thousands of light years. And now, these ants are carefully digging out some broken fragments from the ruins, which are the most precious treasures for them. Dozens of spaceships were guarding outside, and one spaceship carefully entered the ruins, using a mechanical arm to grab a piece of debris floating by, and carefully put it into the cabin of the spaceship. The soldiers driving the spaceship did not know what their mechanical arm grabbed. Maybe it was just a harmless steel plate, but maybe it was some unknown weapon. So every time they grabbed it, they could be said to be gambling with their lives. If they were lucky, they could safely fill the cabin with harmless things, but if they caught some kind of weapon, they could only admit that they were unlucky. The 13 spaceships that were lost before were all unlucky. And their luck seemed to be good. Until the cabin was full, no dangerous situation occurred, which made the soldiers driving the spacecraft relieved, and then they quickly retreated from the ruins. The commander on the flagship in the rear was also very satisfied. When he was about to order the next transport ship to continue, suddenly various detectors on the flagship sounded a complex alarm in an instant. The alarm was so sudden that it was the highest level alarm as soon as it sounded. What's going on? Where did the alarm come from? The commander rebuked dissatisfiedly. The battlefield ruins, it's that ruins, there are a lot of high-energy reactions gathering. They are coming towards us. Then, the voice stopped abruptly, because his report was no longer needed. Just relying on the naked eye, you can already see the autonomous mechanical aggregates that suddenly rushed out from the ruins. The number of these autonomous mechanical aggregates is not large, only a few hundred, but it is enough. In other words, using hundreds of autonomous mechanical aggregates to capture these warships is already a very face-giving act. What is this? Fire, shoot them down. Let these guys who hide their heads and show their tails see the power of the Imperial naval guns. The commander commanded calmly. Over the years, with the expansion of the Empire's territory, he has seen countless civilizations that were conquered by the Empire and fought back unwillingly. He has seen all kinds of enemies. Although he doesn't care about the lives of soldiers, he has indeed climbed up by relying on military merit. Unfortunately, he was wrong this time. The enemy this time was obviously not the low-level civilization that trembled under the Imperial naval guns in the past. Instead, this time, they became prey. The naval guns on more than a dozen warships opened fire, and a large amount of high-energy rays quickly passed through the universe, constantly hitting those conical objects that seemed to have no idea of dodge. The soldiers of the Empire didn't know which civilization this was, but they actually made the warships like this. Not only were the appearances weird, but such a small spacecraft dared to charge towards the Imperial fleet. Although there seemed to be a lot of these small spaceships, they were indeed too small. Such a small hull would not only lack power, but also be unable to install shields. They were simply the best targets in the universe. However, the next moment, as high-energy rays hit those small spaceships, the flashing shields on those strangely shaped small spaceships stunned all the Imperial soldiers. Impossible. This is unscientific. How can such a small hull be equipped with shields? And how can it have enough energy to supply the shields? The shields even withstood the bombardment of the ship's guns. What on earth is this? Then the next moment, the surging autonomous mechanical aggregates began to accelerate. Under the curvature navigation, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of autonomous mechanical aggregates spread around the fleet and actually surrounded the fleet. Even if there were a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates that were only a few hundred meters in size, it looked like a joke to surround dozens of huge 10,000-meter spaceships. However, the commander who saw the autonomous mechanical aggregates disappear and reappear in the form of curvature navigation with his own eyes only felt cold sweat on his forehead. Curvature sailing, how is this possible? How can such a small ship sail in curvature? The curvature sailing engine can't be installed at all. Commander, what should we do? What should we do? Fire, fight back, you are all warriors of the Empire, do you want to surrender? For the Emperor, attack. The commander shouted. So, one warship after another began to fight back desperately. Even if the opponent had not yet launched an attack, everyone knew that they could not win this time. Because the technological gap was too big. Sure enough, the next moment, one autonomous mechanical aggregate after another began to deform, and in the blink of an eye, densely packed various weapons appeared on each autonomous mechanical aggregate. Most of the weapons did not fire, only a few of them fired. Just one attack, more than a dozen warships were directly blown up in mid-air, leaving only more than 20 transport ships and the commander's flagship on the scene. Then, the autonomous mechanical aggregates surrounded the flagship and easily captured the entire flagship. The Elder's power-armored warriors wielded chain swords, split the flagship's outer armor plate, rushed into the warship, and began to purge the interior of the flagship. Until the commander, who was still shouting, was captured and brought to Lin Xu. The commander, who had been beaten by the Elder and had blood foam all over his mouth, was panting and glaring at Lin Xu, but did not curse. It must be said that although he did not take the lives of soldiers seriously and his character was not very good, he still had backbone. Do you know anything about this ruin? Lin Xu asked. Although I don't know which civilization you are from, I advise you not to go against the Empire, otherwise His Majesty the Emperor will definitely not let you go. Unexpectedly, the man answered the wrong question. Lin Xu frowned, thought about it, and simply asked directly. Have you heard of humans? Humans? Are you talking about the Emperor's instructions? Of course I know. I know every word that the Emperor said. Speaking of the things related to the Emperor, he gave an answer with a proud expression on his face. I'm not asking you about the instructions, but asking if you know the humans mentioned in the instructions. Lin Xu corrected. Of course I know. The Emperor's instructions clearly stated that it is an evil race that will destroy the world. And the warriors of our empire will clear all threats for His Majesty, whether it is humans or anything else. The commander still said proudly, but his face was covered with blood, which looked a bit funny. It seems that this guy knows nothing. Nansu on the side. Why do you keep talking about humans? Are you humans? The commander finally reacted and struggled to look at Lin Xu and others. Yes. Lin Xu nodded. I see. It seems that what I did is right. The commander suddenly let out a long breath. What did you do? Nansu was curious. Long live the Emperor. The commander glanced at Nansu with disdain, and then suddenly shouted with a heroic look. Just a moment later, nothing happened, only Lin Xu, Nansu and others watched his performance calmly. What's going on? Why didn't it explode? Why? The commander struggled, trying to check if there was anything wrong with this small nuclear bomb installed on his body, but his hands were still held by the elder power-armored warrior. At this time, the power-armored warrior holding him next to him spoke. Are you talking about the nuclear reactor covering some of your internal organs? That was removed just before the audience with Lord Lin Xu because of safety hazards. Removed? Why didn't I feel it? Wait, how did you know I had a nuclear reactor? The commander's face was full of disbelief. It was removed by the nanorbits, of course you didn't react. The elder warrior was professionally trained and would not laugh no matter how funny it was. Take him away, read his memory and consciousness, and then report the results directly to me. Lin Xu waved his hand to indicate that he was no longer interested in continuing the conversation with a fanatical fan of an imperial emperor. After all, fans are rarely rational. So, the commander was carried out by two power-armored soldiers. While walking out, he was still shouting and cursing. Then he was beaten by the soldiers who carried him while walking. At first, Lin Xu could see it, and the beating was still relatively secret. When Lin Xu could no longer see it, he stopped pretending and directly pressed against the wall to practice boxing. When he was taken to the interrogation room and his consciousness was read, the whole person had become a puddle of mud and was dizzy. This was a good thing, and the consciousness reading was smoother. So it didn't take long for Lin Xu to get the report. Sure enough, in the commander's consciousness, there was nothing related to humans at all. The only thing related to humans was the Emperor's order. From the read memory, the entire civilization does not understand humans, but that Emperor issued such an order. Obviously, the Emperor still knows something. Nansu analyzed. It seems that we have no choice but to go find the Emperor. Lin Xu decided. So, the autonomous mechanical aggregate that was still outside was taken back into Lin Xu's personal space. Then the Skylark jumped to the suspected Empire's native galaxy that had been explored 50 light-years away. The 20 or so transport ships that were captured before were directly left here. Anyway, with these transport ships, even if they want to go back to report the news, at their speed, it will take more than 20 years to fly back. And they don't have the means to transmit information across 50 light-years. At most they can transmit information within 1 light-year. In this case, just leave it behind. In this way, the Skylark arrived outside the galaxy where the Empire was located in the blink of an eye. From the outside, the construction of each planet in this galaxy is very good. There are obviously shuttle buses between planets, and communication between people on the planets has long become the norm. On one of the planets, a huge star ring was built on the planet, orbiting the planet. According to calculations, the planet where the star ring is located should be the mother planet of the birthplace of civilization in this galaxy. Because under the operation of nature, only the distance between the planet and the star, as well as the temperature and environment, are suitable for the survival of intelligent life. You see, there is a huge symbol on that star ring, which seems to be the same as the symbol on their warships. Lin Xu pointed at the star ring and said, "That should be the symbol of the royal family, so is this star ring the palace of their emperor?" Miss Qiu guessed. "The emperor's palace, it is possible." Liu Yao also nodded and agreed. "I was thinking, should we also design a more domineering symbol for Lord Lin Xu? And then hang it on our warships?" Lin Xu was talking about something else. "It seems good." Miss Qiu nodded in agreement. "Okay." Liu Yao also nodded. She didn't care whether it was hung or not. Right, and then get a tattoo on your body or something, so that it means that it belongs to Lord Lin Xu. Before Lin Xu finished speaking, Lin Xu slapped her on the forehead. "Don't get feverish, let's talk business. The latest novel is first published on the 69th Book Forum. This is business. Can we try it first, such as engraving the name of Lord Lin Xu or something?" Lin Xu pouted aggrievedly, and turned his eyes to Liu Li next to him. Suddenly, Liu Li, who was just eating melons, felt a chill on her body, and shivered as if she was stared at by something. At this time, the Skylark had already entered the galaxy and headed towards the location of the star ring. Soon, the Skylark, which had hidden various physical constants and could not be detected by any instrument, turned on optical camouflage, and even the appearance of the Skylark was invisible, and arrived above the star ring without causing any alarm. At this time, the nanorobots had collected various signals that shuttled back and forth in the galaxy, and Yinghuo analyzed them. Soon, Yinghuo retrieved the required data from the massive amount of data. In the entire galaxy, all the communication between intelligent life, at least in the open communication, did not have any information related to humans. The only information that mentioned humans was related to the Emperor's order. No one knows what humans are, or why the universe will be destroyed if humans return. They only know that this is the Emperor's order, and it is bound to happen. Everyone is on guard against the return of humans, but they can't clearly say what humans are. Being on guard against humans, but not clearly saying what humans are like, what do you think this Emperor means? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. Who knows, maybe he has paranoia. He always thinks that humans want to harm him. Liu Yao thought for a while and said, if humans really want to harm him, he won't be able to be the Emperor here. By the way, did you notice that this Emperor doesn't seem to be originally from this race, but from outside? After flipping through the history of this race that Yinghuo had just collected, Lin Xu found a blind spot. According to their history, the Emperor descended from the sky and led the tribe to rise. Doesn't this mean that the Emperor is an alien? He came to this planet and unified the planet with the technology he brought. Liu Yao also said, in this case, do you think it is possible that the Emperor is actually the remnant of the god-level civilization that was destroyed by humans? And then he lingered here. Lin Xu suddenly had a brainwave. This is impossible. If he is really the remnant of that god-level civilization, would he still need to go to the ruins to shop? Liu Yao shook his head and said, maybe he is just an ordinary person from that civilization. When he escaped, he brought limited technical information with him, and he could only develop this civilization to the current level. He couldn't develop it anymore, so he could only go to the Taobao. Lin Xu added. So he is so afraid of humans? If so, it seems to make sense. Liu Yao hesitated and partially agreed. Okay, when we meet the emperor later, we will know after asking him. Lin Xu interrupted the two people's irresponsible speculation. But he also somewhat agreed with the content of the two people's speculation. At this time, the Skylark had already docked at one side of the star ring, and several people entered the star ring directly. This location was chosen by Yinghe, the closest to the star ring core. According to Yinghe's analysis of the data of the entire galaxy, this star ring is indeed the residence of His Majesty the Emperor. But even the Emperor could not completely occupy the entire huge star ring. Most of them are still various laboratories and various official departments. The Emperor lives in the palace at the core of the star ring and is guarded by layers. So after entering from the part closest to the star ring core, the first thing that appeared in front of Lin Xu and his friends was a soldier wearing power armor, waiting in front of the closed door. Who dares to trespass into the palace? Stop, I will open fire if you move forward. Open fire. In an instant, countless high-energy beams of various kinds shot at Lin Xu and his friends who were walking like a picnic. Then, they were blocked by the shield that appeared in front of Lin Xu and his friends, and did not cause any harm to them. The guards who thought it was just an ignorant person who trespassed into the palace suddenly became nervous. Then the alarm sounded throughout the star ring. Countless civil servants who were working overtime in the office were stunned for a moment, then they reacted and jumped up from their seats. Because this was actually the alarm of an assassination attempt. Who was so bold as to dare to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor? Could it be that the remnants of the destroyed civilization were unwilling to fail and wanted to make a desperate attempt? In any case, at this moment, the entire star ring, and even the entire empire, was in action. Although the various departments of the empire could not protect His Majesty the Emperor at the core of the star ring, they could investigate where the assassin came from. The supercomputer began to analyze the intelligence of the recent cargo ships and investigate suspicious persons. The intelligence agency sent messages to various colonized star systems, asking those star systems to cooperate with the investigation, suppress internal opponents, and find people who intended to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor. No one believed that His Majesty the Emperor would really be assassinated by someone who didn't know where, nor did they think that His Majesty the Emperor would really be in danger. But daring to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor was already a slap in the face of the empire. Such behavior must be punished, no matter where the assassination came from. Until the alarm from the palace stopped, everyone thought that the assassin had been killed or captured, but everyone was still angry and wanted to find out which force dared to assassinate the emperor. This also included the guards who rushed to the palace to reinforce according to convention. A large number of warships were docked outside the star ring core, and teams of soldiers wearing power armor poured into the star ring core. The guards officers who were also wearing power armor urged the soldiers to speed up according to the procedures, but in fact, when the alarm stopped, they felt at ease, because the assassin must have been either executed or captured. It was not until he really came to the outside of the palace and did not see any guards on duty that he felt something was wrong. Afterwards, the officer led the soldiers all the way to the interior of the palace, and saw that the battlefield was getting more and more tragic as it extended into the interior. No, it cannot be said to be tragic, because everything he saw was just a one-sided massacre. Countless guards fell to the ground, and all kinds of defensive firepower were overturned on the ground, but he did not see a body of a suspected assassin. What's going on? What's going on? The officer's pace accelerated again and again, and at the same time he had a bad premonition in his heart. Until he led the soldiers to the square in the palace, there was a simulated blue sky and white clouds above his head, and a huge square below that looked like it was on the ground. But now on this square, all kinds of guards wearing power armor were lying. In front of the residence of His Majesty the Emperor, there was a girl with fox ears and a fox tail, followed by a girl in a long windbreaker, looking at the scenery in the sky leisurely. Hey, you're here, but you're so slow. Lin Xu was a little bored. She wanted to go in and see the Emperor, but she was photographed guarding the entrance. Traitor, how is the Emperor? The officer raised the hand cannon of the power armor and aimed it at Lin Xu, but he didn't dare to fire. It was not just him, but also the soldiers under him. Because the situation was now very clear, the other party had captured the Emperor. However, Lin Xu had no intention of arguing with them, but just smiled and raised his hand to them. The officer instinctively felt the danger, but it was too late to avoid it. The next moment, The officer felt as if he was flying into the sky. Am I going to die? Strange, I'm wearing a power armor? That's the latest model, and it can even block the bombardment of the tank's main gun. This is unscientific. Unfortunately, no one can answer his question. After easily dealing with a large group of reinforcements, Lin Xu turned around and jumped into the hall. She was still very curious about why humans would destroy the universe. Although if Lin Xu wants to destroy the universe, she will be the first to do it. But she doesn't think humans will do such a thing. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 250, Black Hole Prison Imprisoning Humans. Is this the Emperor? Lin Xu, who arrived a little later, rolled his eyes at the Emperor sitting on a high golden toilet like Lin Xu and the others. Is he cosplaying? Lin Xu thought about it and finally could only think of this reason, because it was too similar. According to the database here, this Emperor has lived for too long, so he needs these things to maintain his life, so this is a kind of life support system. After all, their scientists have not yet developed the technology of immortality, and this Emperor is probably an alien from outside, with different genes from the locals. Even if scientists develop the technology of immortality, it is estimated that it will not be used on him. Liu Yao shrugged and said, "Then is he still alive now? Isn't he dead?" Lin Xu looked at the Emperor who was sitting on a high platform in silence and never said a word. It depends on your definition of being alive. Do you think you are still alive? Lin Xu asked the Emperor on the high platform directly. No, I'm just a piece of data. I've never lived. The Emperor on the high platform moved his eyelids and raised his head. On his old, almost mummy-like body, there were all kinds of pipes connected. As he moved, these pipes also shook. Data? Are you an artificial intelligence? Lin Xu was puzzled at first, and then his eyes widened in surprise. It can be considered something similar. I'm just a warning program. Humans, you are back after all. The Emperor's eyes swept over Lin Xu and the others, with emotion in his eyes. It seems that you are waiting for us here. Lin Xu frowned. Yes, but I'm not the only one waiting. In other words, there are beings like me throughout the universe. The purpose of our existence is to monitor the return of humans. The Emperor said calmly. Then what? Lin Xu asked. Then, give a warning. The Emperor spoke slowly. At the same time, a large number of guards had rushed in from the outer periphery of the Star Ring core again, crossing the square and about to rush into the hall. Lin Xu was a little unhappy, because she still had to go out and continue cleaning. She also wanted to continue to see what the guy on the golden toilet was going to say next. However, at this moment, the entire star ring began to vibrate. The guards who had already approached the hall where the Emperor was, even though they were wearing power armor, were still shaken by the vibration and fell to the ground one after another. What happened? Why is the star ring vibrating? Sir, not only the star ring is vibrating, but the planet is also vibrating. The planet is also vibrating? Why is this happening? No, I don't know. The vibration is happening everywhere. Wait, it's not just the mother planet, other planets are also vibrating, and the planets in the entire galaxy are beginning to vibrate. Star, there is a flash inside the star, and the star is beginning to expand. What's going on? In an instant, the entire civilization began to become chaotic. People on various planets were shaken to the ground by the sudden vibration. 12 buildings began to collapse. Everything seemed to be doomsday. What are you doing? Lin Xu asked. The destruction of civilization is the necessary price to announce the return of mankind. Humans, I will not let you succeed this time. A sacred light appeared on the surface of the mummy-like body. The Emperor's life has come to an end after activating the source of destruction that had been buried long ago. But he did not feel any reluctance. From the moment he was created and launched into the universe, this was his final destiny. Now, he has finally completed his mission. The next moment, the core of the star ring began to disintegrate. From the ground under the feet of Lin Xu and others, large pieces of crack spread out to the surroundings. Outside the hall, the power-armored warriors who were staggering fell down along the cracks. The star ring collapsed as a whole, but compared to the entire disintegrating planet, the collapse of the star ring was nothing. In the galaxy, planets disintegrated one by one. The self-destruction facilities secretly buried by the Emperor at the beginning of colonizing these planets. The moment the Emperor pressed the self-destruct button, everything was irreversible. Lord Lin Xu, the star has begun to expand. It will soon engulf this planet and the entire galaxy. Miss Qiu reminded. In fact, she didn't need to remind him. The supernova explosion in the distance, which had grown rapidly and filled the entire sky in the blink of an eye, was visible to everyone. Obviously, after detonating all the planets in the entire civilization, the Emperor also detonated the star, causing it to enter the supernova explosion stage in advance. Next, the star will engulf all the matter in the galaxy and finally collapse into a white dwarf. In this process, everything in the entire civilization will cease to exist, including all the brilliant culture and art they created. It's as if this civilization has never existed in the universe. Of course, this civilization still has some other colonized galaxies, and perhaps some cultural traces can be preserved, but if the main body of the civilization disappears and the civilization loses most of its power, can it still maintain the colonization of the colonized galaxies? Not surprisingly, in those colonized galaxies, resistance will rise and fall, and the colonial fleet that has lost its mother star will gradually weaken in the resistance until it is completely overthrown. It can be said that the Emperor personally wiped out the civilization he created from the universe. How could he be so cruel? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. But the Emperor could no longer answer. He had destroyed himself as soon as he started the self-destruction program. Even though Lin Xu tried to check his consciousness from the high-dimensional space, he did not find any fragments of consciousness. No, it's not that he didn't find it, but that he didn't have consciousness from the beginning. As he said, he was just an early warning program. Is this a precaution from the beginning? Humans get some information from the consciousness of the early warning program? So they don't have consciousness? Liu Yao asked in confusion. He has revealed enough information. Since it is an early warning program, there should be something waiting for us ahead. We will know it sooner or later. Lin Xu retracted the high-dimensional perspective of checking consciousness. At the same time, the expanding star had also arrived at the location of the star ring, swallowing everything in an instant. Whether it was the guards who were still lingering outside the hall, or the Emperor who was still cosplaying on the golden toilet but was actually dead. The star swallowed up everything, except for Lin Xu and his companions who stood in the air. The shields around them blocked the star's energy. They watched as the star ring and the entire planet turned into part of the blazing flame. Lin Xu waved his hand and took out the skylark directly from the expanding star. Several people boarded the skylark, which accelerated away and continued to move towards the edge of the universe. The star that was still continuing its supernova explosion was completely left behind. At the same time, the Emperor on the golden toilet self-destructed, and even the entire civilization was wiped out. At the edge of the universe, which was still far away from here, the warning information had begun to echo among various civilizations. Humans, are they finally coming? Humans are back. Be careful of humans. Don't let humans get close. I repeat, don't let humans get close. You must stop them. Ha ha ha, my lord is back, my lord is finally back. Stars, play music, and offer grand fireworks for the return of humans. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, all kinds of information began to exchange at the edge of the universe, which was originally quite calm. No matter what kind of thoughts were maintained, the return of humans would eventually break the tranquility and balance that had been maintained at the edge of the universe since humans left. Although Lin Xu on the Skylark guessed that the grand warning at the cost of an entire civilization must have its significance, he did not know that his arrival had become widely known so quickly. Until the Skylark, which was continuously making space jumps, was making a space jump, the space jump channel that had been opened was suddenly disturbed. The Skylark, which entered it, was thrown out of the space jump channel halfway before it had crossed enough distance. Warning, warning, space interference has occurred, the jump target has changed, the interference source has been marked, it is recommended to release the autonomous mechanical aggregate to eliminate the interference source. The voice of Yinghao sounded in the cockpit of the Skylark. However, at this time, the attention of the people in the cockpit was not on Yinghao's alarm. Instead, they were all focused on the scene outside the porthole. At this time, the Skylark was in an ordinary space. What was unusual was that around this area, within a range of about dozens of light years, there were countless black holes densely arranged. That's right, it was a black hole, and these black holes were neatly arranged as if they were arranged, neatly surrounding this area, and all directions were black holes. And in each direction, there was not just one or a few black holes, but densely packed countless black holes that distorted light, extending infinitely into the distance, extending for dozens of light years. No matter which direction the skylark continued to sail in, it would fall into a black hole. Are we trapped? Lin Xu said in surprise. Although I have never seen such a strange astronomical phenomenon, it seems that this can't trap us, right? Can't we just jump out of space directly? And even if it is superluminal curvature travel, we can escape the gravitational range of the black hole. Lin Xu was puzzled. Normally, this is the case, but the space here is disturbed. If we want to continue the space jump, it should not be possible, right? Lin Xu was talking to herself and asking Yinghe. Yes, we need to remove the interference source before we can continue the jump. Yinghe replied. In that case, there should be a way in those black holes to make the curvature travel invalid and unable to fly out. So this should be a prison? Or a trap? Lin Xu affirmed. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Wait a minute, you spent so much effort to set up such a trap. It can't be aimed at us, right? Lin Xu suddenly reacted. It's very likely that the trap is targeting humans. Is it to completely trap us? Lin Xu nodded in agreement. So, did the previous warning information inform us of our arrival? This is the first time we have been to a place where someone knew we were coming in advance and we were targeted. Lin Xu said depressedly. The most important thing is, although we don't know who it is, what is the purpose of targeting humans? Could it be your people? Lin Xu looked at Eris next to her. Without the reaction of the apocalypse element, it shouldn't be. And if it was really that guy, this prison wouldn't be so crude, it can't trap people at all. Eris complained. Indeed, this so-called prison or trap seems to be incredible, but in reality, it can't trap the skylark at all. Just as Yinghe reported at the first time, the interference source has been marked and can be eliminated by the autonomous mechanical aggregate. However, Lin Xu did not intend to eliminate the interference source at the first time, because he wanted to see who set up this prison. So the next moment, Lin Xu waved his hand and the space on his body opened. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out and explored the black holes in all directions. These autonomous mechanical aggregates instantly accelerated to 10,000 times the speed of light, and rushed into the black holes in the blink of an eye. However, as they entered the black hole, the curvature navigation speed of each autonomous mechanical aggregate began to decrease instantly. The space is solidified? The speed of curvature navigation is greatly reduced. In this case, it is very difficult to rush out of the gravitational range of the black hole by speed. Lin Xu analyzed while lying on the porthole. It's not space turbulence? But it's true. Although the cost of creating space turbulence is low, it is not difficult to sail through the turbulence area as long as the law of turbulence is found. God-level civilizations can do it. They naturally will not use this method to block humans, but use the more difficult space solidification. Lin Xu kept analyzing. Unfortunately, they don't know that space solidification is nothing to us. Miss Qiu on the side said. Yes, but now is not the time to make a move. They must be watching us. Don't scare them away. I want to catch them and see who is so bold. Lin Xu said, very unhappy. At the same time, in the monitoring stations outside the black holes, a large number of staff were busy with their work. They have been idle here for a long time, and they have never thought that one day this black hole prison can really be used. Although they are indeed the real elites in civilization, because only the real elites can be sent to perform this important task. But at the same time, although this task is important, it may never have the opportunity to play a role. So everyone has made preparations to waste time here. Unexpectedly, with the arrival of the warning information, the black hole prison was immediately activated. And then, relying on the space trap, the human beings in the space jump were captured and thrown into the black hole prison. Now, although everyone is busy with excitement and nervousness, in fact, they are not sure whether they can really lock humans in the black hole prison. So now it's not just them who are nervous, but also the top leaders of the entire civilization behind them, who are paying attention to this place all the time. Humans released the autonomous mechanical aggregates, and they don't seem to have found the source of space interference, but entered the black hole. Space solidification seems to have worked, and the autonomous mechanical aggregates of humans are trapped by the black hole, and those autonomous mechanical aggregates did not fly out of the black hole. Success! We succeeded, we really captured humans. Countless researchers cheered, and the greater the psychological pressure they had before, the more excited they were now. The top leaders who were watching all this in the back were also very excited. However, compared to the excited researchers, the top leaders seemed much calmer. It's not the time to be happy yet, don't be careless, humans are not so easy to catch, maybe they are planning something now, everyone stays on high alert, and absolutely can't let humans run away again. As the top leaders spoke, the researchers also calmed down. Indeed, it's not the time to be happy yet. Wait, did you notice that part of the autonomous mechanical aggregate disappeared? Did it go into the portable space? That's normal. No, it seems that what was open was not the portable space, but the space jump channel. A researcher suddenly screamed. How is it possible? The space interference source is still operating normally. How can the space jump channel be opened? A researcher didn't believe it. Yes, if humans destroyed the space interference source, I can still believe it. How can the space jump channel be opened when the space interference source is operating normally? That's not scientific at all. But, that's humans. How many unscientific things have humans done? Quick, check the space interference source and the space jump fluctuation immediately. The space interference source is operating normally, and the space jump fluctuation was found. In an instant, the whole research room was dead silent. Humans really performed space jumps when the space interference source is operating normally. At this time, Lin Xu, who had already marked the location of the space interference source, did not destroy it at Lin Xu's request. Instead, he directly analyzed the space interference source, bypassed the interference frequency band of the space interference source, and found a way to jump without using the frequency band of the space interference source. Although the distance of such a jump may be a little shorter than the normal jump distance, it is enough. So under the cover of Lin Xu opening the portable space, some autonomous mechanical aggregates have already jumped through space and circled to the back of the black hole prison, surrounding the huge monitoring station that is as big as a star. After confirming that the monitoring station can no longer escape, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates appeared. Oh no, we are surrounded. The security personnel of the monitoring station did not realize until this moment that they were the prey. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.